Okay, so you are able to control them, but external environment, something that you might not be able to control them because they are beyond your boundaries. Okay, so like for example, globalization, employment trends, demographic trends, rates of pay, okay, in the marketplace, government policies, okay, rules and regulations, NGOs, what they call it, debates, okay, NGOs, comments, feedback, right? So these are also going to influence you, okay, externally. So these are basically, right, the most crucial environment, okay, which actually influence you when you are creating your reward system, okay, in your organization. So besides that, we were looking at benchmarking. Okay, so what is this benchmarking? It is simply about comparing, okay, comparing other organizations, how do they actually manage their reward system. Okay, and this market here, we are talking about organization practices, how do they practice in their organization. Okay, so we are able to compare, okay, the market with our own organization. Okay, so it's very crucial, it's very important, it's very significant for you to have the benchmark, because that will justify whether your processes is basically following the market or not. Okay, why is it so crucial to follow the market? If you don't follow the market, you'll be outdated. Okay, you'll be outdated. It's the same like, let me give you an example, very simple example. Okay, when you buy an apple, okay, people are selling maybe what, how much is an apple cost you? One apple is 1 ringgit, is it? It can be 1 ringgit, depending on what type of apple. So some apples can be 2 ringgit and so on. So if market pricing is basically 2 ringgit for one apple, and you are selling 1 ringgit, okay, so obviously it's not about it is cheap and people come and buy from you, but it is also quality matters. How do you manage quality in your organization? Okay, if you're selling 1 ringgit, which is very much lower than the market price, people will have doubt. Okay, and also, are you able to survive, okay, with that 1 ringgit? Why you're not maximizing your profit, right? So this is something which HR auditor will ask you. When HR audit happens in your organization, they'll be asking you, hey, market price out there is 2 ringgit. Why are you selling for 1 ringgit? Okay. So you are not balancing, okay, yourself with the market. So that's one thing. And if you are selling over the price, okay, if you're selling 3 ringgit, 4 ringgit, and so on, then it is also a question mark. Okay, people will be querying as well. Hey, why is it so high? Okay, why you are going against the market? So if you are going to go very high, okay, in terms of salary, then of course you are forking out a lot of money, lah. Okay, you're forking out a lot of money, whereby you can actually save a lot, but then due to your current pricing, which is very high, okay, you're losing. Okay, that particular money you can use it some other processes in your organization. Okay, not just for salary of employees. So these are things that you might want to think about. Okay, when you do benchmarking, and it's very important. Okay, benchmarking is very important. It also justify that you are going according to the standard, right? So it's about standardization. It's all about standardization. Okay, if your company have ISO, okay, HACCP, GMP, all those processes system, then you know, okay, why benchmarking is important. Okay, besides that, we were looking at market rate analysis. Okay, market rate analysis is specifically comparing the rates, okay, and also benefits. So this is basically our HR term, market rate analysis. Okay, not benchmarking. Benchmarking is a very general layman term. Okay, when you talk about HR, then we use the word market rate analysis. Okay, so we have purpose. Okay, why are we doing market rate analysis? Okay, it's more or less the same thing as what I've mentioned earlier. And there's also problems. Okay, in market rate, okay, things can be very blurrish, okay, to a certain extent when it comes to judging whether, okay, the market rate is basically proper or not. Okay, because certain things can be very complex. You might be seeing that, okay, these two lecturers, their title is the same, but they can have different qualification, they can have different tasks and so on, right? So you have to really look into every aspect of the role of the job, okay, and also on the specification, right? And different organizations have different policies also, different culture. So that's another thing which can actually create problem when it comes to market review, and also the technical part, okay, of doing the research. So when you do research, there's a lot of competencies needed. Okay, you see, myself as a researcher, okay, so I have to go through a lot of what do you call it, trainings. Okay, I have to go through a lot of practices. Okay, research is not just about obtaining knowledge. Okay, you obtain knowledge about business research methodology or marketing research methodology is not sufficient. You have to practice it. Okay, there's a lot of technical stuff out there, like for example, how to actually analyze the data by using SPSS, by using PLS, partial list square softwares, so these are technical things, okay, which if a HR person, okay, who's having a generic knowledge might not be able to do it. Okay, so you might need to either send the HR person for specific training so that they'll be able to solve this problem, or else you get a consultant to come in. Okay, so that will be issues or dilemma, okay, when it comes to market rate analysis. And another important part, okay, the validity and also the reliability, okay, of the data that you're getting. Okay, of course, when you talk about validity, there's a lot of different types of validity: face validity, content validity. So all these things need to be taken into consideration as well. Validity is about whether the data that you're getting is basically a true data or not. Reliability is basically about how useful is the data, right? To what extent it can be reliable for you. Okay, it can create the trust, right, towards the data. So that is about reliability. Yeah, and we were also going through the process of market rate. So this is basically the flow chart. Okay, you can see, okay, how do you actually decide, okay, to carry out the the market rate analysis, okay, by deciding, okay, what is the purpose, right? Then you decide, okay, which job that you would like to collect the data. Okay, then you need to identify the sources. I've given you so many sources yesterday. I even show you some databases, right, where you can actually go and collect all this marketing rate data. Then you have to prepare the information. Okay, after preparing the information, okay, which you have surveyed, then you need to continue with analyzing it. Okay, doing the comparison, and also distinguish between two different data. Okay, which one is coming from yourself, another one is coming from the market, and then you have to present to your organization as the last process in market rate analysis. Okay, so these are the processes, and these are sources of market data that I gave you. Okay, so there's a lot of around 13 here. Okay, around 13. Okay, some of the common one, okay, that you might want to take into consideration is like online pay data. Okay, and then maybe some statistic coming from government. Okay, some data coming from journals, scholarly articles, right? And also sometimes state government might have their own sources. Okay, and then national government, okay, the ruling government might have their own sources. So these are some reliable sources that you can actually take and use it to do your market rate analysis. Then, of course, I gave you this. This is actually coming from book. You can just go and refer to the book. Okay, the comparison between all different sources. Okay, because you can't simply go for any sources, to get any information on certain jobs, right? Certain level, certain job, you might need to go to specific what they call it, online databases, right? Like for example, pay clubs. Okay, pay clubs, you can go for niche roles like CEO, managing director. So you want to do comparison, you can go to this particular source, pay clubs. Okay, publish data in journals and so on. So not all data is available in all the sources. And I gave you these useful links, right? Some forms, okay, and also some survey data. Okay, so how you actually do the survey, okay, by doing comparison. And then we were talking about job analysis process. So it's like this. The first thing that you have to carry out, okay, even before, okay, you design your reward, you have to go for job analysis first. Okay, job analysis is the initial process, okay, where you create job description and also job specification. So if you don't have JD and JS or person specification, then you have to carry out this analysis. If you have it, then you can just ignore this process. So it is not necessary if you already have your JD and JS. So once you have JD and JS with you, then only you go and do your market review. Okay, you can do the comparison and so on with other companies, right? Or else, if you don't want to do job analysis, it's okay, fine. You can still go and obtain the data from online. Okay, nowadays, job description, job specification is available out there. Okay, you don't have to really carry out job analysis process. This is also an intelligent process. Okay, it's an intelligent process, very structured process. You need to have certain level of competency in order for you to carry out this. Okay, like for example, sources of data. Okay, what kind of questions to ask, open-ended, close-ended. Okay, and then who will be the right person, to give you the data. Then the methods of collecting the data. You have interviews, questionnaires. So these are all technical stuffs, okay, which you might want to give it to consultants to do it. If you know how to do it, then go ahead, you can do it. So once you have all this data with you.
Sorry, I have a question on the JD part.
Okay, sure.
In practice, we have a JD that usually, you advertise on a job board or anything, and then an employee, someone applies to the job based on the JD, and then they get the job, they come in, but then in reality, sometimes it's not exactly as per what is specified in the JD. You're always doing something extra. So example is that during COVID, so a lot of companies retrench their employees. So, when you retrench the employees, the existing one kind of have to double head or triple head their roles. So as best practice in your advice, do you think these JDs are supposed to be always changed, always updated? Or, maybe when you want to move the person to a different position, and then that's when you update the JD, because updating JDs are also quite a tedious process, because you have to kind of review that JD is like made for that role. So example, let's say take me as a person, I'm given 2 or 3 roles, and then the JD has to be revised according to my roles or just left as is. Because if let's say I resign, maybe the person, they're going to hire somebody who's not doing exactly what I did, but probably something else, or maybe slightly simpler role. So how does that work? Do you advise that it's constantly changed, or just you have a template and then build upon it?
Okay, my question is only one. How important is employment contract?
That determines whether you're in the company or not, basically.
Employment contract is very important, okay, because it is an important agreement, okay, between you and also your employer, okay. And if you don't have an accurate, okay, the right contract, then there's a basis for you to take legal action, and your company can also take legal action on you. Okay, so that's the reason why for me, employment contract, okay, comes together with the JD. Okay, of course, those employees which comes into the organization on the first day itself, usually I don't know how many companies are actually giving JD. Not many companies give, but as a proper process, okay, as something which is I would say it is also complying legally, you need to give your JD and also the employment contract together. That's very important, because when a person comes to work, he need to know what kind of job that he need to do in the company, even though you have published your JD in the paper. Okay, the other day I saw one of the company publish JD and JS together in one particular clause, okay, in one particular term which is called JD, but they include all the JS inside there. Okay, so this is not right. Okay, this is not right. You have to separate JD, okay, job description or the task, and also the qualification. It should be separated and it should be mentioned clearly, okay, so that the person who's applying for the job, he knows this is what he's going to commit himself when he comes to the company. Okay, so if you come up with the different terms, or you come up with a different description, or something which is add-on, or something which is not there, and then when a person comes in, he got additional tasks need to be done, then you are manipulating. And they can actually take of course they can take legal action on your company, right? But even then, companies are smart, because end of the day, okay, it is about the agreement that you are signing. Okay, same like your house lah. When you are committing, you want to buy this house, you already signed the SMP. After that, you cannot do anything really. What the company can, I mean, the developer can actually change that, change this, right? And they will tell that, okay, I have no choice, I have to change it because of legal requirements. So these are things, okay, which is a gray area. So when it comes to employment, the same thing, okay, by right, when you publish it, you have to publish the right thing. You see how SP Satya, okay, I respect SP Satya. That's why I have a very good rapport with SP Satya, because you see how they publish their JD and also their qualification, okay, or their person specification. It's very clear. It can be lengthy, doesn't matter, okay, because when it's lengthy, you are actually taking more space. So it's also about cost publishing that advertisement. Okay, so some companies, they will just cut short. Okay, this is your JD, this is your qualification, and then when you come in, they will say that, okay, there's some other thing, and then at the end of your JD, they will say any other task assigned by the company. This is where the company literally trap you, okay, literally trap you, because there will be some additional jobs in the future, okay, which they might want you to be assigned. Okay, so when you tell me about revising your JD, so if you don't have the clause, then you have to revise, because you don't have the last clause which says any other suitable, I mean, any other job which is given by the company. So many companies don't do revision because they have that clause at the last task, last requirement.
So would you say that the responsibility of updating the JD is a HR responsibility or the function? Because when an employee joins, I mean, the function is the one who usually knows what is the details of the job. So where does the responsibility lie?
It should be, you see, the ownership always comes under the care of HR. Okay, because JD, all that is kept by HR department. But of course, it should be something which is done together with functional managers. Okay, functional department should take part as well, because they need to know, okay, for this position, what are the job that they need to assign, because they are the people who's on the ground. They will be able to know, okay, this particular job is done by who and so on, right? So we need to get in touch with them. So communication should take place.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so let's continue. So that is about job analysis process. Then you are going through techniques, okay, of job evaluation. So this is where, okay, I actually introduced to you. We are not going to touch how do you actually do point rating method, how do you actually carry out for factor comparison. That is another whole chapter of job evaluation. Okay, we actually run training workshops only on job evaluation. Because job evaluation itself, okay, is a competency which many people might not be able to do it effectively, and consultant usually do it. So we have a workshop for this, where we actually teach you literally how to carry out point rating method, factor comparison, ranking, job classification, and so on. Okay, there's a proper procedure for that. Okay, so what I've mentioned here is basically very brief. Okay, how the whole thing works. Okay, like point method. Okay, how do we actually carry out point method? By using the weightage, and then we have the compensable factors, right? These are basically the tasks, okay, and also the requirements. Then we have the degree of importance. Okay, how important is skill? How important is this task? Okay, the responsibility, and so on. And then we also have another method. This is factor comparison. Okay, factor, where's the factors? These are all the factors: physical effort, mental effort, skill, responsibility, working condition, and so on. So we compare between, okay, different roles, okay, in the organization. And we also have ranking method. Okay, ranking method is a qualitative way of comparing between jobs as well. Job, like for instance here, okay, on the table we have job A, job B, job C. We compare with each other. Okay, we compare with each other, and we want to know which one values higher, which one values lesser. Okay, so that is ranking method. And we also have, okay, the job classification. Okay, it's also qualitative way of comparing jobs, okay, between one job to another job. Okay, where it lays down the grades. Okay, these are all the grades. These are all positions. Okay, and we compare, okay, between each other. So that will be job classification. So these are all methods which is available. Okay, when you talk about finding the worth or the value of your job. Okay, so you can quantify it, okay, or you can just spell out qualitatively. Okay, so how do you quantify? You quantify with numbers. Okay, like for example, a HR assistant, okay, might have 200 points. Okay, when you calculate, okay, HR assistant might have 200 points, whereas HR supervisor might have 250 points, okay, or 300 points. Then when you talk about executive, okay, HR executive, he or she might have 400 points. This is where the worth of each level, okay, each job comes in. Then you will rank them accordingly, okay, on a diagram or on a graph. Then you will decide, okay, how much salary that I should be paying. Okay, so this is where the market survey, all that comes in. Okay, for this position, okay, this much I'm paying, because the worth of that position is only 200. Then for executive, I'm paying higher because the worth is basically 400. Okay, so that's how you do the calculation. Okay, so let's look further, okay, on how actually to do it. Right, so this is the next part of our syllabus, okay, which is grade and pay structure. Okay, so let's look at the grade and pay structure. Okay, so this is also a bit of technical part. So if you look at the process, okay, if you look at the process, I'm sorry about the quality of this diagram, so it's a bit blurrish, but it is also taken from the book. Okay, so you can open the book and see the same diagram. So you can see, okay, at the top here, okay, we have what we call as job or role analysis. Okay, so if you see the term role, because CIPD, they tend to change certain terms. Okay, they change it just to ensure that they distinguish from others. So don't worry about that, right? Like for example, job analysis, they don't call it as job analysis, they call it as role analysis. Okay, but of course, in our typical, in Malaysia, okay, in Asian countries, usually we call it job analysis, we don't call it role analysis. Okay, but in UK, okay, in UK they call it as role analysis, so that don't get confused, right? So once you have done the job analysis, okay, where you come up with the two, job description and also your role profile or person specification, right? So once you have that, then okay, you will either, okay, do a job content evaluation, okay, or job evaluation, or you can actually do market rate survey. So if you want to do market rate survey, then it's much easier. Okay, you can just do it very easily, or you can also do both together. You can do it both together, job content evaluation, which is job evaluation, and also the market rate survey, then reconcile everything. Okay, you take both together and you do the comparison and you come out with grade and pay structure. So this is basically the process, right? Okay, so what is grade structures? Okay, so a grade structure, it consists of a sequence of hierarchy of grades, bands, or levels. Okay, so don't worry, yeah, later I'll show you what is grade, what is bands, what is levels. Okay, so sequence of hierarchy of grades, bands, levels, into which groups of jobs that are broadly comparable in size are placed. Okay, so you place them like what I mentioned just now, you place them, okay, in sequence, okay, from lower to higher, right? Then structure may be divided, okay, the grade structure, it may be divided into number of career or job families. So what is job family? Is basically the number of career you have in the same department. Like when you talk about sales marketing department, so that is basically one job family, okay, where you have your marketing assistant, you have your marketing supervisor, you have your marketing executive, you have marketing managers, directors, and so on, right? So all of them comes under one roof. That's the reason why we call it as job families, okay, with consisting of groups of jobs where the essential nature and purpose of the work are similar. So end of the day, okay, like if your family, assuming in your family, yeah, okay, you're basically staying together, you know, you are eating the same food, Okay, and more or less you have the same activities, activities tend to overlap. So same thing in the company. Okay, when you talk about marketing department, okay, your staffs are basically doing jobs which is relevant to each other. Okay, and end of the day, all of them will go towards the same objective for that department, right? So let's look into the next slide. So how many types of graded structure available out there? So there's 6. Okay, so I'm going to introduce to you only 6. One is narrow graded structures, or we call it multi-graded structures. The second one, we call it broad graded structures. The third one is broad banded structures. The fourth one is carrier family structures. The fifth one is job family structures or market grouping. And the final one is called as pay spines. Okay, so these are the 6 graded structures, right? So let me just show you the first one. Second one, okay, I put it in one particular slide, okay, so that you can compare and contrast each other. Okay, so this is much better, right, rather than having one slide by one slide. Okay, so you can see all the 6 here, all the 6. Okay, you can see this is a narrow multi-graded structure. Okay, you can see that each of these are very narrow. Okay, very narrow, and it is basically in sequence. Okay, so this can be one particular job, this is another job, this is another job, this could be another level. Okay, another level. So that's the reason why it is a bit higher compared to this tree. Okay, if you look at the size of this box, okay, the height of this box is a bit shorter compared to this, because this shows it's already going to a different level. So this might be maybe a supervisory role, okay, and this or a supporting role, and this is considered like a managerial role already. So it's a bit higher, right? So this is narrow or multi-graded structure. Whereas the second one here, okay, figure 46.4, it shows broad banded structure, okay, with zones. I took it from book because I don't take it from internet. Certain things I don't take it from internet. You say, even though it's available in the internet, I'm able to see, okay, which is the right thing and which is the wrong thing. Okay, because I have obtained the knowledge. So when I look into internet, certain sources are wrong. Okay, and certain sources are basically, it is changed according to companies' need. So that's the reason why I need to give you the actual knowledge, okay, which is the fundamental. So that's why I have to take it from the book. The book will explain to you the fundamentals. So if you look at the broad banded structure with zones, okay, you can see, okay, there's zone 1, A1, zone A2, okay, zone A3. So these could be one particular job which has many different grades, okay, like HR assistant, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. Okay, HR executive, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3. So this is different, and it's a modern approach because you can see that it has a band, okay, compared to this. This is traditional approach. If you go to those old method, okay, those companies 20 years or 30 years company, okay, their practices might be using this. Okay, but nowadays the new companies, they are already moving into a new method. So this is the new method, broad banded structure that they use. Most of the companies use this. Okay, I'm sure your company also use this. They use a band system, okay, which is much easier, and it has a lot of advantages compared to narrow because for narrow, you will see that there's many different jobs, okay, too many jobs, too many positions, okay. But if you look at the modern structure, okay, modern structure, you will see that less position, okay, less position, but they will have more bands. Okay, I mean, less position, they will have more grades, grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, and so on. So in that way, a company can actually, they will be able to have a better structure, organization structure, a flat organization structure, not a very narrow organization structure. You see, most of the companies now, they try to make it as flat as possible. They don't want very narrow organization structure. So in this case, you can see here, you see, it's very narrow. Okay, here itself is very narrow, and when you put it in an organization structure, you can see that too many positions. There's many positions out there. Okay, whereas the new approach, you will have less position, but you have a lot of grades. Okay, so this is basically what we call as a broad banded structure. Okay, with zones. This is a job family structure. Okay, this is considered one particular job family. Okay, like when you talk about uh, just now what I was mentioning, marketing department. Okay, marketing department, it has assistant. Okay, it has executive, it has managers. Okay, all this comes under the same, okay, same roof, and you will try to do the comparison between the job family structure itself, right? So this is broad graded structure. Okay, you can see this is also more or less similar with the narrow, but the difference here, it is broader. This is broader. Okay, this is a bit narrow. Okay, this is a bit broader. Little bit better than the narrow lah. Okay, but now most of the companies, okay, they already changed to this. So this is the typical model that we use, right? And this is career family structure. Okay, an example of a university. Yeah, you can see this is career families, right? There's a levels, and these are basically the positions. Okay, and what do they actually carry out? Okay, you can see by looking at the position itself. Like see, number 1 here is a support worker. Okay, whereas number 7 here is the head of department. Okay, when I showed you an example yesterday, yeah, you can see that I think it's under the methods, okay, of job evaluation. You can see that the lower, okay, which means 7 is actually having lower position, whereas number 1 is actually having higher position. Okay, but here is different. That's why I say the levels is defined by the company. Okay, so you cannot be arguing, okay, to your new company that, hey, I was actually in level 7, now you put me in level 1. No, you cannot argue in such a way, because it depends on how company actually define you, right? Define you in their organization, right? So if you look here, 1 is basically the lower level worker, okay, which is the support worker, whereas the 7, when you are in level 7, you are basically heading the department, the whole department. Okay, and the last one, we call it broad bands, okay, divided into career families. So this is considered job families, okay, and this is basically the band. Okay, so here band A, you have 3 levels, band B, you have 3 levels, band C, you have 3 levels, band D, you have 3 levels, right? So besides this, you also have a combination. Okay, sometimes broadband carrier families, it can be combined with the broadband structure. There's also a combination, which means they adopt a hybrid structure. Okay, they can combine these and these together also, right? And for you to carry out all these different type of structure, there's a proper way to do it. There's a formula, there's a calculation involved and so on. Okay, for you to find the dispersion. Now, all these will actually have implications. You see, the distance between this zone A1 and zone A2, it has implications. Okay, the distance between zone A3 and also zone B1. Okay, the distance between this and this, it has implication to your costing and also to your recruitment, your staffing process and so on. Okay, it has an implication even for your reward management. Okay, the dispersion, right, and also the minimum and also the maximum. Okay, even that has some cost involved. Okay, and also there's an implication on reward management and so on, right? And there's a proper calculation. How do you get the midpoint? How do you get the minimum? How do you get the maximum? So it's a technical stuff which I cannot teach you here because it's another lengthy what they call it process. Okay, you need at least 2 days for you to complete all these things, how to calculate and so on. Okay, but it's very interesting. So if you can master this, I'm telling you, you'll be a valuable asset for the company under the HR department. Okay, let's go into pay structures. Okay, any question so far? Okay, let's go for pay structures. So what is pay structures? Yeah.
Sorry, doctor.
Hello.
Sorry, doctor, just one more question.
Yeah.
Okay. Doctor, just want to know if let's say a person who's doing like a multitasking, and let's say the person's position will be in a junior exec, but when the other person in the department left, then they were requested to do the executive level, certain task from executive level, right? So if someone else is going to replace for that particular position, which job description, job grade that we will follow? Is it on the um, to be fair to the staff, do we will follow the executive level, or we can still maintain with the junior executive level positions?
Okay, so you see, like what I mentioned earlier, you see, when you talk about, if you are required to do a job, so is it a favor or is it a switch? Is it a favor or switch?
It will be part of the multitasking role actually. It comes in the last sentence that we put additional roles has been given by the management.
Okay. So when companies say that, okay, this is what we call multitasking. Okay, a person who really knows what is the meaning of multitasking. Okay, so he knows what is happening. Okay, when you talk about multitasking, what is multitasking? Is it something to do with a job which is coming from different level? Like for example, I was requested to help my manager, okay, to do certain job. Is that multitasking? Or my
That will be assisting.
that will be assisting, right? Okay, so certain companies will try to manipulate, so you have to be careful. And this manipulation is not about company manipulating, it's the supervisor who's manipulating. Okay, the superior who's actually manipulating the whole thing. It's not the company. Okay, the company, it is very subjective if you say that the company is manipulating. Okay, it's always the person who's giving the instruction, the person who's leading the department, and also the company who's giving the instruction. Okay, so he or she should be more ethical, okay, when he gives instruction or he be assigned any kind of job. So when you talk about multitasking, okay, I will say that, okay, what is multitasking? Maybe like, okay, I asked Priya, okay, can you head this particular project? Okay, it's a very minor project, so I'm gonna assign you as a leader. Okay, so besides your functional role, you also have your project, okay, that you need to carry out. So that is multitasking. All right, so the word multitasking, multitask. Okay, so you have your own task, you do other tasks as well. So then it is appropriate for you to call multitasking, because you cannot go beyond your job description and also your qualification. Whatever you are doing, you have to go within that boundaries. Okay, you want me to do multitasking, fine, I should be able to do it. If you ask me to do multitasking, if I'm not able to do it, then that is not within your parameters, that is not under your job description, or your specification says that you're qualified to do that particular job. Okay, so these are things that you have to really analyze carefully, okay, before even you assign someone with certain task, right? So there's a proper definition of multitasking, right? Multitasking or manipulation. You have to know the differences. Okay, so I hope that explains.
Yeah. So in terms of the job grade, when we want to do a job description for the next person who will be taking over the job, so we have part of this task which has been carried out by the additional roles which was carried out by this person in the job description, or we have to maintain the originality of the like a junior exec level, then we maintain as that job grades, job descriptions.
Okay, which means you are trying to hire new staff, is it? I mean, can you repeat?
Yeah, we are going to hire a new person, but
Okay,
for that person, the job grade we have to maintain as a junior exec, which we have to take the original job description, or can we use the upgraded level, which since she was doing the executive level tasks as well.
okay. How is your position defined? When in your JD, do you actually define it as junior and senior? Do you actually put the term junior there, or you don't have the word junior? So that junior
We
and
have a
senior is your
junior,
definition.
junior executive, executive, and senior executive.
Okay, so it is how you define that term in your JD. Okay, so if you put it as a junior there, the term junior, then you need to have a separate. Okay, if you don't have junior there, which means the junior and senior is basically your own definition based on the task that you're giving, or it is based on your understanding that sooner or later he'll be able to carry out the full-fledged when he have the competency or she has the competency, then you use the existing one. You don't have to add
Oh,
a new one. Yeah.
okay.
So it depends on how do you define. If you have defined junior, senior, you have a separate JD for that, then have a separate one. Okay, if you don't have a separate one in your organization, okay, it is basically assumed that, okay, I have one particular JD. It doesn't matter whether it's a junior or senior because it's a thin line, okay, which is differentiating the junior and the senior. Okay, it is about competency actually. So you see, in an organization, the word junior and senior, by right, it shouldn't exist. It shouldn't exist because it's about competency. What? You call them junior because he's not competent enough. You call him senior because he's competent. So it's the competency within that particular, it's like this. You see, you have a band A, okay? So zone A1, this person might be a junior, okay? And this person might be a senior, all right? So you should differentiate by using the grade. So he's a executive, grade 1. He's an executive, grade 2. He's an executive, grade 3. So when you say that is an executive grade 1, understood is a junior. Huh? So you don't have to have a separate term that he's a junior. This guy is a senior. You don't have that. And even I don't really advise companies which is actually using acting. What is the meaning of acting? You know, the word acting. I'm acting. You are an acting supervisor. What do you mean by acting supervisor? Are you acting as a supervisor or what? There's no such thing. So these are all terms which is created, which doesn't come under HR term. Okay, which HR knowledge tells you that, okay, there's a word called acting. No, no such thing. Okay, it's only one position. If you go out there also, there's no hiring done for acting. There's no hiring. There shouldn't be any hiring for junior executive, junior manager. What is a junior manager, junior executive? There's only one executive with a different grade, one manager with a different grade. Okay, so these are things, awareness that HR department should have. Okay, any other question? All right, so next, pay structures. So what is pay structures? A grade structure becomes a pay structure when pay ranges, brackets, or scales are attached to each grade, band or level. Then it is called as pay structure, right? So when it's attached together, okay, to each grade, band, and level, okay, when you add in the scales, then it is a pay structure. So pay structures are defined by the number of grades they contain, and especially in narrow or broad graded structures, the span or width of the pay ranges, okay, which is attached to each grade. So that is basically what we call as pay structure. Okay, when you have the numbers, when you have the scale, right? Okay. Okay, any question? So let's look at some videos. Hold on.
Lazada bonus diskon RM10 setiap RM100. Kumpul sekarang. Zara. If this happens to us, I don't know how.
Okay, so I'm sharing with you, okay, base pay structure. What is meant by base pay structure? This is a very niche knowledge, right? So just hold on, let me share the screen.
In step 5, we create a base pay structure. The internal structure developed through job evaluation is merged with external market pay rates in a pay line from which grades and ranges are developed for our compensation plan. Building a compensation plan is a simple 7-step process that will ensure your compensation is internally aligned, externally competitive, and well managed. External competitiveness is the second functional area of building a compensation plan and refers to the pay comparisons with our competitors, other organizations that hire people with the same or similar knowledge, skills, and abilities. External competitiveness requires us to complete market analysis, which we then use to create our base pay structure. In step 5, we build a base pay structure. Building a base pay structure is the process by which we create the pay grades and ranges from job evaluation and market analysis. Job evaluation points are merged with the external market pay rates in a pay line from which grades and ranges in our compensation plan are developed. Recall, more and more organizations are building base pay structures through market pricing alone. It remains my recommendation that the best base pay structures are those created by merging job evaluation with market analysis. The market line that this creates will bring job evaluation points and market analysis to life through a base pay structure like you see here. As you can see in this example, the x-axis represents the evaluation points associated with different jobs that are used to map their importance in the organization. The y-axis represents the salaries the external labor market is paying for those jobs. The result of combining this data is a scatter plot. The market line is drawn to represent the relationship between job evaluation points and the salaries paid for the jobs. It's a line that represents that average or representative of the pay policy that we set.
Okay, so this is what we call market line. Market line. I choose this video because it's quite clear. I like this video even for my students. I used to use these videos because it shows very clearly, okay, about market line. So this is what we call market line. Okay, this is basically the grade. This is basically the range. All right. So we are going into a bit technical part. Maybe certain things that are missed, it is compensated here.
Market lines are developed by calculating the regression equation using statistical analysis techniques. This figure shows an example of a market line and regression equation used in setting a base pay structure. The market line uses data to place jobs having similar point values into pay grades. Pay ranges can then be computed for each pay grade, as you see by the boxes here. Let's take a deeper look. A pay grade is one of the classes, levels, or groups into which jobs of the same or similar values are grouped for compensation purposes. Pay grades help you evaluate where a specific employee should be compensated in your structure. When establishing a pay structure, organizations use pay grades to group individual jobs having approximately the same job worth. All jobs within that particular grade are paid within the same pay range because they share similar value. All jobs in a pay grade will have the same pay range, that is, a maximum, minimum, and midpoint. A pay range is the range of pay rates from minimum to maximum set for a pay grade, class, or level.
Okay, so you see the conflict comes in when you have a new comes in, okay, with the same grade. So you might be earning, okay, if your grade is 5, okay, you are in grade 5 and you are earning around maybe 62,500. Okay, so a new staff which comes in, okay, so he or she might be earning higher than 62,500 or lesser than 62,500. Okay, so what actually justify that the new person which comes in to the company, he's actually earning higher than you or lower than you? Is it because of knowledge? Okay, is it because of skill that he's having? Okay, is have extra professional qualification? Okay, or he has more experiences, working experiences. So what actually determines that? So that is all the questions that you might want to ask.
It puts limits on the rates an employer will pay for a particular job. The salary range is one of the most important determinants of pay on a daily basis. Understanding the fundamentals of a salary range is critical. Every salary range, again, has a minimum, midpoint, and maximum, as you see in this sample. Some companies divide their ranges into thirds, others use quartiles. In all cases, the difference between the minimum and the maximum is referred to as the range spread. The minimum and or the lower portion of the structure are often used as starting salaries. Regardless of range width, the midpoint is geared to the marketplace as much as possible. So the dotted line you see here really represents in this pay grade where the range meets our pay policy in relation to the external market. There are a few ways you can build pay structures. You can use your data to create a market midpoint and then build individual ranges for each and every job in your organization. Doing it this way, each job has a different pay range. Or you can choose to build grades as we just defined. Three main reasons why pay grades are preferred over individual ranges are: they're easier to administer with fewer ranges, they allow decisions regarding internal alignment, and its easier placement of jobs are created through the use of the framework that pay grades provide. Here are 4 easy steps to establish grades and ranges for your compensation plan. First, create pay grades, where we create a structure that reflects organizational strategy. Second, we calculate the midpoint. We use market averages to calculate that midpoint. 3. Determine range widths. Salary range widths typically vary from 25 to 60%. And then 4, we calculate our minimum and maximum. We do the math to identify our min and our max.
Okay, so this is the part I told you that you need to have some formulas, some calculations, okay, in making sure that the pay grade that you are deciding for your organization is something which is acceptable, okay, at market level, and also it's according to your budget. So your company's budget should go okay according to, your pay grade that you are designing, it should go according to your company's budget as well. Okay, the spread is very important, okay, or else company will have very high OPEX, right?
Most Malaysians fantasize about earning US dollar and spend in ringgit, but the only way they know how is either move overseas to work.
Step 1. Create pay grades. To design basic pay grades, cluster like jobs together based on job evaluation points. These clusters become your grades. It's important that you choose the right number of pay grades. You'll want to select a number of grades that allows you to appropriately distinguish between the different difficulty levels of each job. However, you will not want to have so many that the distinction between pay grades is too insignificant. More than 25 pay grades will be difficult to administer, and fewer than 5 will create very broad bands. Although no set of rules govern the establishment of pay grades, 11 to 17 grades are generally used. The number of pay grades you should use should distinguish the difficulty levels of each job, like we've talked about. The number of pay grades varies in response to a few factors. First, the size of your organization. Next, the vertical distance between the highest and lowest level jobs. Next, how you define the jobs within your organization, how well you differentiate between them, and finally, the pay increase and promotion policy for your organization. Step 2, we calculate the midpoint. Once pay grades are determined, the pay range for each grade must be established. Using the cluster's jobs established when you created your grades, average the market data for each cluster. Once jobs are clustered into grades, the respective market values should be averaged to produce an overall average market value for each grade. The average serves as the basis for your range midpoint. The goal in designing midpoints is that each grade is to calculate a midpoint that is as close as possible to the market average value for the grade. Step 3. Determine salary range widths by position. Like most things in compensation, there's no hard and fast rule here. You'll want to do what is best based on the goals of your compensation plan and philosophy and organizational mission, vision, values, and culture. Salary range spreads typically vary from 25 to 60%. Generally, the wider the salary ranges, the more opportunity there is for employees to move up in salary. You may want a broader salary range width if your organization has employees with a lot of longevity, or you want to encourage people to stay in their positions longer. Salary range spreads vary because learning time varies by job level as represented by pay grade. Use lower range spreads at the lower end of the structure and increase range spread as grades increase. It is common to have a broader pay range for higher level job grades because more discretion is needed to reflect capability and performance differentiations in pay. Finally, our fourth step, calculating the minimum and maximum of each salary range. The final step in creating a salary range is determining the minimum and maximum for the range. After you calculate the midpoint for the salary range, you'll do this final step. Once you have your midpoint and you've determined your range widths, you will calculate the minimum by taking the midpoint and dividing it by 1.xx, half of the range spread that you've determined, and the maximum by multiplying the minimum by 1.xx, the whole of the range spread. Let's take a look at a step-by-step example. To calculate the minimum, divide your range spread in half. Then take your midpoint and divide it by 1.xx, with xx equaling half of your range spread. For example, if your midpoint is $30,000 and you want your range width to be 40%, then you would divide the $30,000 by 1.20. This equals $25,000. $25,000 is your minimum for the range. To calculate the maximum, take your minimum and multiply it by 1.xx, with xx equaling your range spread. For example, if your minimum is $25,000 and your range width is 40%, you should multiply $25,000 by 1.40. This equals $35,000. $35,000 is the maximum of your salary range. After a structure is developed, we need to choose who to green.
Okay, this is what I've mentioned yesterday. Okay, rate circle employees. Okay, so we also have green circle employees. So these are all HR terms. So when HR says that, okay, this employee is a red circle, then you should know. Okay, if the employee is green circle, then you should know. Okay, what is the definition of red circle and green circle?
Or red circle. Once pay grades and ranges have been computed, the current pay of employees is compared with the proposed grades and ranges. It may be necessary and advisable to bring any employee below the minimum of the salary range up to that minimum, unless there are justifiable business reasons why the person is below the minimum. You may want to consider implementing a red circle policy for freezing the salaries of individuals who are over the top of the typical salary range of their grade, until the salary market catches up with them. Let's take a look at both situations. A red-circled employee is an employee who's paid above the range for the job. For example, assume that an employee in grade 3 has a current pay rate of $13.50 per hour, but the pay range for grade 3 is $8.98 to $13.02 per hour. The person would be red-circled, and proper administration of the pay system would make the employee ineligible for a pay increase.
Okay, so this is the employee, yeah, okay, who's called as red circle. So they are outliers. They are the outliers. So when they are outside of your band, so this is where, okay, you need to assimilate them. Okay, you have to assimilate. So when to assimilate them? When they go into a different band. Okay, so when you see, these are the issues that we face, okay, in HR. Sometimes those employees which were wrongly paid, okay, because maybe at that period of time we don't have so-called as band system, okay, because you know certain companies, those who are very traditionally oriented, you know, they are small, so they might not have all these things. They might not have the knowledge, okay, to come up with all this band system and so on. So you just simply pay according to your assumption or according to what you feel. So when you throw a pay, Okay, and when you have a band system, when you have new employee comes in, this is where the problem comes. Okay, so you need to assimilate, you need to restructure back, okay, so that these employees will go into the band system.
Several approaches can be used to bring a red circled employees to the pay line. Although the fastest way would be to cut the employee's pay, that approach is not recommended and is seldom used. Instead, the employee's pay should be frozen until the pay range is adjusted upward. Another approach is to give the employee a small lump sum payment but not adjust the pay rate when others are given raises. Of course, an employee being paid above the maximum range is an indicator that either the pay ranges are not keeping pace or the employee should be directed to other development opportunities that would lead to a promotion or some sort of job change. An individual whose pay is below the range for a job is a green-circled employee. Promotion is a major contributor to this situation. Green-circled problems might also be the result from opportunistic hiring when employees are earning below market pay at a former employer. Generally, it's recommended that a satisfactory green-circled employee receive fairly rapid pay increases to reach the pay grade minimum. More frequent increases can be used if the minimum is a great deal above the incumbent's current pay. Now that you understand these concepts, go out and create great base pay structures for your organization. And don't forget to continue with the next step of building a great compensation plan.
Okay. So how was the video? Okay.
Anyone can pursue their dream and carve out the life that they want.
Okay, how was the video? It gives you some ideas how the pay grade is designed, right? Because I mean, we don't have that opportunity to literally do it, okay? Because it takes another, huge class or workshop session. So I have used this video. Of course, a bit lengthy, 10 minutes video to show you how it is actually done, right? I hope at least some of y'all, okay, of course the HR people will be able to know, okay, how these things done technically, but those who are non-HR background, okay, so this is the technical part of HR. Okay, so HR job is not just administrator, remember that. So that's the whole reason why if you want to hire anyone to come into the HR department, okay, they need to go through a structured learning process, and and also skills, okay, so for them to able to meet the requirement of HR job, right? So any questions so far before we go for break? Any question? All are quiet.
No, sir.
Dikshit is quiet, Shalini quiet, Putri, are you okay?
Okay.
All right. Jennifer, are you around? Today you are not visible, Jennifer.
Doctor, she texted me, so I sent message to doctor actually via WhatsApp.
Oh, okay. So should we? Okay. Yeah. I think somebody says that. Yvonne, I think. Yvonne not able to make it today morning. Muru, are you there, Muru? Muru, are you there? Okay. So it's 10:29. So let's go for a break, 15 minutes. Okay, we will be back at 10:45. Okay. So once we are back, then we will continue with some activities. All right. So see you all at 10:45. Thank you. quizzes, some questions, okay, quiz questions. Let us just finish up the another 2 more slides, which I feel it's very important for us to go through. Hold on. Let me just off the background sound. Okay, can you all see the slide?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, okay. So you see, we were actually going through grade structures and pay structures. Okay, and there's some videos, which explains about the technical part. Okay, the whole reason why I've actually showed you the video, not to tell you about the techniques of doing it, but the technical part of the whole process. Okay, which means I want you to know, okay, how critical, okay, is the whole process in ensuring that you'll be able to meet certain expectations. Okay, one is the budget. It can be also to retain the staff, right? Like, let me give you some example. Shalini, are you there? Shalini?
Yes, doctor.
Okay, you see, yeah. Let me ask you one question. If you are in charge of designing, okay, this structure, right, pay structure, and if you are going to increase, okay, the midpoint, okay, if you're going to increase the midpoint, this is the midpoint, okay, this is where you get your market rate, correct or not? So if you're going to increase this, okay, midpoint to a higher level for this the first band here, okay, for band A grade 1, if you're going to increase this X to a higher level, what will be the implication? Shalini, what will be the implication?
I think if you increase, let's say we take zone A1, if you increase the X there, I think all the other zones has to also increase with the same percentage or the same rate.
Okay, so correct. Okay, so you see the dispersion between one grade to another grade. Okay, it will actually create a huge differences, okay, to the whole structure, your pay structure. So besides that, okay, so that is the impact which is going to take place within the pay grade itself. But the other impact, okay, which is a major impact, okay, or I'll put it as the impact towards the company's outcome is very huge. You see, by increasing that, okay, even to maybe 10% or 20%, which means you are going to pay higher for the employees. Okay, because the market rate is here, okay, but you are going against, you are going above, okay, you are going, of course, you are going against, you are going above the market rate, which means the market rate says that this is basically, okay, the X, but you are going higher, which means you are going to increase. Okay, of course, you are being competitive, but at the same time, you should have budget, okay, to sustain the new pay grade that you have structured, right? So that would be the implication, but that is only one implication. It can be also on retention, right? This could be also another retaining strategy, yeah? Okay, retaining staff strategy, whereby by being a bit higher, okay, higher, little bit higher, 10% higher is okay. Okay, don't go 30% higher, 40%. Even that also, there's a rule of thumb. Okay, you see, you have saw the video just now. You saw the video, and there's a rule of thumb for certain things. Okay, the adjustment that you're making, there's a rule of thumb. Okay, there's a dispersion percentage and so on. So if you are going to go against, then you must have a proper justification. Okay, why am I going against the market rate? Okay, I'm going a bit higher. It's okay to be competitive. Okay, but if you're going to go higher, how many percent that you're going to go higher, and how much it is going to impact your OPEX? These are things that you may want to ask. All right. Okay. So go back, you can try to search for your company's pay grade. Okay, of course, HR department, you have all the SS. Okay, this is also companies' secrets. Okay, these are all companies' HR secrets. Okay, where they don't share with others. Right, non-HR people definitely you won't get the SS because this is not transparent. The information on the pay grade, okay, they don't they actually publish it in your employment book, okay, your employee handbook, they will publish it, but they won't publish the detail. Okay, the detail aspect they don't publish it. They might just tell you, okay, this is pay grade, okay, level 1, level 2, how much we are actually paying and so on. Okay, so they can publish that. By right, they're supposed to publish. Okay, companies which don't publish it, then they are not being transparent. All right. So let's look into this information which is coming from McLean and company. Yeah. So I purposely took this, okay, because I want to show you, right, what is the differences between the traditional method and also the broadbanding, the new method, okay, which is adopted by McLean and company. Yeah. So you see, this is the two primary approaches to base pay structure, which is no longer adequate, okay, no longer sufficient. So you can see this is traditional approach where you can see it is very much narrow. Okay, so a traditional structure has many grades. Okay, it has many grades and it is narrow salary ranges. So the differences between the minimum, okay, and the maximum is typically 20% to 40%. This is the so-called as the dispersion, okay, or this is basically the rule of thumb. Okay, if you're going to have a traditional method, so with ranges become broader as you move up the job grades. Okay, it becomes broader and broader. So you see, this one and this one, there's a differences. Okay, this one is broader compared to this, right? So the characteristics, the midpoint provides the guidance. Okay, the midpoint that provides the guidance for maximum and minimum, aligned with organizations that have many levels, right? And HR plays a very big role in administrating the whole process, right? So more focus on internal value of the job. So usually traditional, those companies which has traditional way of doing things, so they will adopt such pay structure, whereby the broadbanding, so this is the new approach. Okay, so you can see a broadband structure combines the many job grades in a traditional structure into fewer broader bands with significantly wider salary ranges. Okay, so the difference between minimum and maximum is typically 100% or more, right? So the characteristics here, no midpoint, there's no midpoint, focus on career development, which means they give importance to other aspect, not just about pay. Okay, they give other aspect as well. This is what we call total reward management. How do you manage everything together? Over promotions due to flatter organizational hierarchy. So you see, when you go for broadbanding, usually your organization structure will be much flatter. Reduction in administration. So HR, they don't have to crack their head in managing it. Okay, which means they don't have to put so much of effort in administrating the whole system, and more market focus. It is more market focused. So this is basically the differences between traditional and also broadbanding. Okay, so you see there's some proverb coming from some quote coming from Kate Becklet. Okay, she's a senior director of Total Rewards and HR Technology Indigo. So she says the global economy and the millennial generation is changing the way we work. Okay, so moving us from vertical and hierarchical to becoming more flat and collaborative as a collective. Okay, you see there's a very important message, okay, she have actually shared. So the old system of climbing the corporate ladder is very much reflected in our current salary structures. Okay, so we need to adapt our thinking about traditional salary structures to enable the reward system in the new world. Okay, so this is what she have shared, which is very much true. You can see many big companies over there, right? They are basically adopting the broadband technique, really. Not no more traditional. You see, it has a lot of implication. The pay structure that you're using, it has a lot of implication towards the organization. Okay, individually or department or even the organization as a whole, right? Okay. So the next slide is basically just to give you some guide, because maybe some of you those who are not from HR. So you see, my slides is always to help out those who are not non-HR background, okay, to understand certain things. These are fundamentals. Okay, when you talk about job family, yeah. So job family is basically consists of this. Okay, so these are basically a diagram which shows job family, job functions, job category, and career level. So this can be one particular department. Okay, so a group of job in the same general occupation. So the functions it can be related to each other, okay, within the family. And when you talk about job category, so it has, of course, the higher level and the lower level. Lower level, which means they are individuals, okay, which is very much related with operational or technical staffs and also professionals. We also have the leadership series, okay, supervisors and managers, right? So I feel that when I go into when I Google and try to find some information, I found this, and I feel that this is very, very informative, right? And in fact, we can actually adapt and adopt to a certain extent in your organization. So you see, it has different levels. This is career level, okay, and this is basically professional level. Okay, you see how they have actually divided those professionals, which is expert, and those professional at the entry level. They don't put that junior, they put their level. Okay, so understood, when you go and check your structure, okay, level 1 means is junior so you don't have to indicate, okay, this person is a junior executive, because you see, these are all it has some implication towards dignity, okay, towards reputation of a person. Okay, correct or not, Shalini? What do you think? If you come into the organization, of course, I mean, you are with a degree qualification, and I call you junior executive. What do you feel? What is your implication?
I wouldn't be too happy lah.
Do you feel anything, any kind of implication towards your level of motivation?
Maybe I wouldn't be I wouldn't be as motivated to do my job because of the position title, especially if somebody who is other colleagues are less experienced with me than me with higher title.
Yeah, this is simply what we call as labeling. So you are labeling a person, right? So you see, end of the day, you have to look at equality, okay, and you have to look at what I always say, that in terms of fairness. Okay, so that's very important, right? Of course, by by putting them in a different labels, okay, that actually it's easier for the organization to actually define and identify that person. But for that individual itself, when they come in with a degree, for instance, and then they are called as junior. Okay, so even your parents, sometimes your parents, when your parents call you as a junior, you don't like it, right? Okay, when they call you, hey, you are just you're very young, you won't understand all these things, you start to feel a bit irritated, and agitated. So same thing. So in the organization, okay, we have to be sensitive. Okay, we have to be very sensitive on people's feeling, right? So of course, certain employees, they don't really pinpoint all these things. Hey, call me junior, they don't pinpoint, but then in their heart, okay, and also the level of motivation will not be the same. Okay, it will not be the same. So it's very important for you to identify them with the title, a generic title, but the levels are basically hidden. You know why? When you talk about these labels, okay, it also indicates your salary. Correct or not? When you are junior executive, you will know, this person's salary must be very low, junior one. You see, indirectly, it's exposing your pay grade. You see, it's exposing your pay grade. But if you say that, okay, he's also a supervisor, he's also a supervisor. Okay, he's a supervisor grade 1, only you know, or the HR department will know that this supervisor is in grade 1 and this supervisor in grade 5. Okay, so indirectly you will not know, okay, how much salary that he's earning, right? So, and you're not being exposed, right? Because these are things which is very sensitive to people, okay, to individuals, it's a very sensitive matters, right? So these are all awareness that you should have, right, in the organization. So moving forward, so you should be, you know, changing all this perspective in your department. So same goes to leadership, right? So we have supervisor 1, supervisor 2, okay, manager 1, manager 2, manager 3, manager 4, right? Then you can even this leveling, you should have grades, okay? Then the grade will have some implication on their pay as well. Okay, so before we go to the next next part, okay, let us just quickly, okay, take part, okay, in a quiz, okay, just to test your knowledge, whether you understand whatever that you have gone through earlier. So I'm testing you on the job description, right? Job description area. Hold on, huh? Are you all ready? Are you all ready?
Yes, doctor.
Yes, huh? Okay. Okay, so these questions will be on job analysis, job description. Okay, the pin is being loaded. Hold on. Okay, so this is the pin. Okay, 2721390. Okay, we have the first person, Lucky Quill. Okay, Blue Octopus, Decisive Goat. Very funny, yeah. The names are very funny. I tell you, these people who have created Kahoot, they must be a very unique person. Okay, Raid, Meerkat. Okay, come on, we have another few more who have yet to enter. We have only 4% here so far.
Doctor, sorry, can type in the chat box the number again?
Okay, let me just share. Okay, I'll give you the link. Okay, I'll give you the link itself. Hold on. Okay, so just use the link to come in. Okay, silver chicken. Okay, we have only 5 participants so far. How about rest? Only 5? How about rest? Only 5. How many of us are here? 8. We have 8% here. Okay, some of them are not here. They'll be joining us later on, right? Priya? So we have 5.
Only,
have
yeah, but now, yes, supposed to be 2%.
Okay, all right. So we'll just continue. Okay, are you all ready? Okay, let's. Okay, this is on job analysis, job description, job specification. Okay, the first question. Okay, what best describe one of the purposes of job analysis? Is it to define the level of coaching? Is it like supervisors? Define the scope of training follow-up studies or process for training purposes? Okay, the answer is to document work processes for training purposes. Okay, so that will be the answer. Maybe it's a bit difficult for those who are non-HR. Okay, a bit technical. Okay, silver chicken scores number 1. Who's silver chicken? Who's silver chicken?
It's me, Doctor.
Okay.
Priya here.
Okay, next. Job analysis is a process of about what? Is it about job holder, job management, or organization? Okay, so the answer is job. So this is quite straightforward now. Straightforward. Next question. Okay, so we have blue octopus leading now. Let's go for the next one. Question number 3. The final process of a job analysis is preparation of 2 elements. What is that? This is also a direct question. It is job specification, job observation, job description, job specification, job observation, or none. Easy question to be able to score. Okay, so the answer should be JD, job description and job specification. Yes, right, or person specification. So these are the 2, right, instrument that you produce from job analysis. Okay, let's go for the next question. Okay, question number 4. Which of the following terms is not associated with job analysis? Okay, task, competitor. Okay, also an easy question. So competitor, right? So that will be something which is not related with job analysis. Okay, let's go for the next one. Some are bonus questions lah, just to make you happy. Okay, next, the written statement of the findings of job analysis called as what? Is it the job design, job description, job classification, or job evaluation? Which of this? Okay, job description. Okay, so this is also a straightforward question. Okay, next. Okay, so let's score. Okay, those who are still behind, come, let's catch up. Job description is written statement of the knowledge, skills, and abilities. Yes, true or false? Okay, the answer is false. Okay, job description is not something to do with knowledge, skills, and abilities. Which one is
Specification, right?
Yes, it is job
As I
specific.
answered true, I realized it's false.
No problem. So it is basically job specification, or we call it as person specification. It's all terms, right, which we use interchangeably. Okay, next. Let's look at the next question. Question number 7. Job analysis results in job description and job specification. Also easy. Also easy. It's just twisting you. It's just twisting, huh? Okay, so you should be able to answer, right? So yeah, yes. Okay, let's go. Okay, blue octopus is leading now. Next question, question number 8. the information collected from job analysis can be used to develop a safety and health program. Yes or no? True or false? Can you use job analysis information for safety and health program? Okay, so we have, all right, so you see, obviously, right, you see what you produce from job analysis, JD and also JS. So JD and JS can be used for all the functions of HR, okay, which safety and health is part of it. Okay, next question. Okay, question number 9. In job analysis, the quantitative aspect of human resource requirement is considered. True or false? This is job analysis. Quantitative aspect. Let's see how many of you all managed to get. Okay, so very good. Okay, most of you all managed to get the right answer. So it's wrong. Next.
Doctor, all of us got wrong.
Yeah, we got wrong.
All of us got wrong.
The previous one, wait.
Yeah, all of us got wrong. I think I confused Sidila for sure.
Okay,
Yeah,
hold on.
wrong.
Okay, now we'll go back to that question. Because I'm looking at the answers, okay, which is right and wrong. So all of you managed to get wrong, is it?
Yes, successfully all wrong.
Successfully all wrong. Okay, now we'll go to the question again. So that is
Okay.
question number 1. Question number 8, is it?
Yeah.
No, it's question number 9.
9. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go back to that. Job analysis comprises of job description and this is also an easy question, so it should be job specification, job or job description. Okay, so it should be job specification or person specification. So JD, of course, obviously no, because the JD is already there. Okay, job is not complete, right? So the answer should be job specification. Okay, let's go for the next question. Question number 11. Okay, I have to see both answers and questions now, because some are twisted. Okay, a written statement of title, duties, work condition has it involved in what? Is it JS, JD? Job cannot be lah. Okay, this is title, duties, working condition has it. Okay, very good. So it should be, you see, remember, anything to do with the task, anything to do with the environment, okay, the context, okay, or anything to do with your, what they call it, your responsibility, okay, so that should come under the JD. So in order for you to carry out that particular task, what do you need? You need to have level of knowledge, you need to have what they call it, your attitude, the right behavior. So that will, that will be job specification. So don't get confused, right? So which one do you develop first, JD or JS? In job analysis, which one do you develop first? You develop JD first or JS first? Or you develop
JS.
I think it's JD, is it not?
Which one?
Converted.
So you see, when you carry out job analysis process, okay, it doesn't come together. It's not concurrent. It's not concurrent. The JD should come first, because if you are the owner of the company, okay, if you're owner of the company, assuming that you have a bakery, okay, you have a bakery and you need someone to actually, carry out the process of making the dough, right? So that is the one that you will identify first, correct or not? You will not be identifying, okay, what person I should choose for the person to do, to carry out all these, to carry out the processes, okay? So it is very subjective, right? If you're going to into that concept or manner, so you should identify the tasks first. What are the tasks that you need, okay, in order for your organization to run? So once you identify the tasks, the processes, then only you look for a qualified person to run the task, okay, or to carry out the task. So the JD should go first, then only the JS, right? Okay. Next question. HR person also get confused. How come, Shalini? How come HR person get confused?
Dr. Sunday.
Okay, next question. Okay, let's go for the next question. Question number 12, right? Qualities in terms of education, experience, training, aptitude required by one. Okay, job specification, job specification. Okay, next question. All right, question number 13. The process of collecting information about what is called job analysis. Okay, so the answer should be what? Many of you all are trapped. Okay, so collecting information about the job is called job analysis. Okay, it's not JD or it's not about JS now. Okay. Okay, next question. Okay, question number 14. Determine the contents associated with job and the human qualities needed to perform the job. JD, JS, job analysis, or job context? Okay, so the answer is what? Job analysis. Okay, so some of you all put what? Job specification. So what is the context associated with job and human qualities? Okay, so that will be the process of job analysis. All right, don't get confused. Okay, question number 15. The information obtained through job analysis is used for preparing what? Job description, work activities, performance standards, or job context? Okay, the answer is job description. The information obtained through job analysis is used for preparing job description. Okay, because it's supposed to be what? Job description and job specification. But here you don't have the job specification. Okay, you don't have person specification. So the answer should be JD, the nearest. Okay, so we have blue octopus still number 1. Question number 16. Process of gathering, analyzing, synthesizing information on jobs done and new jobs envisaged. Okay, forget about the term that even some of you might not get that. So what is that? JD, job specification, job analysis, or human resource inventory? Okay, so it's job analysis. Now you're getting a bit clever. All of you are getting a bit clever now. Okay, good. Okay, next question. Question number 17. Okay, the last question. First step in typical job analysis is to determine the overall organization. The next step is what? First step is to examine the overall organization. The company analysis. So after the company analysis, okay, so many of you, okay, literally everyone did not get the right answer. Okay, so some of you all are answering collect data on jobs. Okay, some says prepare job description. Okay, so you need to select jobs to be analyzed first. You already done the job analysis. I mean, you have already done the organization analysis. Okay, examine the whole organization, which means you have to know what is company's direction, strategic decisions and so on. So once you know that, then you have to identify, okay, what job that you want to analyze. Okay, before even going into the JD and also the GS. Once you identify the job, then only you go for the next process, which is the job, what they call it, description and also the job specification. Okay, so let's go for the question which we misinterpreted. Okay, which question is that? Question number 9, is it? Okay, in a job, the quantitative aspect of human resource requirement is considered as what? So what's the answer? What you all answered? True. You all answered true, is it?
We all answered true.
Yeah, true.
But then
Okay.
it's false.
It's actually false. The quantitative aspect of human resource requirement is considered. So job analysis, it's also confusing. Let me see. In job analysis, the quantitative aspect of human resource requirement is considered. Okay, I think it's incomplete. Okay, it's incomplete. Damai, we just forgo. Okay, you see, many of you all might be wondering, okay, why this particular question is repeating the same thing again and again. Correct or not? How many of you all realize that?
Yeah, pening.
Pening.
I think it's to make us remember and reinforce job analysis.
So this is basically the niche area of assessment. Okay, the niche area of assessment, whereby there's a different type of test. Okay, different type of tests. So this will be very good. Those who are doing training, it's very good. You see, there's a direction, there's an objective. When you give the assessment, certain assessment is to get you to remember concepts. Okay, the terms. Certain questions is for you to know what they call it, the holistic aspect of the knowledge. So they go varieties. Okay, certain things they go very niche. They will test you again and again. Okay, you can actually go into some of the free assessments, free assessment. Okay, like in schools they used to go for that. In schools, usually in secondary, primary school tests, if you realize, some of your parents, right, when you give quizzes to your children, you see how they emphasize on certain things, because they want you to remember the concept. Okay, what is JD, what is JS, what is a person specific. So they want you to remember that. So they will twist and turn the questions so that you don't get confused. Right. So that's the reason why the question just now, it is going around the same concept. Okay, it doesn't go outside of the concept. Okay, so good. I think many of you all get confused. Some of you all, I see that, okay, you made a mistake in that question. Okay, then you get correct in this question, and you made a mistake in the other question, which is basically the similar thing. All right, so that's the reason why we want to sharpen your knowledge, okay, on that particular area. All right, done. Let's continue, okay, with our next slide. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so we were looking at job family just now.
Doctor?
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask you one thing about the, the ninth option, I think, the ninth Kahoot one. It
Yeah.
mentioned like JD is related to the quantitative aspect of human resource behavior, right?
I mean, can you repeat?
JD, no, job analysis is related
Okay.
to the quantitative aspect of human resources, right?
Quantitative aspect of human resources, yes.
But actually it is related to, right? Because your job specification is more related to the human, the abilities, the capacity and all. So the answer should be true, right? Instead of false.
Okay, it is actually asking you whether it's quantitative and quantitative or qualitative, correct or not?
Okay.
Okay,
So
it's
it should be qualitative, right?
okay, it's supposed to be qualitative, not quantitative.
Okay.
It's supposed to be qualitative because okay, we are talking about like person specification or job specification. It touches about attitude, it touches about behavior, it touches about your knowledge. All right. So literally, there's no numbers there. Correct or not? There's no numbers there. So same goes to your job task. Okay, even job task, literally they talk about. What task that you are doing, and also the type of task that they're doing, right? But it is still subjective. I won't agree with that because it can actually, when it comes to JD, yeah, because job analysis has two components, what JD and also JS, right? So it has two. So JS, if they're asking about JS, yeah, I might say yes, true, because it is very much qualitative. But if they ask JD, then I might say that it can be also quantitative. That's why I don't really prefer that question to be accurate, right? So it's slightly a bit inaccurate, right? So it's okay, no problem. I'll give you a bonus mark for that. Okay,
And thank you.
no problem. Okay, let's go for the next part, which is explain the legislative requirements that impact reward practice. Okay, so in ensuring your reward package, or in managing your reward system, okay, we can't deny that there's two aspects, okay, two contexts. One is the internal and another one is external. Okay, and when you talk about external, okay, one of the most significant aspect which is going to give impact, okay, to your reward system is basically the legislative, right? So now we are going to look at legislative, okay, which is very much talking about rules and regulations, law, compliance, and so on. Okay, so when you talk about government policies and legal requirements, so these are basically the current requirement. Okay, so there's three here. One is basically the minimum pay. All right, minimum pay have been emphasized, I think, what, around 5 years? 5 years ago? Is it 5 years already now? Less than 5 years, lah. Less than 5 years. Okay, minimum pay, and they recently announced, okay, the raise of minimum pay. I think now it's 1,002, right? Those who are practicing now, is it 1,002 across the board? I think across the board is 1,002 now. Okay, minimum pay, yeah, right? So which means organization must fulfill the requirement. Okay, must have 1,002. Whereas for Indonesia, okay, 4.42 million. So this is Indonesia. Okay, million here means, okay, it is 4.42. It is not 442 million. Okay, don't get confused. Okay, then we have Philippines. Okay, Philippines is 537. Okay, and then we have peso. I think Philippines peso. Okay, and then Thailand. Okay, Thai baht 337. Okay, and we have many other countries, okay, which is already implementing minimum pay. Okay, not just Asian country. Okay, even in Europe, okay, we already have minimum pay. Singapore, I don't really see. Okay, whether they have already implemented minimum pay or not. Okay, I didn't see Singapore. Okay, but other countries like India is already having it for a very long period of time. Okay, and then America, they have it. Okay, so all these countries are basically using it. Okay, so only a few a few countries who still yet to implement the minimum pay. Yeah, so minimum pay is very important. Okay, why it's very important? Okay, it is basically to ensure that there's no manipulation of pay, okay, when it comes to employer and employee, and also to ensure that economically, okay, and also socially, okay, the employee is basically safeguarded, right? So that's the whole reason. Of course, there's a lot of implication, okay, taxation and so on. But yeah, all right. So this is what we need to fulfill the minimum pay, and then there's also issues on Employment Act. Okay, Employment Act 1955. So if you look at Employment Act, right, there's a working hours requirement, the number of working hours, and then there's also requirement on holidays, okay, hospitalization leave, and then annual leave. There's a requirement for it, okay, which I want you all to discuss in a short while. And then we also have MC, absence, okay, the pay when you are absent. Okay, hospitalization actually falls under here. Okay, if you're hospitalized, okay, you're not there, okay, at your working environment, you are still paid for it, right? So these are three, okay, significant: working hours, holidays, absence. And we also have government requirements, okay, to the company, to the employer, whereby, okay, they have the duty to actually tell, okay, the government about gender pay gap, okay, gender pay gap between male and female employee. And they also have the responsibility, okay, to tell us about CEO pay ratios, okay, and also the annual reports, okay, of the company. Annual report, depending if it's Berhad means limited company, yeah, limited company, then obviously you have to produce your annual report. So these are all requirements, okay, which is coming from the government, okay, based on the policies they are emphasizing, okay, on companies. So any other thing that you like to add on? Any other thing? Okay, now mine. Okay, you don't have to add now. Okay, later on, because I'm going to have it as a discussion. So later you can actually discuss. Okay, what are the government policies and legal requirement? Okay, needed, which actually give impact directly towards your policy, yeah, your reward policy. Right. So this is what I meant just now. Okay, so the minimum pay. Okay, the Employment Act 1950, I mean the requirements coming from Employment Act and also the government requirements is definitely going to give impact to reward policies and practices. All right. So what kind of impact? Okay, and also what are the areas, okay, of these government requirements is going to impact the reward policy and practices is something that I want you all to discuss, because basically you know about minimum pay. Okay, you all know what is the requirement coming from Employment Act, and also you may want to look at Industrial Act as well. Okay, Industrial Act 1963, if I'm not mistaken. So that is also okay having certain requirement when it comes to union, okay, union and industrial relation issues. Okay, and also on the government requirement, you can add in more. Okay, if you feel that right when we deal with the expatriate, for instance, maybe there's additional government requirements needed by the company. Okay, sorry, by the country. Yeah, okay, the country where you are going to send your expatriate outside. Okay, so these are internal government requirement and external government requirements, right? So let's discuss on this, right? So the next discussion, the group discussion, okay, I want you all to explain the legislative requirements that impact reward practices, right? So you need to support with some relevant examples. Take some companies. You can take your own company, or you can take any other company that you know, okay, and try to explain about this legislative requirements, right? Can we do that? Okay, can we do that?
Sorry, what's the question?
Okay, the question will be, hold on, let me share again. Okay, so this will be the question. You need to explain in the group. You need to explain the legislative requirements that impact reward practices. Okay, because all of you by now you should know about the minimum pay, okay, which we have, and then we have the Employment Act 1955, right? The requirements coming from the act itself, and then we have the government requirements, right? So government requirements you can look at, because some of you all are dealing with expatriate, like Putri, you are dealing with expatriate, so you'll be able to look at not only government requirement from our own country, but also from other companies, right? Other countries. So how this is going to give impact to your policy making, okay, when it comes to reward, okay, and its practices, right? So let's discuss on this, okay, and I want you all to choose at least one or two companies, okay, to actually do the comparison, right? One or two companies you can either look for any of our local companies, or you can also look at multinational companies, right? Okay, can we do this? So let's have a breakout room. Okay, let me just set. Okay, how many of you all here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Muru, are you here, Muru? Muru is also not here, Priya.
I don't think so.
Muru is not here also. Okay, I mean, let me just see whether I can have two groups. Okay, we will have two groups, okay, which means we have 3 person in a group. So Jennifer, Putri, and Shalini will be in one group. Dikshit, Christy, and Muru will be another group. Okay, so this is the two groups. Okay, we'll be discussing on the areas that I've just mentioned to you. So let's have the discussion. Be more detailed. Okay, and try to be more critical when you're discussing about these matters, right? Because it's
Doctor,
about,
I think rather than we make a comparison between two companies, right? Just now you said two. Maybe we can do between two countries. For example, Malaysia and Singapore, because at least we know one and we can compare another one. Can we do that?
That's a good idea also. That's a good idea also, because you can I mean, when you compare like two companies, when you compare with two companies, you can actually say that, okay, this is a American company. Okay, so maybe there's a requirement coming from American government, for instance. Okay, what are the requirements? And also our local company, maybe Proton. Okay, so what are the requirements? Okay, or Asia, what are the requirements? Okay, from our local government or legislative. So yeah, you can compare between the country. I think that would be good. Okay, so it will give some advantage. Okay, on global aspect. Okay, not just Malaysia. Okay, we'll be able to look at other countries aspect as well. So let's have that discussion. Okay, let's share all your tacit knowledge. Okay, those who are from HR background. Okay, please do share. I think let me just see. I think Dixie. Christy, are you from HR? Christy?
No.
No, okay. I need to change Shalini. Shalini, I need to change you, Shalini. I need to change you to room 2, and I will get Christy to go for room 1. Okay, so we have Jennifer, Christy, and Putri in room 1, and we have Dikshit, Muru, and Shalini in room 2. Okay, and Priya, you're not here. How come Priya is not here? Oh, because Priya is host. Oh, okay, because you're host.
Okay.
You have to change. How to change? You have to go out, is it? You have to go out and come back again, I guess. Okay. Okay, so
Okay, doctor can make me as a co-host and then.
okay, let me just make you as a co-host. Okay. Okay, I have to recreate. Hold on. Okay, we have Dikshit, Priya, and Putri in room 2. Okay, and we have Shalini, Muru, Christy, and Jennifer in room 1. Okay, so that will be the new group. Okay, so yeah, let's go into the room and have our discussion. Okay, you'll be given time up to now. It's 11:40. Okay, maybe we can discuss. Okay, 12 o'clock. Is it okay? Okay, until 12, right? So let's start. Okay, is everyone here?
Yes, boss.
Okay. So let's start with the first group. Okay, maybe first group would be Shalini.
Yes, doctor. Okay.
Okay, so we'll start with your group first.
So doctor, it's only Christy and me in the group. So we only managed to do for Malaysia only.
No problem, because we have some who's not here, so they have already excused themselves. So we have no choice. We need to have only 2% in a group. But now,
Okay.
two powerful ladies. I'm sure you'll be able to come out with a good discussion. Okay, go ahead.
So this is based on what our knowledge that we know about Malaysia. So the legislative,
Okay.
our base is mostly on what is written in Employment Act, whatever that we can remember. So one is the pay deduction. Okay, this one I know I'm not very sure if it's in the Employment Act, but I know this is something that EPF follows. Limit on monthly deduction. So usually employee can add on your personal contribution to EPF, but
Yes.
EPF has a law, a clause that states that you cannot contribute more to a certain level, more than whatever is lesser than your take-home salary. So there are some people who are, especially those who are really high earning, high income people, who tend to contribute like 30% of their contribution to EPF, because the dividend is higher, about 6% last time lah. Now it's much lower, but previously it was quite high. So some high income earners, they usually contribute very, very large sums to EPF. So EPF will only allow to a certain extent, because the balance of, after your tax deduction and your SOCSO, is not much, but after that, your take home salary cannot be 50% lesser than your original take home salary, because they don't allow too much of contribution. Then your whatever you take home won't be enough for you. So they have this kind of clause. I'm not really sure, but I know this was something done in my previous company, because my boss used to contribute 35%. Yeah, so there's always a limit to how much you can contribute. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I have to go back and check which clause, but I know there's a certain limit. That's just so that people don't over contribute to EPF lah. Then your take home not enough. Yeah, so that.
Yeah,
I know
that is true. That is true, Shalini. There's a limit for deduction, pay deduction, to a certain extent only. You cannot have too much. Even EPF doesn't allow you to. They have a requirement actually. EPF have a requirement. You cannot go for a certain level of percentage.
Yep. Even taxes also, IRB also, if let's say there's an employee who there's a person who underpaid their taxes, when IRB sends you the CP38, they will usually send the CP38 form to the employer to request the employer to deduct from the person, from the employee. So they will not get the employer to usually deduct a lump sum. They will split it into few months, so that it's not too taxing on the person itself. So sometimes, let's say maybe you terkurang bayar, that means you pay lesser, 1,000 ringgit. They won't, because sometimes the only way for them to get the money back is to get the employer to deduct from the salary. So they will send a letter to the employer, and usually they won't ask you to deduct 1,000 ringgit one shot, unless it's a high earning person, high income person, or they will usually just split it into a few months, maybe 3 months. So it's like 300 is not too much deduction. Yeah, so IRB has that, EPF has that. Exact clause, I'm not sure, but I know that's something that they have.
Okay.
And then working hours. To ensure no labor exploitation, we have a max of 8 working hours a day. So, we don't want to, it's there because you don't want to tax the employee, you don't want to tax the worker. And if you say they have to work more, we also have the overtime payment in our legislative, that any work done is basically, any work done more than the working hours must be paid. This one can be, it's both ways. It's also an impact to the employee and also the employer, because employee, if you don't, you make them work, you make your staffs work, but you don't pay them OT, that's not right. And also there's also exploitation from the employee side. Sometimes they don't work until 5 o'clock, after 5 o'clock, suddenly they start working and then they go and claim OT. So that's exploitation on the employee's part. So it's both ways. I think both also got pros, both also got cons. So the employer to not be exploited, they also have to make sure the supervisors, those who are working overtime, they are working overtime, not just, you know, purposely working overtime to simply claim from the company. It's also a way of worker retention because they know that if they work extra hours, they get paid. And you know, when you work on public holidays, you get paid 3 times. So there's those clauses like you work rest days. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's twice. I'm not really sure. And then minimum wage is to ensure no labor exploitation, and also is there because you want to ensure that employees are able to survive on the basics. Although it's still not enough, but at least this is something. Annual leave is a benefit to attract new employees and also a talent retention. So if a company is looking at giving the annual leave more than what's in the Employment Act, it is definitely a benefit. If you look at a company who's giving 18 days as opposed to a company who provides 22 days as a start, it is a benefit because annual leave is a paid benefit. It is monetary, but it's not direct monetary, so it is a benefit. If you are giving more, it's definitely good. Sick hospitalization leave also, of course, it encourages employee well-being. You know, if you're allowing your staff to take, in Employment Act there is like a clause, you know, on the number of days, but I know most companies, they are not so stringent and follow the Employment Act. They give you more. So sometimes it's 60 days, they will mix sick and hospitalization, 60 days or 90 days. Maternity leave, you're encouraging female employees. You know, if the law is 60 days, but a lot of companies also take 90 days. So the more you give, you know, you are attracting your female talents as well, and that flexibility around that as well. So there is something that I put here, benefit is added. It also means additional flexibility because sometimes, you know, I know some companies, they allow their employees to extend the maternity leave, of course unpaid, but to maybe just extend it and they have that confidence that their job is still there. Although they're extending the maternity leave unpaid, but they know that they won't be replaced. And also some companies do give maternity allowance. This is not in the Employment Act or anything, but this is just an added advantage that companies give. Public holidays, of course, they are not, we have, I think, 11 days, if I'm not mistaken, that companies have to observe, which is mandatory. But if let's say a company follows all the public holidays, of course it's better lah. Everyone also want like that. Every public holiday. Malaysia is one of the countries with the highest number of public holidays in the world. So of course, if we get to enjoy everything, somewhere nice lah. Employment age eliminates possibility of child labor. So when the government is strict with, you know, when the government and the company is strict on who's being employed, so you know you're not taking anybody who is you know, like 17, 18 and below. So you reduce, you don't have all the sweatshop incidents and all that. So Christy, you want to add anything?
Not really. I think you've said it all. At least in the context of Malaysia.
Okay, well done, Christy, and also Shalini. Yeah. Okay, so I think when it comes to pay deduction, so you see pay deduction, like what Shalini have explained earlier. So we have the EPF, okay, EPF deduction from employer and also employee. So this is very important for you to observe. Okay, so as a HR department, you should be aware that, okay, such deduction is basically there. Okay, and it is also a reward. Okay, the EPF is basically a reward. Okay, and it is a long-term reward. It is going to be a reward after you completed your, what they call it, your work in that particular, until the age limit of 60, which means it is basically your retirement benefit. Okay, it's a benefit given to you, as part of the reward. So those days, SOCSO is something which is not compulsory, but now SOCSO become compulsory. Okay, and SOCSO's percentage is very little. Okay, I think it's like what, few ringgits like that you have to pay. All right, depending on your salary. And then another thing that you forgot, Shalini. It's not a deduction from pay. It is on top of the pay. What is that?
Allowance.
No, not allowances.
On top of the pay, benefits.
Yeah, benefit.
This annual leave, sick leave is all considered as benefit, so what, right?
Yeah. Sick leave is benefit. Paternity leave is benefit. Okay, public holidays, yeah, it's also part of the benefit. Something you've forgotten already.
Dividend, taxable dividend, about that.
Dividend? No. We are talking about legislative, legislative requirements. Of course, there's when you talk of benefits from company, there's many huge benefit companies can actually give you. But when we look at the context of legislative, of course, it is narrowed down to all this. So there's one more, which is a requirement. So let's see. Now, mind, it's okay.
Statutory payment.
What is that?
Statutory payment.
Statutory payment.
EPF, your SOCSO.
Okay, so you have already listed down there, right? Statutory payment is already here, right? So there's one more. Now, mind, we keep it surprise. We will see the other group whether they have highlighted that or not. Okay, so these are so these are basically the list. Okay, and all the what they call it calculation for OT. Yeah, even you know, when you say that, okay, this many hours that you have contributed for OT, okay, there's a proper calculation that you have to follow. So the formula you cannot create yourself. Okay, you cannot, as an organization, as a HR department, you cannot have your own calculation for OT and so on. You have to follow strictly from the Employment Act. Okay, so they have already spelled out, okay, this is the calculation you have to follow, okay, how many days and so on, and eventually you will get, okay, these are the deduction that, I mean, these are the payment that you have to do for your staff, right? So these are all statutory requirements, right? So let's see the next group. Next group, Putri's group.
Yeah, can you share the slide?
Yeah. Putri, can you see the slide?
Yes, I can. Do you want me to present or you can present?
Yeah, you can carry on, I guess.
Okay. So we actually make a comparison between two countries. So in my team, there's Priya, myself, and DJ. So it's compared between Grab Malaysia and Grab Singapore. In holiday, in Singapore, the mandatory holiday that need to be provided to all employees will be 11 days. However, in Malaysia, we have various type of holiday. One is the mandatory, the gazetted one, and another one will be the state's holiday. So we have like additional 8 more compared to Singapore. And meanwhile, will be the tax. The tax here in Malaysia for us, for the non-resident, is actually up to 30%. Meanwhile, in Singapore, is only 22%, with the average flat rate of only 50%. So people, despite the cost of living in Singapore tend to be a bit more expensive, the tax that the workers need to pay is actually lesser compared to Malaysia. So moving to the next bit is actually the EPF and CPF contribution. So this is some of the mandatory one. We just go through the Malaysia first before we go to the next one. Malaysia, employee can contribute 9%, and employer, depending on their salary scale, whether it's like 5%, more than 5,000, or it's less than 5,000. Maybe you want to share the next slide. Okay, so this is a side-by-side comparison actually. On this side is actually the Singapore one. Singapore, how they differentiate between the amount of percentage the employer need to contribute is actually based on age. You can see here. So if the person is less than 55 years old, the employer contribute 17% is more. This is the highest. As people grow older, the contribution become lesser. Meanwhile, in Malaysia, we base on the amount of wage that you got, regardless of your age. So that's how we actually differentiate between the two countries. Okay. Previous slide back. Okay. Meanwhile, for minimum wage in Malaysia, we have like 1,200 our minimum right now. But in Singapore, it's actually depending on the type of visa that you have. For example, local over there, the local is like Sing dollar 1,400. But if you hold like a S visa or EP visa, the S visa is like higher end lah. The normal work permit, each type of this, depending on the sectors, have their own minimum wage. So it's not like Malaysia. That's how company have to become like extra mindful when the wage being brought into picture. So not inside this slide is actually maternity leave. In Malaysia, our minimum will be 8 weeks, equivalent to 2 months. But in Singapore, their maternity is a bit unique, in which it varies from 12 weeks to 16 weeks, depending on the citizenship of your baby. So if your baby is Singapore citizen, you can get 16 weeks. But if your baby is non-foreigner, you got 12 weeks. So if you got the 16 weeks, you can even reimburse the payment of the leave that you paid to your staff to the government. So that's why there's a varies. One is paid and one is non-paid. And then the lastly, with termination, not here as well. Termination in Malaysia, despite you are misconduct or maybe you have like some sort of issues, we still have to serve you the notice period. In Singapore, no need. They just give you like, okay, you just this is what you have done. We do not need to serve you a notice. Because in Malaysia, we have the Unjust Act, the Malaysian IR 1965. In Singapore, their latest act succeed the poor performance and misconduct. Okay. You guys wanted to add anything? Priya or DJ?
From my side, no.
All okay from my side too.
Any question?
Okay, so thanks, Putri, Priya, and Dikshita. So we can see that in this group, okay, the numbers are shown. So this is more quantitative, okay, whereby you can see the number of holidays given, okay, by Grab Singapore. Okay, so it is very specified to company. Yeah, so it can be even higher actually. Okay, I think this doesn't actually indicate the minimum requirement by Singapore government or the Malaysian government. Am I right, Putri? So this is company, right? Company is telling that 11 days.
This is like the mandatory one, but this is yeah. So they can add on as they feel free.
Okay, so which means the one which is highlighted here, 11 days is basically what is required by government of Singapore. So this could be minimum. And 10 days plus 9 is also coming from our Employment Act, I believe. It's our Employment Act, right?
Our Employment Act, yeah, 10 days. But we have like the 9 days, because of the location.
So if you are going to talk about Grab Malaysia, I think Grab might have more lah. Definitely. I mean, if they want to, like when you talk about holidays, okay, holidays, Grab Singapore and Grab Malaysia, okay, holidays is different than the annual leave and also EPF, but this holidays is basically national or state holidays. Again, this is what I think referred here. But when it comes to annual leave or when it comes to sick leave, all that. So did you actually manage to get the numbers from Grab Singapore and Grab Malaysia?
No, it was not being published. I don't think so any company published.
Okay. Okay, so if
it's for the sake of comparison, we just name. If not, I just put Malaysia versus Singapore.
So you see, if you know, how do you actually get those information? This is what we call grape communication. Sometimes, you know, you want to get the data, you have to go to the blogs. Blogs will actually have the data. Of course, I mean, literally the company won't publish. But how I get the data sometimes, I go into blogs. Blog, sometimes people will publish there. Okay, I'm actually working in this company. I'm given this much of salary, you know, this much of annual leave. You can actually grab it from there, right? But it's okay, not an issue, All right, and in terms of tax, okay, so these are basically the tax rate. And is tax part of the reward? Is part of the reward? Or it is part of the service which is given for the reward system?
I
How
think
do you look
it's
at
a
it?
part of a reward because sometimes people prefer to work in Singapore because of the lower tax.
Okay, so it is basically part of the
Like,
reward.
Yeah, because sometimes the management, they would prefer to
Okay.
be in Singapore. That's the tax, man. But then in Malaysia, they would just put their normal stuff.
Okay. So it can be, it is basically depending on how do you actually perceive, right? Certain, like what Putri says, okay, if you go to Singapore, maybe tax is much lesser. You know, if you work in Malaysia, okay, tax is a bit higher, right? So certain companies, they actually facilitate. Okay, tax will be parked under benefit whereby they facilitate all these what they call it, taxation issues, right? So it's depending. And one more thing, okay, besides EPF, SOCSO, okay, okay, there's also minimum wage requirements. So what other things? Okay, I think this group also did not highlight something which I feel very closely related to us now at this point of time. What is that?
Is it under COVID?
COVID, COVID, anything given by companies on the COVID, or is it
Travel pass or kind of thing, or
any new requirement comes due to this COVID issues?
the quarantine?
Could be work permit.
Vaccination?
I think
Vaccine.
can we put vaccination, or maybe we can put health insurance?
Okay, maybe in terms of health insurance, because but that I think is not really implemented yet. It is still going on in the parliament, if I'm mistaken. When you talk about insurance, I still remember, okay, they were still talking in the parliament, but I think they have not really announced that, okay, it is going to be compulsory, okay, because they already have a SOCSO already. Okay, they have SOCSO, but SOCSO's contribution is very less. Okay, it might not be able to what they call it, support, okay, when it comes to all these other issues due to this COVID. Okay, but what I wanted to highlight here is basically the contribution which is coming from company on top of your salary. So what kind of contribution on top of your salary, which is also part of you can perceive it as a reward. What is that?
Is it work from home or? Oh.
Y'all forget HRDF.
Ah,
You all forget HRDF. So you see, HRDF is also, it's part of the what they call it, a statutory requirement. Okay, so now it becomes statutory requirement. It is something which is compulsory. Every companies, okay, they have to contribute, but they still have that cost, the level of shares, okay, whether you are limited company, okay, non-limited or private limited, but private limited is also compulsory now, depending on how much is their what they call profit and so on. So that is taken into consideration, but it is still a statutory requirement. It's compulsory, okay, under the act also. HRDF, they have their own act. They have
It's
their own act.
compulsory for local only, right? For all these things.
Malaysian company, because the whole objective is basically to increase the what they call it, so-called as pekerja mahir lah.
Because I recall like HRDF not applicable for foreigner. Yeah.
Foreigner, no,
Yeah,
not for
correct.
foreigners, only for Malaysian employees, okay, and it is basically giving an advantage whereby you'll be able to what they call it, reward the employees with trainings and so on. So it's part of the reward system.
Yeah, same as EPF as well.
So I think maybe in the future, okay, they might be looking at how they can actually contribute to foreigners as well. Okay, foreigners who's working here, maybe they have a PR, for instance. So if they have PR, whether they should be given this benefit or not. So if they get this benefit, it will be good, because end of the day, the contribution comes to Malaysian, okay, to Malaysian government and also Malaysian company. Yeah, right. So that is something that they have to look at. They have to look at the output. Okay, end of the day, okay, when they recruit talented people and they are being trained, So where is the contribution coming? So is it coming into the company, or is it going outside of the company, or is it coming to Malaysia, or is it going outside of Malaysia? So this is something that they have to really look at and also analyze, right? So, but so far, yeah, you are right, Putri, only for Malaysians. Okay, the requirement is only for Malaysian. Dixit, do you actually contribute to EPF? Sorry, to HRDF?
Expatriates, no, doctor.
Expatriate, no.
They don't
Okay.
contribute.
Okay. So if you are PR, I'm not really sure about PR. But Malaysian, yes. Malaysian, yes. But PR, I'm not sure. Okay, they have already implemented or not. Because PR, they're basically staying here. Their contribution is basically here, right? Unless they are, what they call it, not PR. If they're expatriate, then there's different altogether. Okay, so
Usually
yeah.
for HRDF, right, doctor, we don't deduct from employees' salary. Instead, it will be the burden cost for the company.
That's why it's on top. It's on top of your salary. It depends on
Okay.
the percentage. Okay, so it's I think if I'm mistaken, it is still 1%. Then it is still 1% if I'm mistaken. 1%.
Yes.
It is still 1%, right? So unless they declare a higher percentage, so it is a very huge advantage for employees because you can be trained, and it is important for organization to make use of the money. Because if you don't make use of the money, it is going to so-called as I mean, it is going to what they call, what is the term that we use? I think Priya knows about it. What will happen if you don't use the money?
HRDF will be putting it under the schemes, like the
Okay.
sponsored programs schemes.
Okay, so those days I still remember when I was in charge of training. What will happen is the money will be burned. Okay, HRD will tell, okay, if you don't use it until end of the year, that particular contribution for the year will be burned. That is how they actually indirectly, motivate us, okay, to send more employees. But of course, when they send the employees, they'll be looking at lot of things, okay, because the scheme, okay, that you are using in order to send your employees. I think those days there are many schemes. Now I think the one which is very significant is the
SBL has.
SBL has. SBL has is the scheme that we are using. But those days I still remember there's so many different type of scheme. Okay, so but of course, so all these are basically it's a reward for the employees, indirect reward I would say, right? And it is something which is compulsory, and companies have to follow it. Okay, if company don't follow it, they can be punished. Okay, they can be penalized for it. All right. Okay, any other questions that you would like to ask, okay, which falls under the legislation? Okay, and how the most important thing is, of course, you have actually seen what are the requirements coming from legislation, but the most important thing, how this is going to impact when you design your reward system. Okay, so impact here is basically you need to fulfill the requirements. That is the impact. Okay, so if you don't fulfill the requirements, then you'll be punished. So it's quite straightforward, right? So you need to fulfill the requirements, right? Okay, any other questions before we look into your assignment? Any questions? Okay, if there's no question, okay, let me share with you, okay, your assessment. So before we go for break, let me just take this half an hour, share with you your assessment for this module. Hold on. Okay, so let me know if you're not able to see the screen. Hold on, let me share with you. Okay, so this is basically the assessment for this module. So 5HR03, reward for performance and contribution. So this is basically your assessment brief. Level 5 associate diploma in people management. Okay, so this is basically your front page. So you have to fulfill all these requirements. Okay, and this is the description. So remember, okay, all your assessment have a duration. So this will be also 2 weeks, right, Priya? Also 2 weeks, right? Priya, are you there?
4 weeks, right? Last time.
So that's why I need to clarify. Is it 2 weeks?
4 weeks, doctor.
4 weeks, okay. So 4 weeks, 4 weeks will be like a month, okay, from tomorrow onwards, from tomorrow onwards. So which means you have to submit on 31st. 31st. Is it 31st or 1st of January? 2022. That will be next year already. So let's make it as 31st. Okay, 31st, 4 weeks means 31st, all right, 31st of December, okay, 2021. So let's look at the question here. Okay, so this unit focuses on how internal and external business factors influence reward strategies and policies, the financial drivers, okay, of the organization, and the impact of reward costs. So it considers.
I cannot see the slide.
Cannot see, yeah.
It's like blind or something.
How about others? How about others? Can you all see?
No,
Cannot
cannot see.
Cannot see. Okay, hold
It's
on.
the black screen, doctor.
Oh, black screen. Okay, hold on. Just okay. How about now?
Now can.
Okay. Okay.
Yes, can see.
Okay. So let me just make it bigger. Okay. All right. So where am I? Okay. So it considers the importance of the role of people practice in supporting managers to make robust and professional reward judgments and the impact of rewarding performance. Okay, so you evaluate the principles of reward and its importance to culture and performance management and how policies and practices are implemented. Okay, so you will explain how people and organizational performance impacts approaches to reward and the different types of benefits offered by organization. So you will evaluate the most appropriate or suitable ways in which data can be gathered and measured and develop insight from benchmarking data. So additionally, you will develop reward packages and explain legislative requirements that impact reward practice. So finally, you will review the role of people practice in supporting managers to make consistent and appropriate reward judgments aligned to agreed approaches. Okay, so this is basically the description. So let me see the learning outcome, right? So learning outcome here, okay, it's evaluating 3. The first one is you should be able to understand the impact of reward approaches and packages. Number 2, you should be able to develop insight from benchmarking data to inform reward approaches. Number 3, you should be able to understand the role of people professionals in supporting line managers to make reward decisions. Okay, so these are the 3 learning outcomes that you should be able to achieve, okay, at the end of this assessment. So let's look at CIPD's inside, right? So we have strategic reward and total reward. So outline the main characteristics of strategic and total reward and looks at designing and implementing reward strategies across the organization. Okay, so this will be CIPDs inside. So let's look at the second one. Let's go through first. Okay, go through first. If you have any question, reserve it first. Then once we have completed, then you can ask the question, because you need to understand the whole aspect of the question first, the assessment. So what are the strategic reward and total reward? Okay, so there's explanation what is strategic reward here, right? And what is total reward? Okay, so what is the links between strategic and total reward? Okay, so there's an explanation here. Okay, what is total reward? And also what is meant by the linkage between strategic and total reward. So it is basically, okay, giving you an explanation. So this is CIPD's explanation on the concept, okay, on the concept, on the terms. So let's look at the case study. So this is basically your case study on P&I technologies. So read the case study. Okay, it is going to be giving you some information on relevant to reward management. So you can see that there's a question down here. Okay, preparation for the task. Okay, so at the start of your assignment, you are encouraged to plan your assessment work with your assessor, and where appropriate, agree milestones so that they can help you monitor your progress. Okay, sorry about the alignment, because okay, so let me just make some adjustment before I send to you. Okay, refer to the indicative content in the unit to guide and support your evidence. Pay attention to how your evidence is presented. Remember, you are working in the people practice team. Okay, so people practice team here means is the HR department. Okay, so this is the concept which is used by CIPD itself. Okay, ensure that the evidence generated for this assessment remains your own work. Okay, so which means, okay, whatever evidence that you are finding, okay, whatever evidence here means your own work. Okay, the work that you are doing, okay, the justification that you are giving. All right, it is not the external evidence that you are taking. Okay, you can get a lot of what they call it, evidences from outside. Okay, if you want to put it as a bibliography, you may put it. Okay, but if you want to use it, okay, in your work, which means, you know, certain terms, certain concepts, if you want to use it as your own work, then you have to rephrase it. Okay, so it should be purely your own work, right? Certain things you might need to cite, okay, and you have to include in your references. So do remember that this is academic approach. So you will also benefit from completing and acting on formative feedback from your assessor, okay, reflecting on your own experiences of learning opportunities and continuous professional development. Okay, reading the CIPD Insight, fact sheets, and related online material on these topics. Okay, so CIPD Insight is basically here. This is the CIPD Insight. Okay, fact sheets and related online material. Okay, so I'm not sure whether you have the access for online material. You all have the access for online materials?
No, I don't.
No, you all don't have online access. Okay, now you can.
They'll be able to log into the CIPD member portal, Doctor.
Okay, then it's good. So if you have that, that is basically the access. Okay, same like SHRM, you know, there you have the access. So if you have the username, the password, then you should be able to go into the CIPD online database. From there, you'll be able to get all this information. Okay, there's a lot of notes and so on. Okay, so let's look at task 1. Okay, task 1. Okay, let's look at the guidance, task 1 guidance document. You have received a request, okay, from a colleague from your subsidiary for an understanding of issues relating to the impact of reward approaches and packages. They also want to understand how benchmarking data can inform reward approaches. Generate a guidance document that covers these two areas, including current models and thinking around the subject. So you may wish to break down the guidance document into the following sections. Okay, so these are basically the guidance document requirements. So let's look at section 1. Okay, the impact of reward approaches and packages. So you should evaluate the principles of reward and its importance to organizational culture and performance management. You should explain how policy initiatives and practices are implemented. You should explain how people and organizational performance can impact on the approach to reward. And number 4, compare the different types of benefits offered by organization and the merits of each. All right, so this will be number 4. Number 5, last one for section 1, assess the contribution of extrinsic and intrinsic rewards to improving employee contribution and sustain organizational performance. All right, so these are basically your guidance, okay, for section 1. Section 2, benchmarking data to inform reward approaches. Okay, assess, number 6, assess the business context of reward environment. Number 7, evaluate the most appropriate ways in which benchmarking data can be gathered and measured to develop insight. Okay, number 8, develop organizational reward packages and approaches based on insight. And number 9, explain the legislative requirements that impact reward practices. Okay, so this is section 2 on benchmarking data to inform reward approaches. So please ensure that any references and sources drawn upon are acknowledged correctly and supported by a bibliography. Okay, so sometimes, I mean, certain academic institution, they will differentiate between bibliography and references. Okay, certain institution, they will just put in bibliography. So bibliography here is basically the references. Okay, you have the citation, you have the references. Okay, so your evidence here must consist of guidance document, which is approximately should be around 2,700 words. Okay, so you may want to refer to CIPD word count policy.
Doctor, is there a specific format for guidance document? What is meant by guidance document? Is there a format, like specific format we need to follow, or it's just like answering in a normal Word document?
Answering in a normal Word document. This is basically the guidance lah. This is the guidance there. Your guidance document should include the following. So this is basically the guidance which you need to follow. Okay, there's no specific like which format to use and so on. Basically, the question needs, I mean, the requirement is basically to follow these principles lah. As long you follow, then I think shouldn't be a problem. So it should be in a Word document. Yeah, it should be in a Word document. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Their CIPD's guidance document, it's actually referring to their requirement here. This is basically reflecting to the learning outcome. Remember when I used the slide, I used to put there, okay, 1.2, 2.2. So that is basically their requirements, their guidance. Okay, so that is for task number 1. Okay, and this is basically the requirements. And for task number 2, okay, it is basically a blog article. Okay, so what is this blog article? Okay, let's see. Together with the guidance document, your manager has asked you to create an article to be published on the HR team's online new page. Okay, so I mean, you are requested to do a blog, right? So your own blog. You all know what is blog, right? Okay, so your manager is basically asking you to create an article, okay, so that they can actually publish, okay, in HR team's online news page, right? So that is basically, maybe it is their brand, HR teams, right? That is their brand. and you are required to publish a blog. So this article should be titled Supporting Line Managers to Make Reward Decisions. Okay, the role of people professionals. So who is people professional here? Who's people professionals? Shalini, Shalini, who's people professional, Shalini?
The HR?
Yes, very good. Okay, so people's professionals here is referring to HR. Because for CIPD, right, if you look at the concept that they're using, if you look at any of these of their articles or even their book, they use people. People here is referring to HR. Okay, so HR professionals. So it should be aimed at people requiring information and guidance, and your blog article should cover the areas below. Okay, so it is in sequence. You don't have to follow sequence. It can be in any sequence. All right. So number one, you should assess different approaches to people management. Sorry, performance management, not people. Sorry, performance management. Number two, review the role of people practice, which is HR practice, in supporting line managers to make consistent and appropriate reward judgments. That is number two. Number three, explain how line managers make reward judgments based on organizational approaches to reward. Okay, so that is number three. So you can have any sequence according to them. Okay, in any sequence, you can follow any sequence as long as you acknowledge all the three. Okay, so this part we are going to cover after the break. Right. So the important part of this article that you are going to publish in your blog, okay, is covering the above areas. So as long, okay, you cover the three. Of course, you can have any other information that you want to include, something to do with reward management. Maybe you might want to start off with some intro and so on. That's fine. As long you acknowledge all the three here, number one, number two, number three, then you are basically fulfilling the requirement. So you should consider audience, your internal team you are writing for. You could also research what makes a good blog post and incorporate those elements into your article. Okay, so you can just go into CIPD also. It's already good enough, right? CIPD itself, there's so many blogs. You can just follow the way they write. Okay, their blog. You can also go to SHRM, Society of Human Resource Management. You can see how they are writing. You can also go AIHR. Okay, it's also another private institution. Okay, they have a lot of blogs there also. But some blogs are very much, I'll say they are more marketing driven. Okay, so you need to choose not to be so much marketing driven. It should be knowledge driven, right? So my advice here, go to professional institution blogs. Okay, so they will be more knowledge driven. If you want to go for other blogs like AHR, even if you want to go for HR Direct or any other, private institutions which is related to HR, you might find it is so marketable driven. Okay, why I said marketable driven? So let me just give you some example. I just want to show you the differences. Okay, let's see HR, AIHR. Okay, this is basically an academic. You might have taken some papers from them. See, they have their blogs here, right? So this is one of popular blogs. So if you look through their blogs, okay, let me just go here, blogs. Okay, so there's so many blogs here. Okay, so many blogs. Let me just choose one. 7 common people analytics challenges. Okay. Okay, so this is an example of blogs, right? An article. But if you look at AIHR academics article, Okay, they might have indicated 7 common people and analytics challenges for 2022 and beyond. Okay, so you can just read, and of course they give you some pointers here. Okay, employee experiences, reskilling, upskilling, right? And then there's a business impact, right? Making people analytics about business, not HR, and so on. But then, why did I say it's marketing driven? Because you see, when you want to click anything, you want to know more information, they will direct you to their marketing page. You know, it is not knowledge driven. So if you want to know more, when you click it, it will go to their marketing page where they ask you to go and take certain courses and so on. So we don't want to refer to that kind of pages, all right? Maybe to get maybe fundamental information, but don't use it as an example. Use CIPD pages or even SHRM is okay. These are all professional institution. Okay, so they will be able to give you a very good example, right? Okay, goes back to the question. Okay, so your evidence must consist of blog articles, okay, which has approximately around 1,200 words. Okay, so you can again refer to CIPD word count, okay, for their requirements, okay, on the word count, right? And the next part, as usual, they have the marking criteria. So this is basically the marking criteria or the assessment criteria, right? On the evidences that you need to have. Evidence here is basically your input. So your output, sorry. Input or output, either one. Okay, it depends. So as long, okay, you have all these evidences, then you're meeting the requirements. Okay, so this is basically the assessment criteria. Okay, there's they have listed down. Okay, for task number 1, guidance document, and also for task number 2, which is the block. Okay, so these are the 2 tasks that you need to do. Okay, task 1, guidance document, task 2, block article. Okay, and finally is your declaration with your details, as usual. Okay, so any question now? So review it first. Okay, take some time. Okay, we still have some time here. Take around 5 minutes, or you can take it back during your break. You can just go through it. That 1 hour you have, just go through it one by one. If you have any questions, ask me after the break. Okay, so I'll allocate around half an hour after the break, maybe from 2 to 2:30, just to go through with you with any questions related to this task 1 and task 2.
So Priya will email it to us or how?
Let me make some adjustment, because you see, I'm opening in my Word document, so there's some alignment. I'm not sure. How about Priya, your copy? How about your copy? Does it actually have alignment issues?
Yeah, let me correct that part before I send it to the participant.
Before send, I think just make sure that there's some alignment and some issues. Yeah, issues, you know, on certain words and so on. Okay, so just make some adjustment first, then you can send. Organization, don't have to change it to organization set. It's just UK British spelling and also American spelling. Others, I think you might want to look at it before sending. Any questions that you have? Okay, we can reserve it, okay, the next half an hour after the break. Okay, so please go through it first. Let Priya to send you the copy. Okay, I think I should be able to send. Is it okay, Priya, or you want to send it later, because you need to take your break as well? But quick,
because recording at the moment.
okay, so you can have a quick review lah. I mean, not so much, just do the adjustment, and then you can send it over. Okay, you can just take around 15 minutes, just take around 15 minutes, go through it, try to understand yourself. All right, don't get confused. So if you are confused, then you can spend half an hour after the break just to go through, just to make sure that you are aligned with me. So that's the most important thing, because I'm marking your papers. Okay, so when I mark the papers, my expectation and your expectation should be aligned. Okay, so if it's aligned, then you have no issue. You can score an A. Okay, Putri? All right, Shalini, any issues? I think you better go for breakfast. So we will break, and we will see again at 2 o'clock. All right, have a good break. Have a good lunch, right? And I'll see you all after the break at 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you. I think it's quite clear, right? It's quite clear. Okay, the assessment is basically request you to have 2 tasks. Okay, so you need to produce 2 tasks. One is basically on the supporting document. Okay, the evidences. Okay, it's like a guide guide for your colleague as per the case study. And also the second one is basically the blog, okay, to be published in their site. Okay, so these are the 2 requirements. Any other doubt that you all have, please do ask me.
Doctor, for me, not yet, because I need to kind of revise the whole thing, and then I might have questions, especially while I'm doing. So right now it's still a bit foggy. The whole thing I'm still trying to digest. So for me, for now, not yet.
Okay, so I mean, those who need to take some time, okay, to go through it, please do go through it, and please feel free to ask me at any time. Okay, just message or call me, okay, if you have further doubt on the assessment. Okay, because I'm sure you know your perception, okay, your judgment, okay, on certain things can be different, okay, on the question or maybe on the requirements, and also what is expected, okay, for the whole assessment. So if you have any kind of question, doubt, clear it, okay, before you attempt for the assessment, because once you start doing it, you know, I don't want you to do double job, okay, because some students, they might just you know, some participants might just do it, and then suddenly yeah, the expectation is different, then you have to redo back again everything. Okay, so you might not have that leverage of time, okay, to redo back everything. So do let me know so I can guide appropriately. Okay, so no question. I think some of them are still yet to join us. We just give another few more minutes. Hi, Dikshit. You had your lunch? You had your lunch ready? Okay. What do you had for your lunch? Biryani.
Chapati, then vegetable, dal, rice.
That's the most healthiest lunch. Okay, you have any doubt on the assessment? On the brief?
Not yet. I'll just go through the assessment one more. If anything, I'll get back to you.
Okay, sure, no problem. So you have 4 weeks, okay, 4 weeks for you to complete the assessment. Okay, not to forget your people management as well, because I think all of you are also involved in people management. Okay, so that is also nearing to its due, right? So try to manage your time, huh? All right.
Doctor, just want to ask you one thing. What is the difference between wages structure and wages level?
I can't really hear you. Your line is breaking. Dixit, your line is breaking.
Now can you hear?
Okay, yeah, clear.
What is the difference between wages structure and wages level?
What is the difference between wages?
Wages structure and wages level.
Wages.
Yeah.
Wages is basically, okay, the pay that you are getting, okay, which can be on weekly basis or on daily basis. right? So salary,
Okay.
sometimes when you say salary, salary is basically the pay that you are getting on monthly basis. That's why we call it as salary. Wages is usually short period of time. It can be on daily or weekly basis.
Okay. It's I was asking about wages. I'll type in the meeting chat.
Okay.
And wages
Okay.
level. Yeah. There.
Wages structure and wages level.
Level. Yeah.
Wages level is basically the grade.
Okay.
Okay, the level which means how much is your range.
Okay.
Okay, structure is basically the whole scheme that you are getting. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
maybe for that particular like what you saw just the diagram. Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
that's basically the structure. Levels is basically the one which minimum, maximum, and then there's a median. So that is basically the wage level. Yeah, but again, it can be very subjective. You must really be specific. What are you referring to? Okay.
Because yesterday we had Kahoot, you mentioned about a few of the example like wages structure and wages level. So I didn't know this before.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I think there's one question asking about wage structure and wage level.
Level. Yes.
Structure is the system itself that which is being used to pay your employees lah. So that is the structure.
Okay.
Okay, wage level is basically whether you are paid the amount that you are paid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it can be referring to that the midpoint, minimum, and also the maximum. So what is the range
Okay.
like? That is wage level lah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you.
no problem. Okay, so I think we should continue. I hope everyone is here ready. Okay, so those who just came in, okay, please do let me know if you have any question on your assessment. So if you have, then do let me know so that I'll be able to clarify. Okay, so I've allocated like half an hour if you have, depending on how many questions that you're asking. Okay, if you have no question, then we'll proceed with our next lecture.
Doctor, when can we get the assignment?
Okay, you mean today's one?
The assignment one. This module assignment.
Oh, okay. I think okay. Let Priya to send you. I think she's amending. She's amending some things there. Okay, I think she should be able to get back. She emailed me to check. I mean, she messaged me to check, but I've not review it on time just now. Yeah, Priya.
Doctor, sorry, I put for them in the WhatsApp group
Okay.
the document for them to.
Oh, putting. Okay, okay. Then it's okay. Because I once it takes 1 o'clock, straight away go and makan first. Very hungry already. So I makan, then I saw your messages. I say.
Okay, doctor, no problem.
Okay, no worries, right? You still have time. Okay, all of you have time to go through it. And I mean, thanks to the current technology that we have. Okay, so we have many platforms to communicate. WhatsApp, you can message, call me, email me. There's so many ways. Okay, so that's the reason why I feel that in terms of learning, okay, I think we are still fine. Okay, with the current situation, we can still learn. Okay, and our system did not collapse 100%. Okay, maybe to a certain extent, but not 100% collapse. Okay, so that's a good news. Okay, so no question. All right, we shall start. Okay, our next lecture. So we have another, I think another 30 or 30 over slides to go. Okay, then I will open for discussions. Right. So for this particular module, okay, there's some case study that I will give it to you. So that is going to create a lot of new knowledge, okay, for some of you all who's not coming from HR background. And for HR people, okay, it is going to be some sort like it might enhance further, okay, in terms of your critical thinking, okay, towards HR concepts and also the usage, okay, and also the processes. Okay, let me just share with you the slides. Hold on. Okay, can you all see the slide?
Can see.
Can, huh? Okay. Okay, the next part, okay, of our training will be involving the area of performance management. Okay, performance management. So here, okay, you'll be looking at on understand the role of people professional. Okay, so what is the role of people professionals or HR, HR professionals in supporting line managers to make reward decisions? Okay, so we'll be looking at 3.1, which is assessing different approaches to performance management. Okay, so this will be our next area. So you must understand, okay, you must understand when we talk about reward management, performance appraisal and performance management is basically part of it. Because you see, end of the day, we recruit our employees, we recruit candidates, okay, we recruit candidates, then we select, okay, our employees, then after that, we'll be giving them trainings, okay, once we give them training, then we will compensate them, we will pay them, okay, then of course we will do a review, okay, on the performance, okay, whether they are meeting the expectation or not. And of course in between there will be some conflicts, okay, which can take place. These are employment relation issues, right? And it can be also some safety issues as well. So in this process, okay, of HR, the functions of HR, okay, the understanding of reward management in a holistic manner is very important, because reward management or compensation management, okay, it is tied with many aspects. Okay, it is tied with many aspects. Like for example, it is tied with training and development. Okay, it is tied with employment relation. It is tied together with performance management. Okay, it is tied together with safety and health management. Okay, it is tied together with training. What else? What else it is tied? Training. I've already mentioned about training, and of course recruitment, staffing processes. Okay, so it is all tied together. Okay, so when we talk about performance management, okay, you see, performance management is a very important part of total reward. Okay, you have to understand that, and it plays an important part in reward management. Okay, why? Because one thing is reward management can actually control, okay, the amount of performance to what extent that you want your employees to actually perform. Okay, so it can manages the performance. Okay, and at the same time, it can be also, okay, it can be also reward management or reward system. Okay, it can also to certain extent being influenced by performance as well. Okay, being influenced by the performance as well, right? So to what extent the person is performing and how much reward that we should be giving. So it can be, I will say, it is not just one way influence. It can be reciprocal influence. Okay, reciprocal means two-way influence. Okay, reward system influence performance management influencing reward system. Okay, so these are the bigger picture that you need to understand. Okay, of course, all these reward system, performance management, end of the day, okay, it should be aligned with business growth. Okay, so what is performance management? So let's look at what is meant by performance management. So what is performance? It is basically the degree of task, okay, the level of task which is being carried out by employees. Okay, of course, when you talk about performance, it's not just about the task, it is about the level of motivation that they have, okay, the level of commitment that they are giving you. No, all these will actually consist, okay, as part of the performance. So we need to manage this performance. Okay, so there's so many tools available to manage performance of employees, right? And reward is also considered as a tool, okay, to manage employees performance. So let's look at what is meant by performance management. So it's a systematic process for improving organizational performance by developing the performance of individuals and teams. So sometimes in certain organization, I would say specifically in Western fraternity, we'll be looking at how to manage performance of individuals, okay, individual employees, because their national culture is such like that, they give focus very much on individual contribution. Whereas if you look at this side, okay, the Western side, okay, of the world, you can see Japan, okay, you can see countries like Malaysia, right, even Indonesia, right? So these countries are giving importance to teamwork, okay, which means whatever output that you're producing, it is not solely because of individual performance, okay, it is basically a performance coming from the department, okay, a group of people, right? So you can manage performance of individual, okay, or employee, or you can manage the performance of the team itself, right? So this performance management, it focuses people on doing the right things by clarifying their goals. So there's a lot of elements is involved, okay, when you talk about doing the right things, okay, doing the right thing. Of course, obviously, when employee, okay, and also employer, okay, when they tie together through the employment contract, they have certain understanding, okay, they have certain expectation, both sides, both employer and also employee, they have certain expectation. But beyond that, okay, okay, there's always what we say as performance. Okay, requirement is one thing, performance is another thing. Okay, requirement here means you do what he wants, so you are meeting certain level of expectation. Whereas performance here means, okay, it can be even more, which means above whatever required. So that can be also what we consider as performance. So how it works, okay, how the whole performance management system works, okay, it works via two ways. Okay, one is through vertical integration, and another one is through horizontal integration. So what is this vertical integration? Okay, vertical, okay, vertical here means, okay, it's referring to top to bottom or bottom to top. Okay, so it is basically referring to how do you link or align with your business. Okay, whether it is individuals aligning, okay, their task or their KPI towards their business strategy, or the team itself or the department aligning their department objective towards the business, right? So that is vertical integration. Whereas horizontal integration is linking different aspects of human resource management, okay, especially when we talk about organizational development, okay, OD, change management, human resource development, and reward, okay, to achieve a coherent approach to the management, development, and motivation of people. So horizontal is like this, okay, horizontal integration. So we try to link, okay, all the aspect of human resources, okay, and by doing that, you'll be able to see that, okay, there is so-called as a synergy, okay, among all these functions. So vertical integration, horizontal integration. Okay, so these are the two senses. Okay, let's look at this aim, which is coming from different companies. So what I've done here, okay, rather than giving you a generic aim of performance management, I've picked few companies here. So there's company which is called as Armstrong World Industries. We have ICI, okay, ICI, I think all of you know, Lilly, right? Lilly and Company, yeah, LE Lilly Company. We have Standard Chartered, and then we have the West Brom. Okay, so this is another company. So you see, by looking at different perspective, okay, by looking at different perspective, different industries, you'll be able to differentiate, okay, how the aim changes, okay, in the context of performance management. So like for instance, when you talk about Armstrong World Industries, okay, so what is their aim in managing their employees' performance? So according to them, okay, performance management aim is about empowering, motivating, and rewarding employees to do their best. You see, it's a very general, it's like a very straightforward kind of aim that they have, okay, when it comes to performance management. ICI, they have mentioned that the aim is basically, okay, related with managing, okay, and resourcing performance against agreed accountabilities and objectives. So this is a, you know, it's very much, I would say, they are trying to say that, okay, the accountability is very important, okay, your responsibilities, accountabilities, your objectives is very important, okay, when it comes to performance management. So this is basically their aim, right? So they are trying to relate back the fundamental of performance management. So that is ICI. And then we also have LE Lilly and Company. So they are focusing employees' task on the right things. Okay, you see, they're emphasizing employees' task on the right thing. Okay, right things and doing them right. So this is what mentioned by what they call it, the CIPD book. Okay, by the CIPD book that I gave you, right? So they don't just talk about, you know, focusing on any task, but it should be relevant task, okay, and it should be a task which is done appropriately, okay. So that is very important for them. And aligning everyone's individual goals, okay, which means all the employees' goals to the goals of the organization. So that would be the aim of LE Lilly and Company, right? So it is also touching the fundamental of performance management. And Standard Chartered, everyone knows about Standard Chartered. So Standard Chartered, okay, they have mentioned that the aim of performance management is about the process and behaviors, okay, by which managers manage the performance of their people to deliver high achieving organization. So they are focusing mainly on the managers, okay, managers who's managing the performance. So they're trying to pick the role of managers here, okay, and on how managers can actually you know, control their employees to deliver high achieving organization, right? So that is their concern, Standard Chartered. Whereas the West Brom, you can see, okay, you can analyze that they are looking at maximizing the potential of individuals and teams. Okay, so they are giving importance, I'll say, towards their competency, yeah, because potential is always referring to competency, right? So potential of individuals and teams to benefit themselves and the organization, focusing on the achievement of their objectives, right? So when you analyze all these different companies, one is manufacturing, okay, another one is banking, okay, you can see that they are highlighting different concern, okay, different concern. Like the West Brom, okay, if you look at what they're highlighting, they are giving importance to competencies, okay, competencies of individuals and team, right? I think this company is very much employee oriented, okay, rather than corporate oriented, okay, unlike other companies, okay, you can see ICI, okay, they might be giving importance to the company because they want to make sure that, okay, they are able to manage performance with the company's direction. Okay, same goes to Eli Lilly. Okay, they're also giving importance to company's direction. Okay, and Standard Chartered, okay, is giving importance to high performance. So these are basically a simple analysis that you can actually do, okay, by looking at different companies and how they actually prioritize in terms of managing performance, okay, of their organization. Okay, so what is the purpose of performance management? Okay, so there's three purposes here. One is administrative, second is strategic, third is development. Okay, so when you talk about administrative, it's about part and parcel of human resource issues. Okay, so when you carry out performance management, okay, you will be able to identify areas of HR. Okay, like for example, in terms of the staffing, okay, requirements, okay, and also you'll be able to see, okay, the level of competencies, okay, that you know how much training that you have to give to your employees. Okay, it will be also looking at the aspect of salary, right? So these are more administrative, okay, which will be able to help HR to identify certain things, okay, for meeting their objective. Whereas strategic, it's all about aligning. So the purpose of managing performance is to ensure that employees, okay, objectives, employees KPI is aligned with organization's direction. So that is another reason why we need to manage performance. And finally, for developmental purposes. So this is very much focusing on competency of employees. So how are we going to increase the level of competency? Okay, developing employees, okay, in certain areas, okay, training activities, right? So all this is basically part of the performance management. So if you look at the form itself during the appraisal, if you look at the form itself, you can see that there's a breakdown, okay, of few sections. Okay, section 1 might be covering the general aspect of the company. Okay, so this will be the company's objective or company's direction. Then maybe the second part, okay, it might be talking about values. Okay, it might be talking about values, the attitude that they want, the behavior requirements, right, the safety requirement. Then the next part might be talking about the task, okay, the task that you're supposed to perform, okay, as a person who's working in a HR department as a HR supervisor. So what is the task that you're supposed to do? Okay, and these should be tied together with your JD, your job description. You say whatever KPI that you are giving to your employees, it should reflect back the JD. You don't give any objective which is not related with JD. Okay, and the last part usually about training and development, right? Whereas whereby under the training and development, you can see that, okay, there's a gap, okay, between what is expected from him and what he has performed. Okay, so that gap will actually tell you that he's lacking of certain level of competency, okay, or certain areas that he might not be so good. So that could be the reason why he's not able to perform and to fulfill all the KPI. So that gap you will identify and you will propose, okay, to the management or to the HR department so that you'll be able to send the staff for training. So that will be the developmental area, right? So in the appraisal form, this is what you will see. Yeah. Okay, so far, any question? Any questions so far? All good?
Yeah.
Okay. So next, okay, we are going to look at, okay, this is taken from CIPD, yeah, all right? So this is a survey done by CIPD, okay, in 1997, okay, even though it's quite old, but then it is still relevant to a certain extent. So Armstrong, he have identified, okay, Armstrong and Barron, they have identified 10 principles of performance management, okay, as stated by practitioners. So this is coming from the practitioners, okay, not theoretical at all. This is not theoretical at all. Okay, this is coming from the practitioners from several companies. Okay, so what we have identified is, okay, the 10 principles which talks about performance, principle of performance management. So if you look at the first one, Okay, performance management, okay, it is treated as a tool which helps managers to manage. Is that true or not? How many of you all agree? How many of you all agree? Shalini, you agree?
Doctor, can you show the slide again?
Oh, okay, can. Okay. Do you agree that performance management, okay, can be treated as a tool to help the managers to manage their team?
Yes, if let's say it is a very it's properly structured.
Okay.
It's definitely a tool. Yes.
So if it's properly structured and followed, communicated well to all the managers, then I think it should be a very good tool.
Yes.
Don't give a spanner, okay? But the spanner is basically, not, it's not how to say, maybe not feasible enough. Or maybe the spanner is not really reliable enough, okay, for you to work with it. So you have to make sure that it's a good spanner, so that the person can actually use. Okay, same goes to performance management. So when HR, they prepare the policies, okay, on performance management, when they prepare the structure, okay, when they prepare the processes, okay, the document, you have to ensure that it is well communicated and it is well verified by all different parties or stakeholders in the company. So that is very important. So even the tool that, even the measurement that you're using, the measurement, what I mean by measurement is the scale that you're using. Okay, the Likert scale 1 to 5, you have to really look at it. Is it proper to use that kind of scale or not, 1 to 5, or should I use 1 to 10? Okay, there is a difference. Okay, when you use a scale 1 to 5 and 1 to 10. Okay, so that's another thing. And when you ask managers to actually give comments, okay, certain comments, so is it appropriate or not? Is it the manager given sufficient space or not? So you might be wondering, space only what is so big deal about it? I tell you, there's so much of implication. Okay, the space, that particular space, okay, it allows the managers to express. Okay, so how much do you want him to express? Okay, so if you give a small space, then maybe you'll be able to express, in a very short sentences. That might not be giving a good picture, okay, of what is actually, what issue is taking place. Okay, what is the problem that the manager is actually having towards the employee, right? So your tool should be really, what they call it, helpful for the managers to make decision. Secondly, okay, driven by corporate purpose and values. So your performance management system, okay, it should be well aligned with company's direction. What is the purpose of the organization? Okay, what is the direction? What are the values that they have to safeguard? So these are very important. Okay, if you don't really align well, okay, the individual should be aligned with the department should be aligned with the organization. So if it's not aligned, then obviously you will see managers, okay, employees might not trust the whole system anymore already. Okay, this is what happening. This is a proven issue, dilemma in many organizations, whereby when a HR person go and meet the managers, okay, they don't get what is that, what is expected, okay, from him. Okay, I personally have this the experience of meeting certain managers. Yeah, I used to meet all the managers, okay, logistic managers, because I was in charge of training and the development department. So I used to meet, I'll chit chat with the, sometimes with the directors, with the managers, right? So what is the expectation and so on. So they personally have mentioned to me that, sometimes this performance management, I still remember, okay, in KLK, okay, we have one logistics senior manager used to tell me, right, that's only paper. What is no big deal about paper? No, you just do whatever you want, don't worry, okay, I will take care. This is what the comment, the feedback which is coming from the manager. Okay, whether he's knowledgeable, whether he's not knowledgeable on the area of performance management, or maybe he lose trust, okay, on the system, maybe whatever that he might have mentioned, or whatever that he was expecting is not fulfilled. You see, so we shouldn't let such thing to happen, right? Thirdly, to obtain solutions that work. So this is another thing. Okay, your this is what, okay, the manager just now, the one that I mentioned just now. So he might lose his trust on the system because he feel that it's not workable. Okay, the whole thing is not workable. Whatever that you are trying to carry out, because you see, performance management is basically, okay, it's a process, okay, where you're supposed to manage and you're supposed to create some output. So if you're not able to create the output, then the whole management will actually, it is redundant. Okay, it's redundant. The fourth one, only interested in things you can do sometimes about and get a visible improvement. So only interested in things you can do something about and get a visible improvement. So I'm not sure, very verbatim verbatim statement. I think it's a verbatim statement which is coming from one of the company. I'm not sure. Okay, but I think what he or she is trying to tell is there's no link. It seems like, maybe there's no link. Okay, so only interested in things you can do something about and get visible improvement. So it's very important that, okay, whatever being done, okay, in the organization, when it comes to performance management, okay, there should be some output. I think this one you can link back to obtaining solution at work. Okay, but this is solution, but the fourth one is more to results, okay, to get visible improvement. So whether, the system that you are managing, does it actually leads to some output or not? So if there's no output, then no point of doing it. Okay, so it should be creating some output. Number 5, focus on changing behavior rather than paperwork. This is what okay, earlier, okay, like what I mentioned, you cannot be just doing it for the sake of paperwork, because many managers out there, okay, when it comes to performance management, okay, they will treat this the whole process as a paperwork. It is just an administrative thing. Okay, it is not going to affect any kind of behavioral changes and so on. So that is something that you shouldn't allow to happen, right? So you have to make sure that end of the day it changed the behavior. So how it changed the behavior? Okay, it should give impact, okay, to the employees' value, okay, employees' competency, right, and understanding of the whole system, right? So that's very important. So when an employee, okay, if he or she, okay, manage to change himself or herself, and definitely it will show in their behavior. Okay, like for example, okay, he or she used to come at maybe 9 o'clock. Work starts at 8. He comes at 9 o'clock most of the time. So after going through the whole process, okay, maybe training, okay, or maybe some coaching, okay, some reprimand session and so on with the supervisor, you can see some changes. So that is basically a proven, okay, a proven change in the behavior. So this is what we want. Okay, it's not just for the sake of paper. Okay, you said that, okay, I've managed the performance, okay, I have actually met the person and so on, and I've indicated, okay, this is what I want, this is what training that I want him to go or her to go, but then end of the day it's not applied. Okay, it is not carried out. So how many of y'all in your company here, you have actually done, okay, some suggestion, okay, in your performance management tool, okay, during the appraisal, but it is not done. It is not done. Just message me here. It's like, okay, if you say 1 means yes, there is an impact. 2 means there's no impact. Just put it in the message box. Okay, Shalini says 1, 2. Okay, Dixit say 2. Okay, any other feedback from others? Or you don't have a performance appraisal system at all? How many of y'all don't have performance appraisal system? Put 0. You don't have a performance appraisal system. Okay, don't get shocked. Huh? Changing my answer to 2. Okay, sorry, changing my answer. Okay. Why Shalini changing your answer to 2? We believe the instant reply is always the truth.
Because there was no impact, despite in my organization, despite making some suggestion, there was no impact there was no change after that.
Okay, so you agree that I mean you have given your feedback, but then there's no change happening.
Yes.
Okay, see, so you see, I mean, it is not something new. Okay, it is not something which is not peculiar, right? This is something which is common, right? Because I have gone through the system, okay, in many companies. Okay, I've worked with 10 over companies, right? Trust me. Okay, I've seen education, manufacturing, retail industry, okay, banking industry, the industry that I used to go and consult, right? So these are one of the main dilemma that they're having in the organization, okay, especially when it comes to appraisal, okay, because you see, end of the day, when you have a problem with your company's output or company's performance, you have to go back and see, okay, each aspect. And one of the aspect is basically performance management. From there, you'll be able to know, okay, no wonder your organization is basically not going according to your expectation, because there's a issue in terms of appraisal. Okay, because appraisal is basically check and balance. Okay, that's the area where you check and balance, right? Yeah, Christy said human can never reliably rate another person. Okay, so this, I think Christy, okay, you see, that's the reason when you rate another person, you don't rate, which means, you see, the whole understanding of performance appraisal is wrong really. You rate a person not based on the person's what they call it, conduct. Okay, it should be competency based. Okay, when you rate a person, it should be competency based. I don't believe on rating a person in terms of behavior. Oh, he's good, I'm not good. Okay, that kind of behavior is very subjective. Okay, because not everybody is perfect. Okay, not everybody is will be able to perform level 100% best, right? So definitely there's an issue, but whatever that you are evaluating, it should be competency based, which means when you look at the person's task, the number of tasks that he's doing, the level of tasks that he's performing, whether it is according to the time frame or not. So this is where you can actually give your feedback. Okay, and it should be not one person's feedback. Okay, it should be coming from different person, different stakeholders. That's why we always try to see which will be the best tool to be used during performance appraisal. We don't just rely on one particular feedback. Okay, obviously, if your boss says that, okay, I think this person is just moderate. Okay, I mean, he can be wrong. Okay, he can be wrong, but when there's another few or I mean 3 or 4 or 5 parties is telling you the same thing, then you have to think about it. So that's why the 360-degree appraisal method is something which is very popular. Why is it popular? Because they believe that we need to measure all aspects of your working environment. Okay, not just relying on one particular feedback. You should look at your customers, you should be looking at your partners, your peers, okay, your subordinate. All these people should be giving you the feedback, okay, and take it positively. You should be constructive feedback. Okay, it should be constructive feedback. Okay, so next is, okay, it's about how we manage people. It's not a system. You see, here, okay, Armstrong and Barron, he's looking at performance as as a process. This is the difference that they are creating, okay, compared to other scholars out there. Okay, if you look at other scholars like Gary Dessler, okay, Gary Dessler is a HR person. Okay, he will look at performance management as a system, okay, as a structured system, generic system, right? Generic kind of thing, where it has certain what they call it, stringent processes. Okay, whereas Armstrong and Barron, these people are very much, they are person who's very much believe on the industrial aspect. Okay, not just theories. So they look at performance management as a process, not as a system. Okay, so this is coming from maybe from another person from the industry, maybe not from Armstrong. But if you go back and look at Armstrong's book, he tells you the same thing, right? Okay, next one is performance management is what managers do. Okay, it's a natural process of management. So this is coming from another person, okay, another practitioner. Next, based on accepted principle, but operates flexibly. So assist, no, whatever system that you're trying to operate, okay, it should be flexible. Okay, it should be very stringent. So that's the reason why, if you look at Armstrong and Barron, so they say that, we don't want to look at performance management as a system. Then the flexibility is basically reduced. Okay, we want to look at it as a process. Then you'll be able to see a lot of things are taking place, right? And it should focus on developmental, okay, initiatives, okay, development, not just pay, which is true. Okay, which is true. Okay, it's not just about it's not just about pay. Okay, which means you are managing the person because you want to ensure that end of the day, okay, you are being managed, and end of the day is because of money. Then that is basically not a good system that you're having, okay, or a good process that you're having. Okay, it should be managing everything, not just the pay. Yeah. And last but not least, success depends on what the organization is and needs to be in its performance culture. Okay, performance culture. Sorry, there's one part missing here. So success depends on what the organization is and needs to be its performance culture, right? Here, I think the practitioner is basically looking at performance as something which is an institutionalized issue. Okay, it's already embedded with the organization, okay, as a culture, okay, practice where you should have, it is not a single entity. Yeah, performance management is not a single entity. Okay, it is basically a culture already. Okay, it is an organization culture. Okay, and organization, okay, they need to think much more proactively, okay, in ensuring that this practice is an ongoing practice. Okay, so this is what the practitioner is telling us. So these are basically the 10 principles, right? So different. I've personally took this because I want to see how every practitioners are looking at performance management. I'm sure you have your own thoughts, okay, about performance management. Okay, so this is actually from the book, okay, that I gave you. Okay, it talks about stages of performance management. All right, so we have basically 3 stages. Okay, we have 3 stages. The first stage of performance management is about performance agreement. Okay, then the next stage is about monitoring by reference to performance agreement. And thirdly, performance review. So what is this performance agreement? Anyone? Putri, what is this performance agreement?
Whereby the employee and the manager agree towards the goals that has been set.
Very good. So that is the KPI. Okay, that is the KPI that you are setting, right? So once you have already set all your KPIs, right, then you have to meet the KPI. Okay, you have to meet the KPI. So as a supervisor, you have the responsibility to monitor. Okay, you have to monitor the performance of your employee, whether he's actually meeting the expectation or not, right? So finally, you will go for performance review. So that will be the last process, okay, of the whole performance management. Okay, so during this process, you can see that, okay, there's a dotted line here. Okay, the dotted line is basically showing actual performance, right? And the arrow here, okay, the thick line here, it shows there's an improvement in performance. Okay, it's a improved, and this is basically the actual performance. All right, and you can see the actual performance is basically below. Okay, improved, and here it shows higher, and here it shows lower. Okay, low performance, whereby you need to give some coaching, guidance, and support. Okay, here it's a high performance. So when you have a high performer, okay, or if you manage to see high performance on your employee, you have to ensure that you reinforce it. Okay, so how to reinforce? Through positive feedback, recognition, increase responsibilities. Okay, you see, responsibility, I treat responsibility as a tool. So when you give responsibility, okay, to your employee, they tend to be more motivated because they feel that, okay, you are giving certain level of authority to them. Okay, and they will be able to produce, and of course they're expecting some some encouragement, or maybe some reward. This reward not necessarily cash, it can be non-monetary rewards from you, right? So this is basically stages of performance management. Okay, let's look at some video on performance management. Hold on. Just give me a second. It's getting stuck.
Life is full of questions. Most questions are small.
Oh, what's that smell? No, where do you? Wait, what did you just say?
However, some questions
Where's Grandpa now?
are big.
Okay. Okay, I want you to look at this particular video. Okay, it shows about performance management. Okay, how to address performance management issues at workplace. Okay, this let me share with you. Okay, I want you all to see.
Through my online store alone, we've sold over $500,000 worth of spices. That's so crazy.
I went from
Hi engagement fans, welcome back to the Engagement Studio. My name is Aaron Brown. I'm an Insights Analyst here at Quantum Workplace, and today I'm joined by Laurel McDermott, Director of HR at Frontline Education. Thanks for joining us today, Laurel.
Absolutely, happy to be here.
So today we're talking about a very critical, very sensitive, very touchy issue sometimes, how to best handle employee performance issues. So ultimately, at the end of the day, somebody has to have that conversation. At Frontline Education, who do we hold responsible for making sure that employees know kind of how they're performing and understanding how to do better?
Sure. So at Frontline, it is up to the managers of those employees to have the performance conversations. They are supported by an HR business partner if it needs to escalate to that level. But for the most part, we try to be proactive about that. And so we make sure that our employees know what's expected of them, and our managers have the resources and tools ahead of time to manage those conversations should they arise.
So kind of going off that, you do provide them resources, you kind of get out in front of it. How do you help prep a manager if it comes to that, where they have to have that conversation? Like, what's the best way for them to navigate it?
Oh, sure. So typically, an HR business partner will sit down with that manager and walk through and kind of understand the situation. We tell our managers it's a conversation. We're very transparent at Frontline, so we want them to be having this kind of dialogue. The sooner the better. It's so much better to nip something at the beginning, to let something go and try to tackle it. It's much more awkward that way. But for managers, we just tell them breathe, prepare ahead of time, get your facts straight, so it's more of a facts-based discussion and it's never an attack on the employee, and that's how we handle it.
That's awesome. That's great advice, Laurel. Thank you very much for joining the conversation today on how best to handle performance issues in the workplace. Now let's go make work better every day. Thank you.
Okay, a short one. Okay, a short video, but it is very precise and concise. Okay, whatever that she's saying, right? So she have actually pinpoint some aspect, okay, when it comes to performance management. Okay, one of it is to make sure that the environment issue is very important. Okay, if you can bring the employee to such environment like behind me, it will be much better. Okay, let them to feel that coziness, and talk to them, because you see, by giving a good environment, you're actually giving them benefit. You're giving them that benefit, right? So by having the benefit around you, that itself shows that okay, my manager is basically, he care about me. Okay, he have he's being proactive, he's going to listen to me, and yeah, you'll be able to hear, okay, from your employees concern. Okay, he might even voice up, okay, if he's not satisfied, okay, whether with the company or whether with the employee. Okay, but sometimes appraisal can go wrong. Okay, appraisal can go wrong. Huh? So let me just show you another video where appraisal goes wrong. Hold on, huh?
Hey, Brittany, would you come in here, please? It's time to do your annual performance appraisal.
Right now?
Yes. I have a couple minutes, and I'm hoping you have a couple minutes so we can just get this out of the way. It's this.
Sure.
annual performance appraisal thing that HR makes us do every year. You know, all this paperwork. I don't know, just an exercise for them, so they have something to do, so they can justify being here.
Oh, okay.
So
That's great.
anyway, so I filled out the form. This is the form they send. I know, you know, some supervisors give it to their employees and ask them to fill it out in advance so they have a self-evaluation, but we don't need to do that. So look, these were your goals from last year, and I rated that you completed them satisfactorily, because you know, you do a good job here. You do a really good job around here, except for that report that you turned in 2 weeks ago. What a mess that was. But anyway, oh, excuse me. Hello? Yes. Yeah. Where are you gonna get it from? Oh, okay. That's a great deli. Okay. Yeah. How about tuna on rye? Yeah. Yeah. Mayo, lettuce. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll see you then. Thanks. Bye.
Sounds like a really yummy lunch.
Yeah. We gotta have lunch every day. We have to eat, you know.
That's true.
So where was I here? Oh yeah, that report. Yeah. But you know, I know you'll fix it up. You always come around and do a good job, and you need to get to work on time. You know, I noticed that
I've been trying. You know, the traffic and stuff going on.
I know it's a challenge. But I know you know I'm telling you, and I know you'll work on it. So let's get back to the form. So these are the different categories, and basically what I did was I rated you as there are 5 categories, 1 through 5. I rated you as a 3. I think you meet expectations and everything. You know, you're a good employee. Plus, if I rate you too low or too high, I have to make all kinds of comments in the comments section, and I really don't want to spend all the time doing all that.
You have me as a 3 here in customer service. I did really well. I've never had a complaint. I always fixed, you know, the.
All right. Look. I'll change that one. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Should I make it a 4 or a 5? What do you want? 5?
I think I do really well.
5?
I
There
do.
it is. 5. Yep. No problem. All right.
Right.
Yep. And everything else, I think you're really good. And then goals for next year. I'll tell you what. Why don't you let's sign the form, and then I'll ask you to go ahead and come up with goals for next year. You decide what you want to do for next year, and then you need to link them to the strategic plan. So here's a copy of the strategic plan. So you take that and you come up with 3 goals for next year.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Sounds like a
But
great
first,
idea.
I just need you to sign there for me.
Okay.
All right. That just acknowledges that, you know, you and I met, so I can get this form off to HR and they can do their thing. Okay. Oh, there you go. All right. And how about if you get that back to me in like 2 days so I get this to HR on time? Okay. All right. Thanks for coming in, Britt. You do a great job. Thanks.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Bye. Yep. So she's nowhere. Customer service at 5. No way. Change that back to a 3. There we go. Yeah. She signed it, and I'll sign it right here. And then, hey Becky, you need to get this form to HR. All right, Kay.
Very typical. What do you think, Christy?
Jan, Job Accommodation Network, Practical Solutions, Workplace Success.
Okay, what is your opinion, Christy? Is this something which is common?
No, it's I don't think it happens in the organization.
Are you sure?
Looking behind the door, maybe.
Okay, how about maybe Dikshit? Dikshit, what is your experience? How will you like to share your view on the video that you have just saw just now? Dikshit, are you there? Dikshit is missing today. Shalini?
I've not had a similar sort of scenario, but I'm sure it happens. But I've not had any supervisor who has been like that.
I tell you, this is a typical common issue which happens in the company, right? So that's why I wanted to show the good and the bad. Okay, so by looking at the bad appraisal. So this is actually considered as a bad appraisal. Why do you think it's a bad appraisal? Maybe you like to give one or two example of bad way of appraising from the video that you watched just now.
I think she wasn't prepared, and then she didn't have like a proper, not even a table, just like the whole scenario was not right, and then she was answering calls in the middle. She was asking, she did not discuss the goals part, especially. Kind of just left it very empty, and then she changed the ratings at the end. I think the whole thing was just off. The whole thing was just wrong. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So you see, the first thing is, of course, she did not follow the process. Okay, there is a proper process to do appraisal, right? Which means, you have to make sure that you set an appointment. Okay, you don't call a person just like that. Hey, come over. Okay, let's have appraisal. It happens in many places, I'm telling you. Okay, it is quite common. But then some or other supervisor will try to make it because it can be an evidence for employees to actually debate, because they can always tell that appraisal is not done properly, there's no invitation for the appraisal, there's no proper meetings and so on. Okay, so usually supervisors will try their level best to send an email, okay, at least to have a meeting, okay, because it's recorded. Okay, it's something which is very evidence based. Second thing is, having table is not very it's not advisable. In fact, Shalini, you know why? Because having table will actually create barrier between you and also your subordinate. Okay, so that's why the table thing is quite subjective. Most, even myself, when I do appraisal, I don't have tables. I'll just have some distance, okay, a proper distance between me and also my staff, and make sure that there's no barrier in between. So that barrier, the table, can be obstacle for you, okay, to have a very effective communication. So another thing, okay, about the calling, the interruption, you shouldn't have any interruption, because if you have interruption, if you attend to the interruption, which means you're not respecting your staff. Okay, you're not respecting your staff, because you have already given the time, you have already allocated the time. Okay, unless it is an emergency case, okay, unless it's something to do with safety aspect or something where you really need to attend urgently, then you should give respect to your employee, saying that, okay, I'm very sorry, my apologies for for canceling this meeting today. Or maybe can you give me around 5 minutes, I'll come back to you. So you need to make it very formal, right? Even to excuse yourself at that period of time. And of course, other than that, you can see that you have already meet the agreement, okay, that you want to put 4. Okay, unfortunately, the person changes, okay, the superior changes to 3 back. So this is going against, okay, the process. Okay, you have already agreed that, okay, fine, go for 4 or 5. Okay, then suddenly you're changing to 3, so which means you're going against, right? So you have an agenda behind, and there's no such thing as reprimand. Okay, there's no representation, and then there's no task, okay, being highlighted. There's no evidences, documents. Even the employee did not, of course, she was just called like that, so of course she don't have any time to prepare her documentation. But if there's a meeting, a proper meeting set, then of course obviously you have to come with the documents, you have to come with some evidences, okay, to prove that, okay, you have done this job. Okay, the reason why I rated in such a way, because I've done this, I've done that. Okay, and you should prove it with some records, right? With some facts and figures. So this is very important, right? Yeah, Shalini, it is not a good appraisal method at all, right? So I hope that if all of you are going to be a future appraiser, or if you're going to be appraising your employees in the future, make sure you do the right thing, because it is also about the respect that you're giving to employee, and also to show your concern, okay, towards your employees, okay, to ensure that she's motivated, right? So these are all important things. Yeah. Okay, so let's continue. Hold on. Okay, when you talk about appraisal, okay, when you talk about appraisal and also performance management, okay, so there's two different things. Okay, it can be two different things. Why I say two different things? Because one is basically a subset. Okay, performance appraisal is basically a subset of performance management. So this is a comparison, okay, which shows the difference between performance appraisal and also performance management. Okay, appraisal is basically top-down assessment. Performance management is a joint process through dialogue, right? It can be involving many departments. Performance appraisal is basically done annually. Okay, it can be also sometimes done twice. Okay, twice a year. Okay, maybe first half 6 months, and also another 6 months. Okay, and performance management is a continuous review. Okay, with one or more formal reviews. Right, and performance management usually it involves top level of management. Appraisal, we use ratings. Performance management, usually rating is less common. Okay, not really emphasizing rating. Performance appraisal, it can be monolithic system, right? Very strategic, okay, very systematic, okay, very structured. Performance management, it can be a flexible process, right? Depending on how your organization is basically institutionalizing, okay, the whole system in your organization. Appraisal focus on quantified objectives. Okay, so if you look at the objectives, okay, which is laid down, okay, on your appraisal form, it's all it should be smart objectives. Okay, it should be specific, measurable, realistic, achievable, and should follow some time frame. Right, so basically it is numbered. And performance management, it focuses on values, behaviors, as well as objectives. Okay, so it's covers a more general aspect. It's not really task driven. Appraisal often linked to pay. Performance management less likely to be direct linked to pay. Right. So you can see that rewards. Okay, when you talk about rewards management, okay, you basically use both performance appraisal and also performance management. Okay, but you can see that performance appraisal, it has more directly towards pay, right, compared to performance management. Appraisal exercise can be very bureaucratic. Okay, it can be very involving very administrative work, can be very complex. Okay, whereby performance management, the documentation, okay, it is kept to a minimum level. Okay, and if you look at the owner of performance appraisal, it's always the HR department, whereas performance management, it falls under all the operational managers, okay, or all the line managers, right? So these are basically the differences between performance appraisal and performance management. So just to highlight to you, performance management should be regarded as a flexible process. Okay, it shouldn't be treated as a system. Okay, it should be a process. So this is what highlighted by Armstrong, right? So when you look at the processes, okay, I'm sure that many of you all have already run through the processes in performance management. Okay, what we do is, okay, the first thing is we set goals. Secondly, we coach to reach goals. Thirdly, we monitor performance. Fourth, measure productivity. And finally, we review the performance. Okay, so what you have saw just now, okay, the 4 processes. Okay, so that is the generic one. Okay, what you see here, it can be something which is practiced in many organizations, right? Okay. Any questions so far on the processes? Do you have different processes in your company compared to what you see here? Or you have the same? Putri, do you have the same or you have different processes altogether?
Generally the same.
Generally the same, yeah. So you see, there's always, okay, a time where you have to set the goal. Okay, that is the first stage. Then there's a performance monitoring, which is done by the supervisor, and finally end up with a review. Okay, so that is the common thing which happens now. Okay, and this is basically the so-called as theoretical cycle. Okay, so you can see that there's a review. There's a performance and development agreement. Okay, where you set your KPI, then you have to manage the performance, and finally your review. So this is a theoretical aspect. So when you answer the question, okay, which is related to performance management, you can use anyone, no issue. Okay, you can use any of these. Either you want to use the generic one, or you can use the one which is being practiced by companies. Okay, so the objectives, okay, or the KPI, yeah, that you are setting. So there's a proper way of setting it. Okay, there's a proper way of setting it. So if you look at many companies out there, okay, before even setting the KPI, okay, they have to start off with knowing the company's direction. That's very important. Okay, which happens at the top level. Huh? So usually management, okay, where consists of strategies, those at the strategic level, general managers, CEOs, and so on. So they will start off, okay, by having meeting. Okay, they will identify, okay, what is company's strength, weaknesses, okay, what are the opportunities that we have, okay, where we can actually grow, and what are the weaknesses that we have, right? So by doing all these forecasting, okay, they will come up with some action plans. Okay, so these action plans can be the company's direction, or it can be the company's next vision for the coming year. So once they have said that, okay, then they will start to communicate to all the managers, okay, the relevant managers in the department. Then they will segregate, okay, this particular direction, okay, this is our 3 or 4 direction for next year, right? So I hope you can come up with your own objective, department objectives, right? So this department objective can be general, because it is still not specifically, okay, catered, or it is not specifically tailor made for the respective individuals. Okay, you understand? So it is still at the level of department. Okay, so the objective that you are setting, okay, it should describe something that has to be accomplished. It's very important. This is departmental level, an objective setting that results in an agreement on what the role holder, okay, or the job holder has to achieve. Is an important part of the performance management, the process of defining and managing expectations, and forms the point of reference for performance review. Okay, so this is at the individual level. So once the department manager, okay, they have already list down all the objectives, and these objectives need to be aligned with company's direction. So there will be a meeting between the strategies, okay, or the top management with all the department managers. Okay, once that is set, then the next meeting will be with the staff. So when your manager is actually communicating with you, that is considered like a departmental objectives already. Okay, departmental objectives, and each individuals, okay, or the employees, based on the objective of the department, they have to come up with your own objective. So how many of you all have instant KPI, which means the KPI is basically designed by someone, or you design your own KPI? How actually the process is done in your company? Jennifer, are you there? Are you there, Jennifer? Jennifer is still not there. Okay. How about Nick? Nick, are you there?
Yeah, Doctor, I just joined the.
Okay. Yeah. Priya told me that you are away in the morning. Okay,
Yeah.
no worries. So in your company, okay, in your company, when it comes to individual KPI, so who actually does it? Is it done by every employees individually, or it is basically pre-designed by someone?
Okay, actually we have a KPI, so the employee we evaluate the score for their self first, and after that the supervisor will do one-to-one with the employee lah.
Okay,
and,
so okay, go ahead.
Yeah, after that we got the score. Something that this part is your not truly good, is something explanation about how to improve, something like that.
Okay, very good. So you see, so at Nick's working environment, so the KPI is basically done by individuals, right? Individuals are basically setting the KPI for themselves, because department, okay, in terms of department, they already have their own objective, which is indirectly that department objective is actually belongs to your manager, okay, or your head of department. So that objective will be cascaded down to individuals, right? So as a staff, okay, for that particular department, you have to come out with your objective. So how do you actually come up with your own objective? Priya, any idea? How do you come up with your own objective? Okay, you have your department objective, your manager's KPI. So how do you actually derive with your objectives? The Priya is not here. You are not here, Priya. Okay, now mind. We go to Putri. Are you there, Putri?
Yes, I'm here.
Ah, okay.
How
Yes.
do I come up with my own objective?
Yeah.
My
So what are the processes that you follow in order for you to
as
come up
an employee or as a HR or?
as an employee?
Oh, okay. First, I would see with my job description, but I don't look at the actual job description notes, more like the actual job that I'm doing. So I set a specific measurement based on the SMART. So for example, if I say like it is to manage like a HR issue, I would say like a specific, for example, specific department or things like that. Reach out to the manager at least twice a month. I would say something like that. So to just to make sure that it's not just something very vague. I could just reach out once a year. So I would put it like that, and then I would break it to certain areas as well. For example, like so many spectrums I'm doing. So sometimes it could be like just a specific HR issue, or maybe, and then I move it down to the initiative that I plan to do, like where am I at, or like how managers support or not, things like that. And then at the end, the trainings that I wish to be completed or things that I currently doing. Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's how I do it.
Yeah, that is I mean, how to say, it's quite straightforward, right? It's like, okay, you have your department direction, okay, and you as an employee, you are trying to see whether you can help out to achieve the direction. Okay, so for instance, like as a HR department, okay, if I'm the HOD, for instance, okay, maybe one of my objective is basically to ensure there is hiring of remote workers into 2022. So hiring of remote workers, okay, 2022. So maybe, okay, Putri, okay, as a person who's actually working under the expatriates unit, okay, or maybe, you know, on the international context, okay, she will start to do the hiring process. So I will manage it. I will monitor as a HOD. Okay, I will monitor. Okay, I'll say, okay, Putri, we need to hire expatriate. Okay, we need remote workers because now we have a new Omicron virus which is going around. Okay, so we have no choice. We have to get remote workers. So I'm telling Putri, okay, Putri, can you help me to source out? Then Putri will do that job, okay, because she's in charge of that. So one of her KPI, okay, will be on sourcing for remote workers. So that is only one KPI. Of course, she can, you know, she have to match with other things as well, which is relevant for her. You know, she will cascade down. So when you talk about sourcing of remote workers, so that could be one big KPI where you can break it down to 2-3 KPI. Okay, from there you can break it maybe not just sourcing. Okay, you're also talking about having maybe an orientation session, okay, before joining the organization, okay, then visa preparation, you know, so these can be the small so-called as sub KPI that you can actually derive from, right? And of course, okay, when you look at the appraisal form, okay, there's a different part that you have to fulfill. Okay, your main KPI is basically related with your job task. And of course, there's other KPI that you have to fulfill, which is generate company KPI. Okay, in terms of safety, if you are in manufacturing, okay, safety will be something which is very much focused. Okay, like to reduce LTI to 3, okay, or LTI to 1, or even to 0, okay, lost time injury cases, okay, or maybe to ensure, okay, there's zero customer service when it comes to customer service, okay, not zero customer service, customer complaints. Zero customer service means finish lah. Okay, customer complaints, zero customer complaints, right? And these customers, okay, for HR department, it can be your internal customers, maybe purchasing department, supply chain. So if you are dealing with them, if there's any complaint, then of course, obviously you don't achieve your KPI lah, if there's a complaint. Okay, if there's no complaint, then obviously you have achieved, because the target is basically to have zero customer complaint, right? So this is how it works. Okay, so all these are basically the process of aligning, okay, from the top up to the department and to the individual. Okay, so this is how the whole so-called as performance management engineering system works. I call it engineering. Okay, how it is engineered. Okay, from the top to bottom. All right. Any question on the processes so far? Okay, no question. So this is KPI, right? Objectives. Okay, so your objectives, okay, it can be in a different form, like what I mentioned just now. It can be something related with ongoing role or work objectives, okay, or it can be something to do with your behavior, okay, the values. Okay, certain companies they emphasize on values because organization have their own values, right? Big organization usually they have their values, okay, teamwork, you know, consistent time, you know, management, all that, you know, so they have their own values, so they can actually reflect in your KPI as well. They want you to fulfill that objective, right, or the values. And then targets, okay, when you can actually finish. So some objectives, okay, it can be target driven, okay, when you need to achieve certain things. Okay, so there's a time frame that you have to fulfill, right, and you have to mention that as one of your criteria in your KPI. Yeah, and certain objective or certain KPI, it can be related with task or projects. Like I'm sure Putri, your KPI, there's a lot of project. Am I right? There'll be a lot of KPI involving projects. Okay, you might have assignments, projects, project driven. So your KPI is a project driven. Okay, some people's KPI, okay, some employees, they can be work objective driven. Okay, it can be target driven, it can be behavior driven. So it depends, okay, on what type of KPI that you're actually having, okay, in your appraisal. Okay, so these are 12 golden rules, okay, in conducting a performance review meeting. Okay, so we have 12 rules here, but we will look into rules after we come back from break. So we'll go for a quick break. Okay, we'll come back. We will look into this 12 rules. Okay, when you conduct a performance review meeting, so what are the things that you have to prepare? Okay, like what you saw just now, you see the example. That is something which you shouldn't be doing. Okay, so this is something that you should be doing. Okay, so these are the 12 rules. We will look into the rules once we come back for a break. All right? Any question? No question? Okay, so let's go for a break. A quick one, 3:30. We'll come back at 3:45. All right? Okay, welcome back. Dikshit, are you okay?
Yes, so far.
You're okay? All right.
Yes.
Good. I was calling for you just now. Yes, Dikshit, Dikshit. Okay. Okay, we were looking at performance appraisal, right? Performance appraisal, and also performance management, right? So appraisal is always okay. It has its own dilemma in most of the organization because it is basically not followed properly. Okay, so the system is not really been established and communicated well to all the employees, right? But of course, I'm not referring to all the companies. I'm referring to some of the companies. Okay, in Malaysia itself, you can see, right, whether it is in government sectors or whether it is private. Okay, the practice, okay, and also the system, sometimes it can be very weak. Okay, so what goes wrong? Why appraisal is not done properly? Okay, why it is not kicking off effectively? What is the reason, right? So in order to understand that, okay, let's look at these 12 golden rules, okay, in conducting a performance review meeting. So this is not touching on the system, okay, on performance management, but it is touching on the performance appraisal exercise, okay, because we always believe that, you know, sometimes the problem which is actually happening at the system level is due to the element or subset, okay, factors inside the system itself, right? So let's look at all these 12 rules, okay, how to ensure your performance review meeting is effective. Number one, be prepared. Okay, that's very important. Like you saw just now, okay, in the video, okay, the head of department or the superior is not prepared at all. Okay, why we say she's not prepared? Because the meeting is not scheduled. There's no proper documentation, okay, brought by either the employee and also the superior, right? And she attended calls, okay, during the process of appraisal. Okay, so that is also partly, I would say that, you know, she should have informed that, okay, please do not disturb. Okay, I'm having appraisal exercise. Okay, please, you know, let, if there's any calls coming in, please handle for me, okay, or pass it to some other people, right? So that is also partly, you know, managing your appraisal meeting, yeah? Okay, by not having any kind of disturbance. Number two, work to a clear structure. Okay, work to a clear structure. Make sure, okay, there's a proper system in place. Okay, so you see the whole appraisal meeting, okay, it is a structured thing. Okay, it's a structured thing. Okay, it has its own processes. Okay, so follow the processes. Okay, make sure you have the KPI, the objective with you, and then you have your documents, supporting documents, right? And then make sure that you follow the processes one by one. Okay, this is the first thing that I should do. Okay, first, right, let me get the employee to actually voice up, okay, on the concern, or maybe, okay, let me highlight to you your KPI. Okay, this is your KPI. So what do you put for your KPI? Okay, number one. So based on that, then you should have some agreement, okay, with your with your employee. But of course, you see, the first process of appraisal, okay, it should be done by the employee, okay, then the employer. Okay, then the third one, the agreement, you should have some discussion with your employee. Okay, you put 2, I put 3. Okay, why you put 2? Then get some what they call justification from your employee. Then When it comes to your turn as a superior, then you voice up, okay, I put 3 because of this. Okay, do you agree? I put 3. So if he or she able to justify, your employee or your staff able to justify that, no, madam, I think you are wrong because actually there is something, okay, that I can show you that I've done it. Okay, so this is the evidences. Then maybe the superior can actually change it. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay, this is what I'm hoping for. So let's change it from 3 to 4. So it should be a very smooth process. Okay, so the work should be very clear. Okay, the whole process should be very clear. Number 3, create the right atmosphere. Right. So when you talk about atmosphere, it's the environment. Okay, internally and also externally. Right. Internally here means, okay, it's about the place that you're having a meeting. Don't have an ordinary place where you used to reprimand your employee. Okay, as far as possible, don't have it in your office. Okay, because you see, there's already a lot of you know, a lot of these events, you know, took place. Okay, a lot of events took place. Maybe it can be very you know, event which can be very disheartening for the employee. Okay, it can be something which is not proper because they feel, I mean, the employee feel that, okay, I'm facing my superior, okay, and she's sitting there, okay, on a bench. Okay, because usually you see the superior's bench, okay, the table itself, it can be very huge. Head of department, okay, it can be very huge. Okay, the chair can be, you know, much better than your employee chair. So all these actually creates barrier. Okay, so try to avoid all these barriers. Okay, have another place for you to discuss about your KPI. Right. So the environment is very important. Okay, make sure the temperature is good because it can also create fluctuation of mood. Okay, and also in terms of the noise. Okay, make sure there's no noise, okay, coming from outside. Okay, or there's noise coming from inside. So all these things is something that you have to check. Right. You might be thinking that, okay, it's not significant. Okay, I'm just here to appraise. Ask yourself whether you want an effective appraisal or not. So if you want an effective appraisal, okay, you want to see a true output from your appraisal, then it's good if you can actually follow all these things. Rule number 4, provide good feedback. Okay, rather than good feedback, I would like to add on, it should be constructive feedback. Right. So what is meant by constructive feedback? A feedback where employee feel that, okay, there's some action can be taken out of this feedback. Okay, so it is something that it's a feedback which is guiding you, okay, to be better. So your feedback should be constructive. Right. Not just telling your employee, like just now. Okay, during that video just now, you can see, you know, the superior is just telling, I know you're doing a good job. I know you're doing a good job. Very subjective. Why is she doing a good job? What is the evidences? What is the justification? Okay, so if you're not doing a good job, then why? Okay, how can you improve it? So when you mention the word how, okay, when you give the feedback of how, then it is meant to be a constructive feedback, right? So that is rule number 4. Rule number 5, use time productively. Right, so the time which is given to you, okay, during the appraisal period, use effectively. Okay, the time that you start, manage your time. Okay, you should know that, okay, this 5 minutes, 10 minutes, okay, I need to look at your KPI. Okay, so then another 5 minutes, okay, I would like to see gradings. Okay, your grading and my grading. Okay, then another 5 minutes, okay, I would like to, of course, it's very difficult for you to count in such, to have such monitoring, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and so on, but more or less. Okay, so set your time. Okay, this is the time. Okay, I'm allocating around maybe 10 to 15 minutes, okay, for yourself. So yeah, speak up. So after the 15 minutes, okay, let me tell you what is your weaknesses. Right, so that can be a very simple way of, you know, managing your time. Right, just break it into 2: feedback from your employee, feedback from yourself. Right, then of course maybe another 10 minutes for you to conclude the whole thing. Right, just a simple one. So use the time productively. Make sure there's more time given to the employee to explain for, I mean, or to justify, okay, about whatever that you have done. Okay, don't spend too much time talking to him. Okay, you don't talk a lot. Let your employee to talk. Okay, so there should be more talking from his side. Okay, not from your side, because it's a session for him. Okay, we are managing his performance, not your performance, right? Rule number 6, use praise. Okay, when you reprimand your employee at that period of time, because during the appraisal time, you also reprimand them. Okay, reprimand means you try to highlight those weaknesses. Okay, and try to highlight, okay, you shouldn't be doing this, so that is reprimanding. So after reprimanding him, praise him. Okay, so you see, you have a lot of good things in you. Okay, there's a lot of outcomes that you have produced, okay, for the department. Okay, and this is something that we should appreciate. So I think you can do a better job. Okay, so you have done this much of output, or you have produced this much of thing. I think you can do it better, right? So next time, do your level best, and yeah, I'll be happy, I'll be glad. So use some motivational words, okay, some praise, so that your employee will feel that, okay, I'm appreciated. Okay, and don't treat him like a coolie. Yeah, that, okay, don't treat your employee like a coolie. Yeah, that's very bad. Rule number 7, let individuals do most of the talking. This is why I mentioned just now. Okay, let individuals do most of the talking, because it's C section. Rule number 8, invite self-assessment. Okay, so let him, okay, you try to approach and ask him, okay, for feedback. Ask him to assess himself. This is like coaching. You see, in coaching method, we usually allow the employee, okay, or the staff to actually reflect. Okay, reflect himself and try to see, okay, why is he doing like that, why is he behaving in such a way, okay, why he should be doing what he should be doing, what he shouldn't be doing, right? So let him to reflect. Okay, reflect himself and get back to you. Okay, what is the right thing should be doing? So invite for self-assessment. Okay, let him to assess himself. Okay, you don't assess him 100%. Okay, try your level best not to use the word such as, okay, I think you are wrong. Okay, shouldn't be using that word. Okay, then you see, whatever Christy mentioned just now, it can be true. Okay, who are you to evaluate me? Such remark can actually pointed out by your employees, right? So you have to make sure that you try to bring the answer, okay, bring the solution from your employee itself. That is the best, right? Rule number 5, discuss performance, not personality. Okay, so it should be competency driven. Okay, it should be performance driven, not about personality. Okay, don't talk about issues like, hey, I saw you the other day. Yeah, okay, you are dating this person outside. Why? Yeah, why did you do that? Okay, so that is very personal. Okay, that is a personal issue. You shouldn't be highlighting that. Okay, or maybe things like, okay, I saw you talking a lot in the phone. Okay, talking about things which is not relevant. Okay, and you are trying to talk bad about people. Okay, all right, and I think it's not a good attitude, right? You shouldn't be doing that. So you can highlight those things, you can highlight, but highlight indirectly. Okay, not to be so straightforward. Okay, of course, talking during working hours is not good. Talking something which is not relevant, okay, something irrelevant is not good, but you should try to highlight those things indirectly. Okay, not to be too direct. Do indirect approach most of the time. And encourage, rule number 10, encourage analysis of performance. Okay, so this is also very important. So when you're talking about task, what is the completion rate, okay, and try to discuss, okay, how we can do it better. So you have actually produced this much of performance, okay, at this period of time. So now it's like 6 months, you have another 6 months to go. So what do you think we should be doing? Okay, how you want to manage your time now? Okay, how you want to manage, okay, the resources which is given to you? Okay, so try to analyze, okay, the whole processes, okay, and try to give some solutions. Okay, not to say solution, maybe some suggestion so that you'll be able to improve, right? So try to encourage, okay, or try to analyze, okay, the performance so that you are working on critical issues, okay, or you are working on more critical matters, okay, rather than being very general. No? Rule number 11, don't deliver unexpected criticism. Okay, this is talking about personality is one thing, okay, giving critics, okay, unexpected critics is another thing. Okay, you are taking, because certain superior, okay, they will make use of that period of time to give a lot of critics, to bombard the employee at that period of time, because they are finding right time to actually scold him, okay, or scold her, okay, or trying to pinpoint the mistakes and so on. So he take this opportunity to give all the critics. Certain certain superior can actually voice up very emotionally, can scold and so on. Okay, so this is not right. Okay, you shouldn't be doing that. No emotional how to say boiling should be happening. Okay, no emotional boiling should be happening at this session. And rule number 12, agree measurable objectives and a plan of action. So this is at the beginning stage of appraisal. Okay, the first stage of appraisal. Okay, try to come up with those objectives, and remember your objectives should be SMART objectives. Okay, it should be specific, it should be measurable, okay, it should be achievable or attainable, it should be realistic, okay, and it should be having its own time frame, timeliness, right? So these are what we call as SMART objectives. Okay, make sure you outline, okay, the objective, and make sure there's an action, okay, to achieve all these objectives, right? So these are basically what we call as 12 golden rules, okay, that you have to follow in conducting a performance review meeting. So this is suggestion, okay, suggestion coming from Armstrong, okay, based on review that he have done, okay, by looking at several industries, several systems and so on. So any question on the 12 rules? Are you following all these 12 rules? How many of you all have employees under you? How many of you all have employees under you? Putri?
No, I have portfolio, not under me. Like for example, I manage like 200 portfolio.
Okay. So you are managing what they call it? I will say affiliates lah.
Yeah, I'm not sure what is the term, but basically, if they have any question, employee or the manager, they can reach out to me.
Okay, all right. So how about Nick? Nick, are you handling any employees under you? Do you have any staffs under you?
Yeah.
Okay,
I have
so
about
how many
my team, I
staff?
have only about 3 staff under me.
Okay, so 3 staffs. Have you done the appraisal for this year? Done and over?
Not yet.
Not yet. December is going over already, yeah. Okay, because I'm sure your HR department wants you to get back to them, right, on the appraisal form. Okay, because they need to prepare a lot of,
actually we use the system.
Okay, so you have a system.
Yeah.
So do you actually meet your employee? Of course, at this period of time, I don't think so. You meet. You do it online.
Yeah. No.
So do you actually?
Online.
Do you actually do it in a visible or non-visible mode? Visible here means visible. So you have your employees coming into the Zoom, is it, to communicate?
Yeah, I'm planning maybe about next week.
Very good. So you managed to get the right knowledge, Nick, before meeting your employee. So remember this 12 golden. Okay, bring it during your appraisal. bring it during the appraisal. Okay, go one by one. Okay, am I meeting all these 12 rules or not? All right. Okay, just kidding. So you see, it's very crucial because end of the day, okay, we should understand that employees is basically helping us to achieve the objective, right? So we should, even though they are paid, okay, we are also paid. All of us are working for someone, right? So we have to work together, okay. And we shouldn't be treating them as our. We shouldn't be treating as if we are the boss. They are the workers for us. Okay, even though they can call you as boss, okay, of course, that's the respect that they're giving. Okay, but remember, you are not the actual boss of the company, you know. So of course, they call you boss because you're managing them, right? So you should give that respect, right? And I feel a very good workplace is a place where there's teamwork. Okay, there's a proper communication, two-way communications, not one-way communication. Okay, and appreciate your staff, right? By having appraisal, okay, by allocating time and doing the appraisal is already a reward that you're giving them. Okay, it's a reward that you're giving them because you are actually allocating your time of work to see them, to manage them. Okay, so it's a kind of reward as well, right? So yeah, so I think we should manage it well, right? Okay, so let's look at what is the benefits of performance appraisal. Okay, so this is coming from this particular site. So I've just taken because I feel that it is very sharp, okay, and clear, right? When it comes to benefits of performance appraisal, of course, there's many benefits, okay, besides whatever that I have highlighted earlier, right? First is it actually assists to enhance employee performance, okay, that is undeniable. Second thing is it be integrated with strategic vision, okay? So since it's strategic, aligned strategically with the company's direction, so it brings a lot of outcomes for individual and also for the organization. Okay, hike in salary and compensation. Okay, another benefit of performance appraisal. Okay, it is related directly to salary and compensation. Promotions and transfers. Okay, because based on the appraisal exercise that you're doing, you'll be able to see those employees who's actually doing well, right? So based on that, you can do you can carry out certain decisions, okay, managerial decisions, either to promote them or to transfer your employees, right? And of course, last but not least, it is the tool of inspiration. So this is what I meant just now, right? So these are very generic 5 benefits of performance appraisal. Okay, you can list it a lot. There's a lot of long list of benefits for performance appraisal. So I just put it in a nutshell. That's why I'm choosing this, okay, which consists of all the other small so-called as sub benefits. Okay, so we have appraisal tool. Okay, the next part we are looking at appraisal tool. So these are basically some of the methods that you might be using in your company, right? Like management by objective. So how many of you all use management by objective? How many of you all are using this? MBO? Anyone? Anyone using MBO? Okay, how about 360-degree feedback? Anybody using 360-degree feedback? No? Assessment center method? No. So how about BAS? Okay, behavioral anchored rating skills, or short form we call it BAS, BARS. Anyone? Scorecard? How about scorecard? Balance scorecard? Anybody using balance scorecard? Okay, how about psychological appraisals? Okay, this is a new way of appraising, psychological appraisal, right? BAS is not new. Assessment center method is the current approach most of the companies is using, okay, because they feel that, you know, when they outsource, you know, you are able to manage it much better. 360-degree have been there for many years. Okay, MBO is also something which is quite familiar for many companies. Human resource accounting method. Anybody? No? Okay, so if you have no experience of managing or you have no experience dealing with the system, okay, so let's look at all these different types of appraisal methods. So for these, okay, I want you all to gather in a team, and what I want you all to do is basically, okay, to evaluate what is this method about? Okay, ask the question of what. Okay, I know those who are in HR, okay, you are familiar with that. Okay, but those who are not in HR, okay, it might be new for you, right? So I want you all to ask the question, what is that method about? Okay, and secondly, how it works. How do you actually use that particular tool? Because it's a tool. Okay, so you need to know what is this tool about, and you need to know how to use it. Okay, so let's go into group and let's discuss about it. Let us just take 5 minutes, 5 minutes break, and then we will continue with this task. Okay, while waiting for that 5 minutes, okay, let me just allocate you in the group.
The performance by objective, that's when we tell the staff what is the objective and then they work to it, right?
That is performance MBO, management by objectives. Yeah, you
I think they might not realize, but we are most company don't do that. Most company do that, but yeah.
You know why? Because you see, there's also so-called as fear. Okay, when it comes to KPI, many employees, especially now at this period of time, they are fear of hearing KPI. Okay, KPI, you know, oh, KPI, I need to meet KPI. If not, I don't get bonus, I don't get that, you know, I will get punishment, that and this, right? So certain companies, what they will do is to avoid this fear, okay, this so-called as worriness, okay, they try to apply something which is more typical, okay, manageable. So MBO is quite easy, right? When I was working with Aeon, that was actually my first company. We deal with MBO, okay, MBO, and yeah, it's manageable because it's not having a very tedious process like 360-degree appraisal method or even balance scorecard. Okay, even bars, all these are very tedious method. Okay, you use a lot of tedious method to carry out the appraisal, but objective is still okay. Even ranking, rating, all these methods are still much better. Okay, so of course I don't want to touch about ranking and rating because that's a typical method. Everybody might have gone through that. So I want to introduce to you some of the new method, okay, which is being used now in some of multinational companies. Okay, so that's why I'm highlighting this. So I want you all to work on this different methods. So I will be giving you what they call it, each group a different method to deal with. Okay, everybody will not have the same method. So I want you to go and find for it, and then let us discuss. Right. So at least after this session, okay, you'll be able to know, okay, what is the current method that we are using, current tool that we are using in evaluating employees, okay, employees' performance. And of course, it has its own disadvantages and advantages as well, right? So let me just put you in the team. So the question here, okay, so this is basically the question. Okay, so this is the question. Okay, you need to discuss and evaluate the above appraisal method. Okay, the one you saw just now. So each one group will get 2 appraisal methods. Okay, so I want you all to compare and contrast. Okay, looking at the advantages and disadvantages. First, answer the question, what is that method about? Okay, where you can easily get through Google, and try to compare and contrast, okay, between the methods, right? So let me just segregate the method. Okay, let me just use the breakout room first. Hold on. Okay, 2 to 3 participants per room. So we have Dikshit, Priya, and Putri in the first room. We have Jennifer and Christy in the second room. Okay, and in the third room, okay, we have Shalini and Nick. Okay, so I think wait, hold on, let me just check. Okay. Okay, Nick, you are HR, Nick is HR, wait, Christy and Jennifer. Okay, I have to move. Okay, so Nick, you'll be with Christy and Jennifer, whereas in room 3 we have Dikshit and Shalini, and in room 1 we have Priya and Putri. Okay, so there's one room with 3 person. I mean, we have no choice. Okay, so 2, 3, 2. Right. So let's go into the rooms now, and then I will segregate. Okay, which tool that you're gonna discuss. Jennifer, are you here, Jennifer?
Christy, you are in our group now. Oh, Christy has seen the group.
Okay, so let's wait for others to come in. Okay, Priya is here already. Okay, Priya is here. All right, so let's continue. Okay, so we will start off with the most least number of participants in the room. Okay, which is Shalini and also Dikshit. Okay, we will start with Shalini's group.
Okay.
Let me share my screen. Dikshit, you want to explain on this first?
No, you can just go ahead with both.
Okay.
Okay, Shalini and Dixit have done something on the two assessment, right? Two performance evaluation tool. One is psychological assessment, and another one is 360-degree assessment. Okay, so let's hear from them.
Okay, so the first one is psychological assessment. From what we gather, it's more of an intuitive appraisal method. Appraises employees' future performance based on current behavior. So I think that's the interesting part, because we can kind of see whether they are able to do a certain task in the future based on their current behavior. Focuses on emotional, intellectual, and other personal characteristics. So it's not solely on work. It's also the interpersonal, the extrinsic and intrinsic values that they have as well. So the strengths that we gather is it focuses on core competency and soft skill. Also gives a holistic angle on employees' abilities and performance. So it's not only whether they are, like I mentioned, whether they are good technically or not, but it's also their interpersonal skills as well. And able to see problem solving and decision making skill in employees. So this is what I mentioned about, you can predict whether they will be able to, for example, maybe based on their current behaviors, you can kind of see whether this person can be a manager, can be a people leader in future. And it's more focused on the person's development. Weaknesses that we gather is the stress may affect results if there's no work-life balance, and emotions or person's attitude may affect. So for example, Dikshit gave a very good example about like if somebody is very laid back, maybe their nature is to be very laid back, or they take it easy. The manager might view that, may view it as laziness. If let's say the manager doesn't have that same kind of outlook, maybe the person is just the type of person who's very laid back, but manages to finish the work within the deadline. But if the manager is very pushy and keeps asking or micromanaging, it may give a very wrong impression, because there's a gap there, because the person can do the job, but it's just that their nature is like that, but the manager take it wrongly. So that is it won't reflect the person's ability in that sense, or if they're very, and it's also for someone who's very plan oriented. So Dikshit, you want to add anything to this?
Yeah, just one thing, like, because some people, they are plan oriented, not action oriented. So if because of this kind of attitude, most of the tasks in the organization will be delayed, and it will not affect, it will affect the overall function, overall operation of the business. So I think this should be one of the important or this should be one of the part of performance appraisal. It may not be whole, because this can be it can be a stigma. You can label somebody, you're not capable mentally, you're not sound minded. So this should be just a part of performance appraisal, may not be itself a performance appraisal. So that is what I feel,
Certain certain components of even ranking, okay, even ranking method, they actually have the psychological part, okay, but it is still depending on the company whether they can use it in order to assess the employees or not, okay, because it should suit your company's need, okay, and also the type of employees that you have, right? So but then of course you cannot deny psychological assessment is one of preferred, okay, and also favorite type of assessment, right, by certain companies, okay, especially multinational companies are the top 100 best companies in the world, right? They are some which is actually using psychological assessment.
I think doctor, is it like emotional intelligence no they use for the performance appraisal? Because if you're good in psychological assessment, you will be good with your customers, and definitely that will bring a good brand effect and all.
Yes, even not just emotional, okay, they also use social intelligence, also in terms of cultural intelligence, okay, so it depends on what type of component that they would like to test, right, the employees in terms of their psychology. So it's a very popular type of assessment now, okay, in the current trend in terms of evaluating performance of employees, right? So good. 360 degree.
Moving on to 360, it's a systematic feedback collected from all, which is the peers, supervisors, customers, and it's very widely used. So the strength that we see is that it's a holistic review on performance. So you kind of tackle every crack there is, easier to spot development opportunities, and also overall areas of improvement identified. So if let's say an employee is good with the manager, but maybe with his stakeholders, he's not very good. So this is a chance like you cannot cover up, because your stakeholder is also going to give an appraisal on you. So it's a very clean, well-rounded appraisal system. The weakness that is very time consuming and tedious, if it's not structured well, it will just probably just collapse. And personal opinion and biases may affect review. I think this is also something which applies to all types of assessment. If there's a human assessing you, there is going to be a biasness. Might not be very informed feedback, and there might be too much of managerial oversight can deter truthful feedback. So Dikshit, anything you want to add on this?
No, you have covered everything.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, so you see 360 degree assessment is one of the most popular one, which is practiced by also some of the multinational companies, okay, the best 100 companies in the world. Even in Malaysia, okay, if you want to know which company is actually using 360 degree appraisal method, try to see what our mobile company is doing, okay, our telco, telco Celcom is actually using it, okay, Maxis is using 360 degree, okay, now I'm not sure whether they are still using or not, okay, I have not used their system quite some time, but Celcom, yes, okay, you can see sometimes they ask you to rate, okay, your customers. Of course, it can be maybe at the level of getting the feedback, maybe not really taken into consideration for 360 degree, okay, but yeah, one of the feedback that you should be getting for 360 degree is basically from your customers, okay, customers, from your bosses, from your subordinates, okay, from your peers, okay, so these are basically the stakeholders, okay, which is going to give feedback to your employees, right? And I feel personally this is one of the best, right, because you are able to see fairness, okay, in carrying out the assessment, okay, so that is 360 degree assessment. Okay, thanks Shalini and also Jixit, thank you. Okay, let's go for the next one. Next group, Putri's group, Putri, Priya, and Nick.
Can you see?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
Crystal clear.
So we got, I think it's quite tough. HR accounting methods and the behavior echo rating scale. This is quite new because not many companies have used, especially the HR accounting methods. So we start by the definition first. So the HR accounting method, so technically what it means is that it analyzes people's performance through monetary benefits. So it basically evaluates your work to the company. So they check whether, for example, one in an engineering company who have the highest value. So technically it's going to be the engineers or maybe the technical expert. So, and how much money can the person bring to the company versus the supporting role who might not able to bring much money to the company, so they are seen lesser value. So people who have the higher stakes will receive more, I would say, technically special treatment to the company. So this is how they do it. They check the value of the employee by subtract it to the total cost of the hiring, training, development, paying of the employee. So this normally been done in a small company or maybe a startup when you just wanted to focus on a value or maybe generating revenue on your first initial year. So the advantages would be you're able to measure the cost and the value of each employee, and then you're able to see more clearly on the financial implication, the return investment, you can see better. Disadvantages, it could be an unfair guideline because, for example, like despite this person might only be a supporting role, but without the person, the company cannot function. Like a financial or maybe IT or maybe HR, you still need all this support function to make sure the organization runs smoothly, and they have not been treated better with this particular evaluation methods. So that will be the disadvantages. Okay, so moving to the behavior.
Sorry, I mean, Putri, hold on. So you see, HR accounting method is something which is preferred, okay, by certain companies, okay, especially startup. Okay, startup, they use HR accounting method because they need to see the results fast, okay, and they have to value the employees, okay, whether they are strategically aligned with the company's output or not, right? But the only, I mean, the disadvantage that I can see, major disadvantage that I can see is they are going into quantitative approach, but not qualitative approach. Qualitative is the value, okay, is the value other than monetary, okay, like what Putri was telling. How about, okay, a person who's actually, you know, supporting, okay, indirectly supporting the production, okay, or the so-called as the company's quality processes, you know, or maybe in terms of organization performance. So they need to be measured as well, right? So we can't just ignore, okay, the other party. And at the same time, okay, when you want to see the relationship, okay, between monetary and also non-monetary, that's very important, okay, like certain values that you are bringing to the company, okay, certain level of competency that you are bringing to the company. So these are all quality matters, okay, which might not be highlighted in HR accounting method, right? Okay, next one, Bas.
So bars is something in which you use the behavior as your reference. So this behavior, it has been converted to a specific numbers for a rating purpose. So for example, if you wanted to hire a team leader, so you actually put a description what type of behaviors that you need in order to perform for that role, and then you put a value to it. Case in point, team leader need to have agility, need to have time management, leadership. So you put a specific rate to it. And then, yeah. So they use a vertical scale in which the point will be from 5 to 9, it will be poor, moderate, and good performance. So it's not like 1 to 10. So it's a bit different. So this will be the step in order to use this particular evaluation method. They have 5 steps: collect, identify, reclassify, assign, and develop a final instrument. So I'm not sure it's suitable for what. I think like
multinational companies, they are using
yeah. So I can just put MNC.
And MNCs. Yeah.
So advantages is quite reliable. You can see the performance based on the behavior that the person has shown. So if the person have a high leadership skill, you will see like the rest of the team perform very well. So very obvious. Hence, it's easy to analyze. So it's also easy for you to give a feedback as well. The evidence is just around you. So you're able to also focus on the specific behavior. Just now I mentioned leadership skill, right? So you can just see based on that. You don't have to see the rest. You only see whatever that is specific to the role that had already been listed. And it's also individualized. Okay, moving on the disadvantages. It might be a bit complex because you also, very complex. And it's also time consuming. As a manager, I don't want to see all that every time. So quite time consuming, and it's also pricey.
Expensive.
Yeah, it's required an expert or maybe technical person to see whether what you are evaluating is correct or not. Hence why. So this is the two evaluation that our team have discussed just now, both Nick, myself, and Priya. Thank you.
Yeah, very true. Thanks, Putri and the team. Very true. BAS is very pricey, and also it is very tedious, very technical. Same goes to balance scorecard. Okay, if you look at balance scorecard and also BAS, the complexities are basically the same, right? And you need very supporting tool. Okay, a supporting team to actually support the whole system, or else you might not be able to have it successfully. Okay, so that's why small companies, they don't have balance scorecard, they don't have BAS. Okay, they don't apply all these things because it's quite a very complicated, okay, for a small company, and they can't invest into all these things, right? Okay, so very good. So these are basically different types of appraisal method that we have. Okay, some of these appraisal method is quite common, like ranking. We do have ranking. Companies use ranking, they just tick, 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 tick. So that is basically ranking. Okay, and then classification. Okay, who's better? Okay, who's least performer. So that is basically another way of doing it. Narrative, narrative is like stories. Okay, you talk about the person. Okay, how he or she conducts. Okay, in the organization. Very subjective, right? So there's many ways. Like MBO is another one. Manage by objectives. Okay, you come up with a small objective, major and sub objectives. Then you pass over to your employees for them to achieve it end of the day, right? And this objective can be quantitatively mentioned or qualitatively mentioned, right? So the one which is shared by the team just now, okay, the two teams, I purposely gave you, sorry Putri if I gave you a tough one, because I mean I want you all to go in, search for the information, indirectly learn about it. Okay, so if I tell you, maybe the amount of information that you managed to grab might be less, right? So if you go and find yourself, search for it, how it is basically significant, what is this things about, okay, that particular assessment about, you'll be able to get a much better information about it. Okay, the only thing is time, right? So I mean, if you have more time, more information can be actually gathered, right? Okay, so thank you very much for the two teams. Okay, I have another two more. Okay, we are shooting a bit so on 5:07 today, so let me just finish up. We have another two more slides to go, then after that we can close up. So just hold on, let me just share the two more slides. Okay, this is the last part of our 3 days program. Hold on. Okay. So the last two slides is basically talking about the role. Okay, the role of people practice. Okay, whereby people practice here is basically the HR department. So how HR department is playing a significant role in supporting line managers, okay, to make consistent and appropriate reward judgments. And the next one, okay, we are going to see how line managers are basically making reward judgment based on organizational approaches to reward, right? So these are the two things. So we have two slides to cover that. So let's go for the first one. Okay, how HR practitioners, okay, how HR practitioners is basically helping or supporting line managers or functional managers. See, of course, obviously, if you look at HR department as a whole, okay, they used to play a supporting role. Okay, so whether directly or indirectly, they're already helping all the line managers, okay, because they play the supporting role. Okay, but recently, okay, they have, if you look at the professional HR professionals, okay, and also some of the heads, okay, in HR, they have already rebrand, okay, the value of HR. Okay, they already rebrand the role of HR. Okay, from calling them as a HR department, okay, now they are called as business partners, right? Because they are playing more vital role in the company, more strategic role in the company. So let's look at how HR professionals, how HR professionals or practitioners is actually helping the line managers, right? In making sure that, when line managers actually making decision in order to reward their employees, making sure that, okay, they are consistent, okay, and suitable reward being given to the employees, right? So we need someone, okay, to help them. So first thing is, okay, as a HR professional, okay, you have to ensure that the line managers have that awareness that whenever they want to reward the employees, okay, whenever they want to manage the reward within the department, they have to maintain these things, which is equity, fairness, consistency, and transparency. Okay, like for example, equity and fairness, okay, you already know about it, okay, the concept of equity and fairness, okay, making sure that when you are rewarding your employees, okay, there's a balance, okay, there's a equity, there's a fairness among the employees in the department itself. Okay, you cannot be sidelined to someone, or you cannot be favoring to someone. Okay, maybe, okay, I like this person, okay, she's very pretty, she's so handsome, I give you more marks of this. So that is something that you shouldn't be doing, right? It is happening, okay, you can't deny that, but this is something which, as a HR person, you shouldn't allow this to happen, right? So that's the first thing. Second thing is, you have to ensure that the reward is managed based on the compliance with legislation, because as a line manager, they might not be coming from the HR background. Okay, they can be coming from production, they can be coming from supply chain, they can be coming from shipping department. So their background is different. So if you ask them, okay, about certain compliance issues or certain legislative issues, they might not be so competent. Okay, so you as the internal what they call it consultant, okay, or you as a HR expertise, you should be telling him, okay, making sure that, okay, when you monitor, okay, leaves, okay, when you monitor hospitalization, sick leave, hospitalization leave, okay, when you allow the person to actually go for any type of emergency leave, it is appropriate, okay, and it is basically fulfilling the requirement of the legal system. Okay, so that's very important. And even when it comes to performance management, for instance, okay, issues relating to performance management, so make sure that, okay, they fulfill, okay, the requirement, okay, making sure that they are not jeopardizing the employees, right? Certain things, okay, it can be directly related with legislation, it can be indirectly related with legislation as well, right? So you have to communicate with the line managers. You have to make sure that the line managers know that there is a law when it comes to reward management. Okay, reward here is about compensation and benefits. Okay, you have already seen what are the compliance, okay, issues earlier in the afternoon. Number 3, supporting line managers' ownership of intrinsic and extrinsic rewards. Right. So as a line manager, okay, they have their staffs under them, right, and they have all the rights, okay, to manage their level of motivation. Okay, this is including the intrinsic, okay, level of motivation and also extrinsic level of motivation, which actually leads to these two types of rewards, intrinsic and extrinsic rewards, right? So as a line manager, okay, you are responsible, you are accountable to ensure that your staffs is basically rewarded appropriately. Okay, and this type of rewards, okay, when it comes to intrinsic, extrinsic, you have to also take into consideration the one monetary and non-monetary as well. Okay, so these two are basically important. Okay, intrinsic, like for instance, when we talk about job enlargement, job enrichment, okay, job rotations, these are all intrinsic rewards that you are giving. Okay, so when you want to transfer an employees, okay, from one department to another, from one unit to another unit within your department, so it's good, okay, if you can actually, as a line manager, you should consult with the HR department, okay, and as a HR department, okay, when you have this demand coming from the line manager, you should be able to advise, okay, because eventually, right, you are the expert in the area of human, okay. Number 4, support line managers, okay, in terms of training and job evaluation process. So whenever there's a training, okay, because training is something to do with what, okay, remember that, training is something to do with rewards. And when the line manager, okay, when they propose certain level of trainings for the employees, okay, you as a manager, okay, who's in charge of training, or maybe a person who's in charge of HR, you should be able to advise them, okay, the type of training that you should be sending the employees, okay, and how training can actually reflect to the reward, okay, eventually, yeah, because you see the appraisal method itself, okay, there's a component where there's a development and also training activities, okay, so that is very crucial. So when you work on the performance appraisal, okay, this is also something that you have to manage, okay, you should advise, right, because the person who's administrating the whole appraisal is basically the HR department, right? So you as a people professional or HR, you have a bigger role when it comes to training and also the job evaluation process. So job evaluation here, okay, you see when there's a hiring process, okay, being done, okay, obviously you'll be going through job analysis, okay, so when you do the job analysis, you need to get the support from the line managers. You need to advise the line managers, okay, on all the aspect. If you don't have a JD, then you have to communicate with your line managers, okay. What are the tasks, okay, this particular person is going to do, right? And what do you think the salary that we should be paying, right? So these are things which is very important. You need to communicate, okay, with the line manager. You have to tell them because they might not know, okay, the appropriate way of managing the training. Okay, they know the content, but when it comes to administration, when it comes to coordination, you have to help them. Okay, even when it comes to job evaluation process, line managers are not an expert, okay, unless they're HR line managers, then they might be expert in job evaluation, or else they will not be expert in job evaluation process, okay. And job evaluation is part of the department process as well, because staffs are working with the line managers, okay, the respective line managers. And of course, obviously, when it comes to hiring process, when it comes to giving rewards, okay, pay and so on, okay, job evaluation would be a critical process that you have to carry out, right? So you need to support your line managers in terms of this two, training and job evaluation process. Number 5, facilitate and advise on promoting responsibility. Okay, so as a line manager, they have all the rights, okay, to actually, I won't say the right to promote, okay, but the right to propose promotion, okay, propose a promotion, because eventually it will go to the top management, okay, you will propose this person should be promoted, it will go to the top management, get the approval and come back to you, okay. So why I say propose, okay, not deciding, because the deciding factor, okay, it doesn't lie on line managers, okay, especially when it comes to promotion, all that, okay. How many of your department head is the one which is actually deciding on promotion? Anyone?
Yeah.
Any of your bosses?
Yes.
Yes.
They decide, they have ultimate decision making?
May not be ultimate, but they are actually the main, who will approve the performance appraisal or management.
Okay, so approving performance appraisal, okay, you see, performance appraisal is basically, it's not a system coming from other departments, okay, it's a system coming from HR department, okay, and HR department is a supporting department, okay, it is also a department where okay, the reporting is basically to the top, right? The HR managers or HR directors still report to the top, right? And anything to do with monetary, it should get approval from the top, okay? And it depends on what type of budget, okay, that you are talking about. Certain level, okay, certain level, it can be decided by maybe the CF, okay, the FC, financial controller can actually decide, okay, yeah, go ahead, okay, you can actually use this budget, right? But certain things, when it comes to employees' salary, bonuses, and so on, you should be getting the approval or consent from the whole team, okay? You shouldn't be only one person, so it should be from the team. Even you see, when you do your steering meeting, when you do your steering meeting, it is consists of all the department managers, not only one person. Actually, when you are evaluated, for your for your performance management, it is actually done by the steering committee, which means it's a group of people which consists from every department. Everyone will give feedback. Oh, this one, okay, Putri, yeah, I saw Putri, she had a she actually did a good job. Okay, she helped me a lot. So you see, it's coming from the top management there. Okay, they are the one who actually decides. Okay, so even promotion, it is decided by certain committees up there, right? Not solely from the head of department. No? Number 6, by providing reward insight data, right? So as a professional, HR professional, okay, you have all the expertise, okay, in sourcing for certain information, okay, like for example, okay, when it comes to reward, okay, where should I go about, okay, where should I get the data from, right? So you'll be able to know better, okay. So when it comes to data, okay, involving rewards or even training or even job evaluation, you should be the one who supposed to be the reference for the line managers, right? You have all the rights to actually propose, okay, this is the data, you can actually use it, okay. And not to forget, certain data, okay, it is basically very confidential, and you should know the PDPA, yeah? Okay, PDPA is something which we need to also take into consideration, okay, when you are sharing input for your line managers, because certain information. Pardon?
Sometimes they even have a group chat.
Yes,
Sharing their salary. So if you promote one person, suddenly like 3, 4, 5 persons say, hey, I heard someone got promotion.
Exactly, because you see, it's a very small circle, I would say, right? Small circle, and we are dealing with humans, right? Some or other, you see, if you are very close with your bosses, you will know all the secrets I'm telling you. You will know all the secrets if you're very close to your manager, okay? Because some or other, as a human, they have the tendency to release information. Right.
So I actually have a case, just want to share. So last week, one of my manager reached out to me. He said that he wanted to do a salary adjustment for the team. So I'm like, okay, fine, we can do the salary adjustment. I also do the benchmark and all the jazz that we have learned throughout the last couple of days. And then I do a proposal because he wanted to make a proposal. So, okay, we do benchmark, we see the mid-range of everyone. So the person that I've proposed, so it's like a group of, it's like a number of staff. So the manager told me, but Putri, the rate that you gave is actually not the market rate. So I was surprised because we use a very latest consultant's rate. Benchmark as a benchmark tool, and we also check the internal components as well. So I was like, what do you mean? Give me proof. I can confidently tell them because we use the latest version. And then he come back to me and he said, this is my staff got if they've been offered to work in overseas. And then I was like, nearly wanted to face palm him. I'm like, yeah, of course. If I go to Middle East, I would also get my Middle East salary.
Obviously,
right?
Obviously, of course.
So he told me that I should be paying the staff the Middle East salary despite working in Malaysia. Ayo, this type of manager, you want to keep them.
That's the reason, you see, Putri, because I mean, you see, they don't have the knowledge, okay, they don't have the skill. So you should have told him. I mean, if you know that is the rate, then you should have proposed. Okay, you should propose, and we will just counter back the proposal. rather than, you asking me because you're not sure. Okay, you are not sure, so you are getting HR department's help or assistance, okay, to give you the info. But if you're going to counter back in such a way saying that, hey, no, you should be paying that, then who's the expert here now?
Yeah,
Okay.
so whenever I have this type of cases, right, I would try to educate my line manager by saying that, hey, this is our benchmark. Like, I would also mention to them who actually involved in that benchmark. Because
Yes.
like for me, we use the best industrial company when we do the benchmark, the exercise, so they can see like the sense behind it. And then just now, like there's the one that you share, like a mid-range, right? We also have like something to do, like a, we actually don't use the 20-40% for the traditional, we use like a 50-75. So so the 75 will be for the foreigner, and then 50 will be for the local, because different cost of living, man. So I would try to rationalize it, but share a bit more insight so that the manager understand. He did, at the end of the day, he understand, but he said that HR putting a very tough bargain for the manager to to sell to employee. So yeah.
I mean, you see, that's why sometimes, line managers, they tend to be influenced, okay, influenced with many factors, all right, and they are not able to rationalize because they are not an expert in that field, right? So that's the whole reason why we need to come into the picture and tell them that, hey, this is basically the right thing to do, or this is basically evidence-based, okay? So anything to do with evidence-based is the best, okay? So that's why you see, nowadays, when you talk about HR processes, we are very much evidence-based. Okay, we have to use an evidence to show that, hey, see, this is what goes. This is what going on. Okay, on this particular area. So I feel that we need to really consider about it. Right. So if you can actually prove with facts and figures, I think that's the best. Right. That's the best. So for HR department, you have to play around with evidence. Okay, you can't just simply say that. Like for instance, when you're talking about salary scheme. Okay, you have to talk about evidence based. Okay, you have to show, okay, this is basically the latest practices, okay, in this particular company and this particular company, and they're doing well, right? And they have very low retention rate, so you have to prove all these factors so that they will get a bit confident, so number is okay, it's all lesson for us to learn, okay, and also lesson for them to learn as well, right? Okay, so let's go for the next one. Okay, the last slide, okay, for these 3 days, okay, which is on reward judgments based on organizational approaches by line managers. Okay, so how do these line managers, okay, actually manage the rewards? So there are several ways they actually manage, okay, and this can be very effective because they are using organizational approach. Okay, they are not using their own approach, or they are not using other source of approaches. Okay, they are using organizational approach. They can actually use policies, okay, to maybe highlight certain issues, okay, when it comes to reward, okay, like for instance, when the employee is actually trying to highlight that, okay, I think you should be paying this much of bonuses, you should be paying this much of you should have this much of reward system and so on. So you should, as a line manager, okay, you should tell them that, you see, we have our own policies. Okay, so we have to use the policies in making sure that we are aligned. Our organization is basically aligned with company's direction, right? So this is, policy is basically a tool for the organization, right? So when you use the tool to strengthen, okay, your say, I think basically it is acceptable, okay, at all level in the organization. So that's one, use of policies. Second one is organization values and beliefs, right? So every organization, every organization, they will have their own values and beliefs, right? So when you use that, okay, the values and beliefs, such as maybe certain companies, okay, when it comes to certain processes, okay, they have a certain how to say, like for example, ethics. Ethics is something which is very common. Okay, ethics is one thing. Okay, and also maybe in terms of their cultural practices. Okay, so these are things, okay, which can be a guideline, okay, for you to manage certain things which is related to rewards, right? You might have better examples, right? In the company that I worked before, Okay, like for example, I still remember my KLK company, KLK, okay, which is owned by, it's a family-owned company. Okay, Dato' Lee, now Tan Sri Lee, if I'm not mistaken. Now the two brothers, I think the father passed away already. Okay, so now the two boys, they are the one who's managing it. So they are still sustaining certain things, especially when it comes to, like certain gathering that they do. Okay, like certain happy hours they call it. Okay, happy hours that they do. So all these is something which is very much related with values and beliefs, okay, of the company itself, and it's also part of the reward, right? Wait, just give me a second. I need to go and silence the phone. Hold on. Okay, dah pukul 5 kan? That's why phone is started to ring already. Okay, number 3. Okay, number 3 is about ethics. Okay, so ethics is basically, it can come under the value as well. Okay, but ethics is separated, okay, as a component by itself, because nowadays if you look at many organizations, the ethics is basically being jeopardized, right? People are not worried anymore already about ethics. Okay, as long, okay, they are financially driven, they are output driven, they are okay about it. Okay, so personally I feel that ethics is something that you have to safeguard. Okay, whether your company is basically a big company, whether it's a small company, whether it's a startup company, okay, you have to safeguard ethics. Okay, because eventually, maybe not in short run, but long run, you will have a lot of consequences, right? So ethics is something which line managers can actually use as a tool in managing the reward system as well. Okay, so that there's less manipulation take place, right? Number 4, this is what I've just told Putri. Putri, you see, evidence-based judgment. You saw that or not? So this is something which is currently being emphasized, okay, in many areas of HR. So whenever you want to highlight certain things, okay, whether it is going to be issues related with training, or issues related with bonuses, or issue related with increments, okay, or any kind of reward system that you are implementing in the company, you have to ensure that you have facts and figures to talk about it. Okay, so when it comes to promotion, for instance, make sure that it is justified well. Okay, and as a HR person nowadays, you have to do research. That's very important. Those days people don't talk about research. Okay, they don't really bother so much about research, but now whatever that you do, you need to do research. You know why? Because the information which is being circulated around nowadays, it is not that reliable compared to those days, right? Because we have internet nowadays, we have Google. Okay, there's so much of information people are actually passing through, through WhatsApp and through emails and so on. So it's very important for you to do your own research, your personal research, in making sure that the facts that you are talking is basically justifiable and it's valid, okay, valid and reliable. And number 5, okay, we are talking about performance data. Okay, so performance data is also another, I'll say it's a tool as well. Okay, because whatever that you like to communicate to your employees when it comes to reward, you can actually use performance, okay, as the basis. Okay, why am I not paying this much? Okay, why am I not getting all these reward system? Why am I not getting these bonuses? Is based on your performance. So if your performance is not really up to the par, obviously, okay, your rewards might not be also up to your expectation, right? So this is something that you have to highlight. So performance is also a tool in managing the reward. Number 6, decisions about financial reward and also decision about non-financial reward. Okay, so when it comes to decision of financial, what is financial rewards? What are the financial rewards you have in your company? Non-financial, there's many. Okay, so what is financial rewards, which we were talking in this 2 days? There's many aspects of financial reward that we were talking.
Bonus.
Pardon?
Bonus.
Okay, bonus. So even when you talk about financial reward, there's a direct financial reward and indirect financial reward. Okay, so Bonus is one of it. Okay, then increment, what else?
Stocks.
Stocks, okay, stocks, ESOP, stocks. So all these are basically monetary, okay, monetary, financial reward. So when it comes to all these reward system, okay, decision or reward system, you have to take into consideration, right, whether you should be able to manage it, okay, in a proper way, okay. And line managers, okay, line managers, they are basically aware, okay, they are aware of on all these decisions, okay, what kind of decision that you have to make, okay, when it comes to financial and also non-financial reward, like work-life balance, working condition, okay, job enrichment, all that. They know about it, but it is very important that you support, okay, all these decisions by having some documents, okay, by having some support. And this is where I would like to relate back, okay, to the previous slide, okay, when it comes to all these decisions, the HR managers, okay, the HR managers or the HR professionals should come into the picture, right? So it's very important because they cannot make a decision about financial rewards, non-financial reward by themselves, because end of the day, reward system comes under the HR, okay, the so-called as the ownership, okay, of this reward system, it is still under the HR, okay, even though the line managers can actually make the decision, okay, on all these rewards, but still they have to get the support from the HR department, right? So it should be working together. Even all these things, okay, when you're talking about policies, when you're talking about values, values not so much, but I would say policies when it comes to evidence based, okay, evidence based, who's going to give you the documents? Okay, you can make the decision, okay, you can actually make your judgment, but who's going to provide all this evidence, right? So the HR department will actually play the role in providing the evidence, right? Same goes to performance data. Who's going to provide you the performance data? Okay, before even you get the tool, you have to communicate with the HR person first. Okay, they are the one who's going to give you the tool. So based on the tool, you'll be able to manage your employees report, right? So these are basically the 7. Actually, the 6 and 7 comes together. The 6 and 7: decision about financial rewards, decision about non-financial rewards. Okay, it is also part of these judgments. Okay, and also it is part of approaches which is organization use as well, right? So these are the final part, okay, of our whole 3 days module. Okay, so I hope that we have actually covered all the areas, okay, which you need in order for you to do your assessment. Let me just wrap up the whole thing. Hold on. Okay, so from the first day up to the last day, right? So we have actually covered, okay, the first part, which is understanding the impact of reward approaches and packages, right? So we've actually looked into some importance of organizational culture and performance management, and we have also gone into how policy initiatives and practices are implemented. Okay, and we have seen how people and organizational performance can impact on the approach towards reward. Okay, we're looking at some of the external pressures, okay, the competitions, okay, and also we were looking at some legislation issues, okay, fairness, equity issues, and the other day we were looking at types of benefits, okay, all these different types of benefits, profit sharing, gain sharing, okay, bonuses, commissions, these are all different type of rewards that we have. And then we were looking at assess the contribution of extrinsic and intrinsic rewards, okay, to improve employees' contribution and to ensure that organizational performance is sustained. So we were looking at some of the models and theories out there, like the expectancy theory. Okay, we have seen the Maslow hierarchy of needs, okay, the two-factor theories, right? So these are important part. And The second part was actually on developing insight from benchmarking data to inform reward approaches. Okay, this is where we're looking at in detail the aspect of two environments, which is the internal environment and also the external environment. Okay, and of course we were looking at the sources of intelligence. Okay, so you have seen the number of sources which is available. Okay, in order for you to benchmark, okay, your company with other companies, whether you're basically having the same reward system, or better reward system, or maybe less a better system. Okay, so this is also very important. And also the insight itself, okay, or the benchmark data itself. Okay, it's very important for you to develop or for you to design, okay, a compensation package, right? And this compensation package, okay, is something which is going to be very important, okay, for your organization in managing your performance. So we have gone through what is meant by grade and pay structure, okay, job evaluation scheme, okay, and also we were going through, okay, what else? Yeah, legislative practices, right? Sorry, legislative requirements, okay, in terms of equal pay and reward, working hours, right? Gender pay gap, CEO pay ratios, annual reports, and also lastly, we were looking at understanding the role of people professionals. These are HR professionals in supporting line managers. So these are the two that we have covered just now. Looking at assessing different approaches to performance management. Okay, so we have seen the importance of performance management. Okay, why performance management is something which is very significant in reward management, and also different types of tool, okay, which is out there, like 360-degree feedback, and also rest of the system that we saw just now. And last but not least, we were looking at review the role of people practice, okay, in supporting line managers to make consistent and appropriate reward judgment. So this is where we were looking at some of the issues, okay, of HR professionals' role, okay, in supporting line managers, okay, in terms of maintaining the equity, fairness, consistency, okay, supporting line managers' ownership of intrinsic, extrinsic rewards, training, job evaluation, right? And also, not to forget, okay, the last part, which explaining how line managers make reward judgment based on the organizational approaches, right? So this is the last part that we covered just now. Okay, use of policies, organizational values, ethics, evidence-based judgment, and so on, right? So these are the areas that we have covered. Okay, and I believe that there's many other things, okay, to be to be obtained from the textbook, okay, and I hope, okay, from the assessment that you are going to do, okay, there's a lot of new things that you might discover, okay, from your reading. So please make use of the book that I gave you, okay, that will be very important. Okay, I've given you 3 books, 3 books I've given you, right? One is basically, okay, the CIPD book, okay, which is sole reference, okay, in doing this assessment. We also have the other book was actually Armstrong, okay, Armstrong. That is basically a HR book, but still in that book you can see a very substantial number of, amount of reward management, okay, where you can actually refer. And the other book was actually on models and theories, right? So models and theories will be very important when you try to justify, okay, why the reward management should be designed in such a way, right? So the fundamental is basically the motivation, right? So when you try to justify that, okay, because I believe that the assessment that you have is involving case studies, okay, so it's good if you can actually include some aspect of theories inside, right? So that you cover all aspects of the reward management. Okay, so any questions so far?
Doctor, can we review the assessment? I have like 2 questions.
Yeah, sure, no problem.
So for the page number 5, task 1.
Let me just share the screen.
Okay.
On. Okay, which part? Shalini? Yeah.
Putri. It stated like generate a guidance document that's covered the two areas, including current model and thinking around the subject. So when we mention about this, we're talking about existing reward system in the company, right?
Okay, that will be
for the task 1.
Okay, task 1.
Page number 5.
Page number 5. Okay. So, okay, which part? Again, Putri, sorry.
Okay. For the first paragraph,
okay,
it stated on the line number 3 to line number 4, it stated like create a guidance document that cover 2 areas, current model and thinking around the subject. So the current model, so does that mean that when we explain the task 1, the question, we use the existing reward system that we assume that the company already have?
Oh yeah, this is actually referring to your case study.
Yes.
Yeah, it is referring to the case study above.
So I just assume what the company already have, not propose a new one, right?
No, current models.
Okay.
So
So
the one which is already existed.
Correct. So if I refer to section number 2, same page, question number 8, it said, because my understanding is that for this guideline is for me to share to my colleague so that they can understand the reward process better, right?
You are right, exactly.
Okay. So section number 2, number 8, it stated develop an organization reward package. So just I wanted to know, is it something like, for example, I'm doing a benchmark for my staff, existing staff. So I check family size, local size, things like that. Is that it? Or I have to propose like a new package, for example, stock option, flexible working time. What does that mean?
No, the first one.
Okay.
The first one, yes, the first one. But don't worry, Putri. Don't worry, because once you have completed, you can actually send for review.
Okay, cool.
So it is not like okay, once you finish, you have no choice, you have to submit. No, because you see, there's a part here which shows, if you look at your page number 4, okay, page number 4, right? The benefit that you have by doing this assessment. So you'll be able to get formative feedback from your assessor. So once you have actually completed, you can submit to me so that I'll be able to give you the feedback. So then you submit. Make sure
Can we do like essay and then a little bit something we do point form?
You need to do, I think if you're looking at task number 1, okay, task number 1 is basically something
guidance document.
It's a guidance document where it should be very much not theoretical. I will say not theoretical, because you see, it should be functional. Because the issue here is your colleague need to know, okay, how to actually carry out these 2 things. Okay, one is he wants to know the impact of reward approaches and packages, and he wants to know about benchmarking data, okay, to inform reward approaches. So what will be the best suitable way to communicate in terms of giving him a document? So if that document is not convincing him, okay, it might not be able to give the details that he wants, then it defeats the purpose. Okay, so so it should be well clearly written. That will be the magic word here. Okay.
Okay, that's it. Question for me. Thank you.
Any other question from anyone? Any other question? Okay, don't worry. Don't worry about what they call it in term of the assessment. Okay, you will have the opportunity to be reviewed, okay, by myself. Okay, so I'll give you the opportunity to review once. Okay, let me go through it, and then I'll give you the feedback. Then you can take it back, you can do the correction, then you can submit. Right, so I'll give you that opportunity. No worries. I want you all to get A lah. I want you all to get A lah. Macam appraiser tadi dekat dalam video pula. Okay, any other question? Okay, if there's no question, all right. First, I would like to, I think we need to take a snapshot as well. But before that, I would like to thank, first of all, SMR and also Priya, who managed to coordinate and manage the whole training session. And also I'm glad, that to see all of you, in this particular session, and I hope, I've given all the knowledge and also skill which is needed for this particular module. So if there's any lacking of information or any kind of mistakes, please accept my sincere apologies, and do let me know if you want further information on any of the areas. All right, and we are able to communicate through WhatsApp. All right. Okay, Priya. So I leave it to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Doctor. It was a very engaging session for
Thank
all
you.
3 days, and also thank you for the guidance on the module part and also the assignment brief as well. So the participants will be communicating directly with you if they have any concern to know more about any of their doubts about the assignment and also the other things, Doctor.
Sure, no problem. Please feel free, to actually communicate with me, and don't feel shy, to get any kind of consultation on HR. Okay, free consultation, no problem. Okay, tak payah bayar. Okay, free. Okay, no problem. Because I mean, I appreciate, to have. I mean, end of the day, it's about knowledge, that we are sharing, each other, which of course it is going to benefit everyone. Okay, end of the day. So yeah, please feel free to call me, or to have, to ask any doubt, right? So I'll be, if I can, I will definitely share with all of you, right? And should we get a quick photo? A group photo, yes. Yeah. Okay, on the last day. And Shalini, finally. Okay. How about Christy? All right. So I think let us just okay, Nick is also here. Okay, let me just choose a good background. Hold on. The background is very much limited. Let me just see. We should choose a different background. Okay, hold on. Okay, let me just.
Nick, you minat MU ke?
Why? Oh, okay, the frame. Oh, there's a social distance between Putri and myself.
Change my place. I just.
It's because of your camera. I think Christy and also, okay, if you have background behind, it's because of the light. Okay, it's because of the light. So the light actually, it creates that background. So if you can actually change it to another side, I think you won't have that background behind. Okay. Okay, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let me see whether I can. I think this is better lah. Tak sempit. Okay, so this is at least you have some space. Okay, social distance. Mana tahu tiba-tiba we publish it out.
Madam,
okay.
Christy have a background.
Yeah, it's because of the light. It's because of the light behind. So when you sit, okay, exactly under the light, so I think the system not able to make it visible, make it invisible. Okay, are we all good to go?
Yes.
Okay.
I think Putri might need to go a bit on the.
Don't worry about the
right, is it?
yeah.
Oh,
Putri.
yes. Okay.
Okay, you are still sitting on this on the bench properly. I'm sitting on the chair properly.
Okay, so in a count of 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, just give me a minute.
I will also take 1.
Okay.
Are you freestyling, Shalani?
What's that, Putri?
No, I
Is it?
think I thought you post peace.
No lah.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, so we go another one. Okay, another one is why Priya, your picture is not moving, Priya?
Not moving?
Ah, you're not moving. I don't know about others. Christy and Priya is not moving.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it, doctor?
Yes. I mean, it's not moving. It is stand still.
Okay,
Okay.
just 1 minute, doctor.
Yeah. And also, Christy, you have the background behind.
Integrated camera. Oh,
Nick. I think you should, kalau atas sangat pun nanti kepala ni pula kena juga ada ke atas. Ah, jauh sikit. Okay, just nice. Yeah. Christy, are you there, Christy?
Yeah, I'm here.
Ah, okay. Your picture is not moving.
Oh, is
You
it?
are, yes, you are with the same expression 5 minutes ago. The same 5 minutes ago expression.
okay,
should I
it's
do
like
now?
a capture. I think it's about the video setting, I guess.
Christy,
Ah.
maybe you can just like on off the video button.
Yeah, just on and off the video button. I think you should. Okay, switch on back. Priya is out of the room already. Priya is out of the room.
Oh, am I there, doctor?
No, you're not here. You're invisible.
Invisible?
Yes.
I'm not sure why, but okay.
Oh, you can even change seat, Nick.
Oh, you can even change seat, huh? Oh, I never thought of that.
I'm not sure how. Just
In a second, Nick managed to go from this side to the other side. Technology is really good. Cannot. Christy is missing already. Priya is missing. Both of you all are missing.
Oh, not sure why, doctor, but couldn't adjust on the.
I think you just do some other setting and then you include this setting back.
Okay.
And yeah, maybe after that it will be okay.
Okay. Sama juga. Tak tukar.
Oh, I think maybe doctor wanna go back to our normal room, then maybe because we put the background blur, that's the reason. So we couldn't change it.
Cannot be, Priya. Mine also blur. I think it's
yours also blur.
my background is blur also.
Oh.
Okay. Wait, let me just
Oh,
change.
it shows you cannot choose a virtual background while you are in an immersive view. Right?
Okay.
oh, Christy.
Christy is on top. How come Christy can be on top?
Oh, okay.
Okay, let me
It's
just.
okay, like Christy, I think you're moving.
Okay. So I mean, I think we shall. But Priya is not here. That's the thing. I don't know why. Okay, never mind.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah, I think it's okay. We will just go for a normal view. Okay. Wait, hold on. Okay. So I think we should take. Yeah, this is normal view. Everyone is here, right? Okay.
Okay, now we can. Yeah, I think.
Maybe try to.
Yeah, we put as a no background. Madam Christie, probably you want to put as a non-background as well first.
Can you see me?
Oh, maybe because, okay. Maybe because the, I don't know why. Mine is okay. I have a background behind, but it's okay. Not an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we take one of these. Okay, and we see whether we can actually, yeah, we take one of this because I think this is good. This is good. Okay, you have everyone. Okay, one. I take one lah. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, I've taken as well.
Now everyone is here. Okay. Okay, let's take this one. Okay, I think Priya, you can take it.
Okay, in a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and then.
Okay, so I think we shall see again. Okay, another day. Thanks to everyone, and thanks Priya. Okay, so we shall see another day. Okay, another time. Thank you very much. Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you,
And
doctor. Thank you, everybody.
have a great day.
Thank you, doctor.
Thank you. Take care.